Dang! Two great halberds collided. Sparks flew everywhere and the void split. The two both possessed innate divine force. This place was about to erupt with divine force. Everyone protected their ears with symbols, quickly flying in retreat. This type of scene was too horrifying. Were these even still supreme experts? They were powerful to the extent of making deities fearful. This was especially the case with these two great halberds. Neither of them were ordinary objects, able to split open the void. The enormous black crack was enough to make deities fall back, not daring to touch them. It was because it was a crack in the void. No one expected their collision to be this intense. Kill! Immortal Palace Inheritor cried out. The immortal feather battle armor released radiance like that of a flying immortal, blazing and resplendent. His body surged with killing intent, and then with the great halberd in hand, he rushed over again. Enemies collided, eyes red with anger. Too ferocious. This is an unmatched quality. The supreme experts that retreated all shivered coldly. The scene made even their souls tremble. Immortal Palace Inheritor, after merging his two bodies, became powerful to a heaven-defying degree. Xianxia released a long roar. His entire body erupted with heaven-overflowing radiance, blood boiling within him. He held the void halberd in his hand, sweeping it forward. He didn't hold anything back as he slaughtered forward. The halberd's blade was snow-white and shining, illuminating the sky. It was as if the ancient era's most powerful war god had appeared, his power unmatched. Hong! This time, the two halberds collided again. The void was torn apart, and divine radiance surged. A sea of light erupted in all directions. The two individuals were like human true dragons as they continuously clashed. Immortal Palace's Inheritor is actually unable to stop him even after merging with the main body. There were supreme experts who were shocked. The entire world knew that once Immortal Palace Inheritor's true body emerged, it would exceed the past, enough to make him comparable to ancient freaks. He would become an expert at the peak of this realm, already becoming unmatched in the present world. However, when he brought out his weapon and fought a great battle against someone else, his eyes bloodshot from the intensity, he still wasn't able to defeat the other party. This made others deeply shocked. This is nothing unexpected. It is because that is Huang, someone said quietly. Even though Xianxia's appearance changed greatly, the halberd in his hands was too striking. It was originally Immortal Palace's treasure, a priceless weapon, but it was seized by him instead. Many people knew about this. This was also why Immortal Palace Inheritor was immediately filled with killing intent. That was his second body's weapon, yet it ended up in the hands of the enemy. It truly was a type of humiliation. I will suppress all enemies. Hand over your life. Immortal Palace Inheritor shouted loudly. Countless feathers danced about his side. All of them formed from a rain of light, holy and shockingly powerful. His eyes formed silver symbols, and everything in his view seemed to slow down. He was searching for Xianxia's weakness. He raised the halberd and slaughtered his way over again. Xianxia knew that this person likely started to open his martial Dao heavenly eye. The resplendent silver symbol in his eyes already proved everything. He could see through all fabrications. Even though this wasn't Huang's appearance, the other party immediately understood his intrinsic aura. It had to be said that Immortal Palace's Inheritor truly was powerful to the extreme, shocking past and present. In the supreme expert realm, he had the power to move unstoppably through the 9 heavens and 10th earth. Only he encountered Xianxia. This glory was now filled with variables. Xianxia, who was at the great circle of the supreme expert realm, and even underwent a lightning tribulation, now possessed unmatched might under the heavens. The aura he exploded with here was enough to suppress all others at his level, enough to make the distant spectating supreme experts tremble with fear. Dong! The two collided a third time. Killing energy swept out like a tide. Symbols were concentrated. Brilliant light shocked the world. No one could see what was happening there. Later on, after they separated, only then did they discover with shock that the void was burning. Many people were shocked so badly by that wave of energy that they almost fell weak onto the ground. At the same time, outside the uninhabited region, everyone became stupefied. They had just entered Immortal Ancient, yet the two of them were already setting the resolution to cut down their old enemy, deciding life and death there? Something isn't right. Why did Immortal Palace's inheritor run out? He should be advancing into the Divine Flame Realm right now, or else when the others successfully transform, they would come back and kill the others. It would be extremely dangerous then. Everyone frowned, a bit confused. Six Crown King Ningchuan, Sword Valley's inheritor Gu Jianyun, Chang Gongyan, and the others definitely wouldn't be wasting time. They were choosing a divine precious land to immediately carry out a perfect transformation. Immortal Palace inheritor shouldn't have violated this type of logical plan. What a powerful Immortal Palace inheritor. Divine bravery world shocking. In the supreme expert realm, he truly has reached the absolute limit. This was a sect master that released a sigh of admiration. He wasn't exaggerating because it really was like this. The others also approved of these words, because after Immortal Palace's inheritor merged his two bodies, he truly did evolve to the peak. His power ferocious like a volcanic eruption. He should be unmatched. Huang is also terrifying. He has reached the limit of the supreme expert path. Could it be that he still wants to take another step forward, continuously treading on paths not taken to transcend the ancients? Do you dare stay here and fight? I am going to kill you, Shurhao shouted. His entire body shone. These words shocked everyone. The limit of the supreme expert realm, there was already no further path, but from how Shurhao was acting, could it be that he still wanted to create another heaven and earth? That type of confidence, that type of unmatched style made everyone's minds tremble. The Kuan Peng wings on his back were suffused with chaotic energy. With a ferocious shake, heavenly winds swept about. Yin and yang energies swirled about, sharply increasing Shurhao's fighting strength. He rushed at Immortal Palace's inheritor. Everyone knew that this strike would definitely make heaven and earth tremble. It was terrifying to no end. However, what left everyone shocked was that the arrogant Immortal Palace inheritor who looked down on all those under heaven actually evaded, not taking this head-on. What is going on? Not only were the surrounding supreme experts shocked, even the experts in the uninhabited region outside were stupefied. Was he scared? Immediately afterwards, everyone understood. In the rear, the void split apart, and an enormous dragon head appeared. It opened its mouth and bit down towards Shurhao, about to swallow him. Meanwhile, Immortal Palace's inheritor turned around to leave, once again breaking through the realm wall of another modeled ancient land, leaping into a bubble, escaping without even turning around. Shurhao's reactions were fast. He used the void halberd to slice open the void, throwing himself inside, disappearing from this place. Then that enormous mouth closed, clamping down on this space until it distorted. This was a flood dragon that had reached the heavenly deity realm. With a hong sound, it rushed out, leaping out from the void, shocking the nearby cultivators. It was actually such a dangerous creature. Everyone now understood why Immortal Palace's inheritor would come back. It was because he was being chased by a heavenly deity, and just now, he clearly wanted to use Shurhao as a sacrificial lamb, dying in his place. The flood dragon was thick like a mountain range. It opened its mouth again, and in that instant, several tens of supreme experts were devoured, unable to run even if they wanted to. They were sucked in by a wave of power. Walala! Metal chains trembled, the sounds of metal rubbing against each other ear-splitting. The flood dragon unexpectedly had metal chains around its body. It was shackled up, connecting it to an unknown place behind him, unable to travel any further. As such, the other supreme experts ran for their lives, leaving this place. They weren't devoured by it. Those metal chains shone, symbols covering everything densely, releasing powerful mysterious force to suppress it, as well as pull it backwards. In the end, the flood dragon released a long cry of unwillingness before being dragged back into the bubble. In a flash, everyone saw an ancient place. That place seemed to have a mysterious dragon nest. This flood dragon was locked up right beside a cave with a stone stake. That is a precious land. All of the supreme experts were shocked. They now understood that Immortal Palace's inheritor knew about a divine precious land, so he went to look for it. He wanted to light his divine flame there, but never expected to end up startling a heavenly deity. In the outside world, even the great sect masters' minds were shaken. What kind of place was that? Even a glorious heavenly deity was being locked up by a stone stake, used to guard the cave entrance. Sure how narrowed his eyes. He didn't go looking for it, because that bubble's world was definitely vast and boundless. Without the coordinates, he would have to waste a lot of time just searching around. Apart from this, there was a heavenly deity there, so he definitely couldn't investigate it right now. He believed that Immortal Palace's inheritor had no choice but to look for another place of rebirth as well. Even after becoming a divine flame realm expert, it would still be a long time before he might head back. This place calmed down. More and more cultivators appeared. All of them continued on their way, heading to different regions, entering different small worlds. Of course, all of the regions were connected and not separated. They would at most just have to break a realm wall. Xianxia stood in his original place, silently thinking to himself. Right now, becoming a divine flame realm expert was the most important thing, because regardless of whether it was exceptional talents or ancient freaks, they were all doing this. He believed that, in the future, many people would rely on higher cultivation levels to suppress their old enemies. Time was pressing. Those powerful top-level geniuses didn't dare waste time. In the end, Xianxia didn't choose any bubble. Even though there were many of them, brilliant light swirling about them, the inside of these bubbles having mysterious opportunities, he never went inside them. Xianxia concealed himself, and without any sound, he avoided everyone, returning to a remote bluestone path. He came back to this place. It was because his Tao was different, needing to stay here. Divine Flame Realm, for cultivators, was the foundation for building divinity. Its effects far exceeded all other cultivation realms, and it decided how far one's future accomplishments could reach. Xianxia didn't want to walk a path of those before him, instead wishing to step into a different heaven and earth. Even if it was extremely hard, and those before him that tried to do so didn't have good conclusions, he still had to try it out. Some people, even though they didn't undergo a complete transformation, still obtained a set amount of accomplishments, not seeking the normal path of igniting a divine flame. Xianxia had read many bone books, all of them given to him by Qi Daolin. The experiences and wisdom of the most dazzling group of people from the ancient era gave him endless inspiration. With the world as a furnace, 10,000 Tao as the flame to ignite the self, burn the primordial spirit, construct the true self. He returned to the bluestone stairs, standing on a road with no others. The immortal Tao flower bud had now blossomed for the 3,000th time. Every single petal carried a type of Tao, resonating with each of the 3,000 bluestone paths. This was precisely what Xianxia needed. He wanted to use the 10,000 Tao as his flame, using it to ignite his body and mind, construct the foundation related to his future and undergo a complete transformation, so this was perhaps the best choice. In the outside world, the cultivators of all sects were shocked, a bit confused. They were able clearly to see that he returned. Why was this? Others were in a rush to break through and find divine precious lands. So why did he return to the start? Even though there was hazy true meaning of all different great Tao, it was impossible to grasp and difficult to comprehend. Moreover, with so many ancient roads, how could he possibly comprehend them all in a short period of time? He would inevitably fail. Once he lagged behind in Cultivation realm and was discovered by another, he might be killed. Several days later, the only one left on the 3,000 bluestone paths was Xianxia. The last few supreme experts successfully walked out, heading towards various secret realms. Heaven and earth calmed down. Xianxia was the only one that accompanied these bluestone paths. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Within the modeled worlds, there were already a few divine flame realm experts. Quite a few supreme experts succeeded. However, there was still no activity from the powerful individuals. 2 months passed. A few exceptional talents emerged, their transformations complete, turning into deities. 3 months passed. The most powerful exceptional talents were now moving. The ancient freaks were still quiet. That is, heavens, a lump of precious blood. How can it be so sparkling and translucent, even more beautiful and auspicious than agate jade? Outside in the uninhabited region, someone cried out in alarm. Even a few heavenly deities were shocked. They stared at the scene reflected from the monument. That was an ancient freak. Immortal blood. It's actually immortal blood. Immediately afterwards, even sect masters couldn't remain calm. Many of them were shocked, their eyes widening. They stared at that person. In his hand was a fist-sized crystal. Sealed inside was blood that was filled with immortal radiance. It was dazzling and brilliant, leaving others bewitched by its beauty. He chose immortal blood, using this as a flame to plant an immortal seed, walking a different path. He will definitely shock the past and present. A higher realm's giant sighed in admiration. A single drop of immortal blood was hard enough to find as it was. Yet that person had this much of it. This drew everyone's attention. Unfortunately, a moment later, they couldn't see anything anymore. The immortal blood spread outwards, turning into a scarlet multicolored mist that surrounded this place, obstructing the view. Several days later, the scene that appeared on another monument triggered an uproar again, shocking all experts. That is a tree? Even the Emperor clan of the present world was shocked. Chaotic energy surrounding the purple golden carriage. 2 beams of purple light shot out, staring at that scene. Who is this? 10 Crown King, someone replied. Within a mysterious realm, that person planted a fist-sized small tree inside his body. Then, hazy radiance seeped out, wrapping him within. No one in the outside world was able to see him anymore. No one was able to recognize the history of that small tree. In the following few days, all types of different incomparable treasures appeared, making the tongues and mouths of everyone in the outside world feel dry. Those things were all rarely seen throughout the ancient eras. This is the final time. No one can enter Immortal Ancient again after this. No wonder those ancient freaks cut their own cultivations down without any hesitation, leaving behind the best items to ignite themselves with in this world. That is already no longer an ordinary transformation into the divine flame realm. The word ignite is already not enough to speak of these true meanings. Those people are unique, standing out from the masses. The outside world could not calm down. Even sect masters' eyes were burning. Unfortunately, these things were unrelated to them. Everyone believed that the most brilliant sparks would definitely fly in Immortal Ancient, because these people were too unordinary. Time passed quickly. In an instant, the 4th month passed. Immortal Ancient, Bluestone Path. This place was quiet and without any sound. The 3,000 ancient paths were blurry. Sure Hao was the only one sitting here, silently studying the Tao. After cultivating in silence in one place, he would then walk to another place, continuing just like that for 4 months. He was moving in circles, comprehending the ancient great Tao. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. He was already no longer just sitting there, instead silently walking, comprehending the Tao on the stone steps alone, his entire being immersed in this process. The stairs shone, and many bluestones flickered with hazy radiance. He forgot everything else, and just like a moving corpse, each day he would continuously walk. In the outside world, when others saw this scene, they all revealed strange looks. What was he trying to do? Comprehend the 3,000 bluestone paths? It was clearly impossible. The amount of time was too short, too rushed. Forget about now, even if he spent his entire life here, it still wouldn't be enough. I think he has become crazy and stupid. Look, even his eyes are without luster, aimless as he walks about. His life force is about to wither up. A true self-realm expert from Phantom Drake Tao Gate spoke, carrying a cold expression, as well as mockery. It is because he was full of hatred inside. Sure Hao had killed too many of their people, and even a heavenly deity had been lost. Even now, we haven't seen him display any unique flames. So how is he going to ignite himself and establish a foundation of divinity? In my opinion, he hasn't set a clear path for himself yet, only walking like a living corpse, clearly going mad. If he falls because of this, then that will really become a joke. Fire Cloud Cavern also had people who sneered. They only saw Xianxia walk continuously along these bluestone paths, not making any progress at all. Forget about immortal seed or ancient flames that shook all 3,000 provinces. Not even an ordinary spirit flame was brought out, so they couldn't help but take joy in his misfortune. Everyone else is breaking through, displaying shocking progress, about to display the complete advancement. Yet he is acting like an idiot, not knowing where to proceed. Is he just waiting for someone to kill him? There were too many people in the outside world, and there were naturally quite a few of them who carried hostility against Xianxia. Celestial clan and the ancient inheritances that oppressed Sin province truly hated him. Apart from this, forget about everything else, just him killing 7 deities in the lower realm, destroying those great sex plans already established a huge grudge. Heavenly country, underworld, earth, beast, sea, which one of them weren't terrifying? Their strength was great, enough to make others' hearts tremble. The 5th month passed. Xianxia had traveled through every route. The bluestone paths behind him were still hazy and indistinct. A bit of slight radiance would occasionally blossom. Meanwhile, within those bubbles, endless mottled worlds, streak after streak of fiery light shot into the heavens, scattering the clouds. That was the sign of people becoming deities. By now, 60 to 70% of people had already succeeded, which meant that there were 3 million or more supreme experts that were now deities. This was extremely terrifying. They were all geniuses, so once they displayed their might, it would be shocking to the extreme. Even a few of the powerful exceptional talents, ancient freaks, made shocking progress, from time to time displaying irregular scenes rarely seen since the ancient times, triggering commotions. There was one who merged with a lump of immortal blood. Another planted a small tree. They are all shocking, but we can't see them right now. Their auras were isolated. Those individuals were all special, possessing excessively powerful enlightenment. They had completely unique divine matter, and when fused with the true body, it would produce miraculous transformations. At this time, the 3,000 flower petals continuously shone on them. There were some who speculated that this might be a type of unique of protection. Hurry and come take a look. What is that? What did he merge with? Someone cried out with alarm at a true deity. He seemed to have disregarded his status, and like an unsteady youth, his face turned pale with fright. The others all turned around, looking towards that monument. They couldn't help but reveal shock. It was an ancient freak. What he produced wasn't a precious flame, but a black liquid. When he merged with it, it extinguished the flames within him. What is he doing? Is he going to wipe out his divine flame? No one understood what was going on, revealing looks of shock. Even a few sect masters were inwardly moved when they looked at that lump of liquid. Many great figures couldn't recognize what that was, only feeling that it was unordinary, containing many natural laws within. That might be something produced when the heavens were opened, when heaven and earth were opened and the sun and moon partitioned. Could this be the source liquid formed from the most primitive in energy? Heaven-mending sect master spoke. When everyone heard this, their hearts beat frantically, the great sect masters of various sects no exception. Their eyes shone resplendently as they stared over there. This kind of thing was hard to find throughout the world, something one can only stumble upon and not seek. He unexpectedly found it, using this to become a deity. However, if this was the most primitive source liquid of energy, then was it truly suitable for igniting the self? This would most likely wipe out one's divine flame, extremely difficult to make it transform. In reality, many of them could already see that the flame within his body was growing dimmer, as if it was going to be wiped out. This person is formidable, using a unique path to become deity. The path he walks is not directly igniting the self. This is a type of Tao seed. If he succeeds, then it will definitely shock past and present. A female voice sounded from within a silver-colored war chariot, someone from the present world emperor clans. Soon after, everyone saw that this person was surrounded by dark light, hiding his entire body from sight. As such, no one could observe him anymore. "Should we go and take a look at Six-Crown King Ning Chuan?" someone said. A figure appeared on a monument, his body covered in white clothes, and even his shoes and socks were white, untainted by a speck of dust. He was like a true immortal that emerged in this world. He had a head of long silver hair that scattered down his shoulders and back, incomparably resplendent. His face was handsome to an unrealistic level, being more beautiful than many girls. He hadn't moved yet. There was a precious case at his side that was sealed, but from time to time released mysterious fluctuations. It was as if something was seeping over even when they were separated by Immortal Ancient. This made everyone's minds shaken. What was that? What was Ning Chuan merging with to allow himself to undergo the most powerful transformation, reaching the greatest heights? It's been several months already, so why hasn't Ning Chuan done anything? What is he waiting for? Everyone was doubtful, and at the same time they felt especially curious about what was sealed within the case. That thing is definitely not inferior to 10 Crown King's little tree. It is definitely heaven-defying. A sect master spoke. This is still not the proper way. Even though we all know that once he becomes a deity, he will be able to overlook the masses, doing it like this is quite dangerous. If he ends up lagging behind, once others emerge, they might go after him to hunt him down. Someone said. This was definitely not a baseless comment. It was realistic and cruel. The most powerful people of this world and the ancient freaks will definitely fight life and death struggles. How could those that come out earlier pass up this opportunity? Suddenly, on another monument, resplendent light overflowed into the heavens, drawing everyone's attention, and it also made a few great sects' faces fall, their eyes cold. Someone took action, starting a massacre. A few powerful experts became deities, and after consolidating their cultivation realm, began to move about the bubble ancient worlds, pursuing and attacking opponents. At the same time, there were a few with especially great ambitions, directly rushing towards the young supreme beings who had great reputations in the outside world who hadn't come out of isolation yet to kill them. The creatures that became deities didn't easily get into fights between themselves, or else there would inevitably be great chaos. Despite this being the case, things were still looking rough. A seed of disaster had been planted, and great waves would be stirred up. In front of a monument, an elder roared angrily. Then, many people from this inheritance roared loudly, feeling incomparably grieved. A middle-aged woman even released a heart-tearing, lung-splitting wail. What happened? An exceptional talent has fallen. Before he ignited his divine flame, his place of isolation was discovered by a supreme expert that became a deity, and as a result he was directly killed. This was clearly a tragedy. He was originally an extremely dazzling exceptional talent who would definitely obtain great natural luck in Immortal Ancient, yet he was cut down just like that. It really left one shocked and upset. Whose inheritance is he from? I am going to wipe them out. Someone roared angrily. A loose cultivator, we cannot recognize who he is. Also, he has rather strange methods, hiding his true appearance. With Immortal Ancient separating us, not even sect masters can see through him. Scenes of deaths began to play out again and again. It was becoming more and more cruel. With everyone moving around and looking for opportunities, death was unavoidable. Immortal Ancient had natural luck, but it was also a place full of danger. What kind of creature is that? There are powerful races inside Immortal Ancient. Someone cried out loudly in shock. Within a little thousand world was an enormous black city. Several immortal soldier-like creatures rushed out, their armors terrifying. They charged out murderously, killing quite a number of outsiders, bloody mists drifting about. Within another hazy ancient world, there were many bugs. They formed streams of flowing light, devouring several tens of experts that had already become deities until only white skeletons with bloody wisps remained. However, generally speaking, most people were unaffected. They were also able to obtain great harvests. Life and death was a flip of a coin. If it was 9 chances of death and 1 chance at life, who would be willing to come in and throw themselves into disaster like moths to a flame? Hee. Haha. Phantom Drake Dao Gates people were laughing loudly. Many people released a breath of relief, revealing happy expressions. After 5 months, our exceptional talent has succeeded, igniting his self and becoming a deity, a heavenly deity said happily. One has to understand that this exceptional talent wasn't ordinary. He was exceptionally powerful, traveling unhindered through many provinces, never encountering his match before. In addition, the ancient flame he obtained was extraordinary as well. It was clear to see that now that Phantom Drake Dao Gates' exceptional talent rose up, no accidents would happen any longer. Not only did he have the qualifications to seize the greatest natural luck, he could slaughter other experts as well. Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley, and the other sects had friendly relations. They were all rich and powerful inheritances of the higher realms, in charge of oppressing descendants with sinners' blood. They were all at a golden age with unordinary disciples. They were also in expectation, hoping for them to quickly rise up. Wu, my clan's exceptional talent is not that far from the 3000 Bluestone path. If he can discover that sinner's blood descendant, then that would be good. He could go over and get rid of him. There will definitely be a chance. After becoming a deity, his divine senses will be sharp. There is also a group of people gathered around him who will listen to his commands. Once they carefully look around, they will definitely discover him. The smiles on Phantom Drake Dao Gates people's faces became greater and greater. They were full of hatred towards Sure Hao, wishing to see him die. At the same time, Underworld Earth, Heavenly Country, Beast Sea, and other inheritances also had people who laughed loudly, because a few of their powerful descendants became deities as well, becoming more powerful. Soon after, a few people concentrated their attention on Sure Hao again, seeing how he was doing. When they saw Sure Hao's current situation, Phantom Drake Dao Gates people smiled even more greatly. Their moods were quite excellent, because he still hadn't ignited his divine flame. Truly quite interesting. There's not even a bit of activity. It seems like it won't even take my clan's exceptional talents to kill him. Just a few deities will be enough to crush him. Phantom Drake Dao Gates people smiled. Good. My clan's #1 supreme being youth is coming out as well. Luofu True Valley's people exulted, feeling joyous. This is even better. I believe they will look for that sinner's blood descendant as well. There is no way he will be able to stay alive, someone said. Suddenly, there was activity from a monument. Everyone discovered that Sure Hao made some progress, finally doing something. He sat there, his body shining. That wasn't an ordinary flame, but great Tao symbols. String after string of them revolved around his flesh, flourishing magnificently. Everyone became shocked. They carefully observed him. Soon after, someone laughed. It was because they discovered that he unexpectedly set himself aflame. Ha. Phantom Drake Dao Gates people were the most delighted, their laughter ear-piercing. They ridiculed. He actually burned his own body until there were holes one after another. How amazing! After months of silence and bitter comprehension, he did something as stupid as this. I believe that there is no use to send anyone over to kill him. He is pretty much burning himself to death. These people roared with laughter. However, Phantom Drake Dao Gates' old Dao Master and Fire Cloud Cavern's Master didn't say anything, their pupils contracting, staring at that youth. Their faces revealed serious expressions. Sure Hao sat there, his body continuously trembling greatly. It was because he was currently in great pain. His body released strand after strand of symbol fiery light, burning him until his flesh was badly mangled. It was precisely like what the outside world said. There were a few areas where there were large holes. It was just like his tattered armor, looking extremely wretched, its surface covered in large holes. However, this was his flesh. These circumstances meant that things were going quite bad, and turning quite dangerous. Generally speaking, igniting a divine flame should make one undergo a perfect transformation, making them become even stronger. However, his current situation was clearly harming himself. His blood and energy were becoming exhausted. If this persisted, his flesh might become withered up. Chi. The flame became even greater. Certain parts of Shao's body became dried up, sparkling white bone exposed by his injuries. It hurt so much. Shao's body was shaking lightly, his teeth clenched as he endured this type of torment. He finally knew why those from the ancient past who wished to walk on a different path to divinity all died, not having good ends. This was indeed not something normal people could endure. This was only the beginning, yet his body was almost unable to take it any longer. Serious injuries appeared. He began to doubt himself, whether he would be able to persevere through. It was because the path he was now taking was much more ruthless than those of the ancient past, more thorough. There was nothing he could rely on. He guided the external great Tao, and not a single ancient flame. At this moment, different natural Tao laws began to burn at his torso one after another, igniting his soul. It was as if immortal swords were hacking at his flesh and splitting his soul. The intense pain was difficult to endure. With heaven and earth as a furnace, 10,000 Tao as a flame to refine oneself, this was not something a normal person could endure. Xiao felt like he might be at the end of the road as soon as it began. Ripples appeared on the bluestone paths one after another, and then they gathered towards Xiao like strands of flames, converging there, revolving around him. These were just a dozen or so Tao, yet it was already like this, so one could imagine how difficult it would become later on. A single mistake would result in the destruction of both body and spirit. In the past few months, Xiao was communicating with the Tao stored within the bluestone paths. Now, he was able to successfully guide them over, leading more than 10 natural Tao laws to his own body. I am not good enough, still deviating from the truth. This is not a refinement, but instead a self-destruction. Xiao silently thought to himself, coming to this conclusion. He felt that he had indeed lead over more than 10 types of natural Tao laws, but he hadn't properly used heaven and earth as a furnace, instead directly burning himself. There was definitely some type of mistake. The ripples of more than 10 bluestone paths became even brighter, swimming over like snakes made of light. They wrapped around Xiao, about to rein his body in. It was now even more dangerous. The injuries on Xiao's body became even more serious, with some places about to break apart. This was the release of more than 10 types of natural laws, burning and destroying him. This isn't the right way. Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. He knew that he had to change his ways, or else he would be in great danger. He would fall from his injuries before he reached the end of it. Whirled as a furnace. In that instant he struggled free, rising from the ground. He was still seated, now suspending there. In his surroundings, the void distorted, becoming indistinct and hazy. Hong! A tremendous sound rang through the air. The heavens seemed to be crushing over. Another tremendous sound rang through the air. That bluestone path seemed to rise, becoming closer to him. This place underwent strange changes. Upon closer inspection, it was the void that was caving in, undergoing changes. The dozen or so streaks of fiery light formed from natural Tao laws were pushed aside, leaving this place. There seemed to be a formless furnace around his body, one refined from the void. It wrapped him within. This was especially the case when his body shone. Divine radiance seeped through his body. One could clearly see the holy light was being constrained within a furnace. In the outside world, everyone's minds were shaken. Then, outside Xiao's body, a furnace became visible. After being suffused with light, it could now be seen, or else it would be hard to make out. The void distorted, heaven and earth confined, smelted into a furnace, truly taking form. If not for the inside being suffused with Xiao's divine force radiance, it would be difficult for those of the outside world to see it. They would only be able to vaguely sense it. This was a miraculous scene. At this moment, the dozen or so streaks of light around his body turned into flames, starting to burn, purifying that cauldron furnace, not wrapping directly around his body. This was quite unimaginable. Many people of the outside world looked at each other in dismay. His plans were extremely great, walking this type of path, even more complete than those glorious individuals of the ancient past that ultimately fell or crippled themselves. A sect master said to himself, his expression grave. At this moment, the others were shocked as well. He was actually given such a high evaluation. Huang Xin Shihao, was this person going to defy the heavens? Shihao's expression calmed down much more. His body was within the cauldron that was being burned by more than 10 streaks of fiery light. He was silently comprehending the Tao, allowing his heart to become at peace. This is how it should be. The world as a furnace, 10,000 Tao as flames. This was the initial stage of this method. A furnace was established between Shihao and the void. His true self sat within, being burned by more than 10 streaks of Tao flames. Then, this place became resplendent. The furnace that was originally invisible, once suffused with blood energy and magical force, wrapped around by Tao flames, became visible, looking simple and natural. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. The Tao flame did not go out, instead becoming more and more resplendent. This place became more and more divine. Within the cauldron that held Shihao's body, it was as if a great furnace of medicine was being refined. It seized the essence of the world, absorbing the best features of the Tao flames to strengthen him. The wounds on his body, those large holes gradually closed. His skin released light, no longer lacking vitality. It still isn't correct, not agreeing with my original intention. Inside the cauldron, Shihao thought to himself. His injuries were now better. Due to the separation of the furnace, the Tao flame's gentle portions entered his body, recovering his injured body. He indeed received benefits, but this was not the path he wanted to walk. I wanted to see these Tao, these paths, and not imitate them or review all of them. Shihao's eyes were resolute. He wanted to transcend, not to just repeat these Tao that ancient people had walked. He just wanted to take a look at them. I was just going to use these Tao as a flame to burn the body and spirit, forge the true self, not to imitate an ancient technique, Shihao said. At this moment, the cauldron continued to remain there, but the dozen or so Tao flames became different. They began to burn ferociously, burning into the cauldron, passing his body and making his entire self erupt into flames. Even though there was the furnace blocking the way, filtering out the ferocious characteristics, it was still incomparably terrifying. Shihao observed the Tao, but he didn't imitate the ancient methods, not copying them, instead using the fire to burn and forge his self. Soon after, injuries appeared on his body again. In the outside world, everyone became shocked, feeling like they couldn't see through him. His flesh is extremely powerful, reaching the peak of what a supreme expert can accomplish. Could even be said that he took a step further beyond that. Otherwise, how could he endure this? Someone said. A few sect masters' eyes became deep, staring in that direction without saying anything. They thought about a few things. Only by undergoing heavenly tribulation could one resist this type of Tao flame. Otherwise, if a normal supreme expert entered, they would immediately be burned into ashes. How could they stop it? If one wanted to walk this path, the flesh must be sturdy, the primordial spirit also tough, or else when those dozen or so streaks of Tao flames wrapped around the body, they would be turned to ashes sooner or later. Could it be that he truly wants to comprehend all of the Tao recorded on the 3,000 bluestone paths, and then use this to become a deity? This is inconceivable. A heavenly deity was greatly shaken up. Even though they knew that no one could do this, that it was impossible to accomplish such a thing, they still felt deeply shocked towards his madness. When the others heard this, they were shocked as well. This youth's boldness was truly too great. He wanted to grasp the 3,000 bluestone ancient paths Tao, and use that to become a deity? Did he go crazy? There is no way he will succeed. Someone shook their head, deciding that he was destined for failure. Even if one studied these 3,000 paths Tao for their entire lives, they still wouldn't be able to grasp it. In addition, this was a mortal ancient, not some pure land, so who would give him the time? Sooner or later, there would be an intense battle. Once he was discovered by another, he would definitely be killed. Wrong, his goal is extremely far greater than your imaginations. It isn't to truly imitate the 3,000 paths ancient great Tao. At this time, The one inside the purple golden carriage spoke. Chaotic mists pervaded the air. That emperor carriage seemed to have existed before the opening of heaven and earth, mysterious and unfathomable. This was the war chariot of a present world emperor clan, and within it sat that clan's most powerful individual, and this person realized what this youth was trying to do. He is just using the 3,000 Bluestone Paths Tao as a flame for a furnace, and not anything else. He only wishes to observe it, and not completely imitate it. These words sounded from within the purple golden carriage. Why is that? Even a few sect masters frowned, not able to see through this. Grasping the method of the Bluestone Paths was difficult and impossible. However, if one had this type of target, their boldness would be extremely great, their prospects magnificent. If one staked their life on the line, they might truly succeed. He actually didn't care about this. He also has great ambitions, not wishing to be confined by this heaven and earth, wishing to jump out. The so-called 3,000 Great Tao fiery light, for him, truly is just a flame and nothing else. He wishes to transcend these Tao. The Emperor clan's expert within the purple golden carriage spoke these words. The others were all stupefied, inwardly shocked. This youth was actually walking this type of path? He dared to do such a thing. If Shurhao could hear them, he would definitely be shocked. Someone saw through his intentions, understanding a portion of the path he wanted to take. Only so what if they knew? How many people dared to walk this path? In reality, in the outside world, many people were cursing how much of a lunatic he was, courting death in that place. Using the flame of 10,000 Tao to burn himself, he was destined to end up in ashes. This is a path the entire world knows about, but who dares to walk it? It is even difficult for someone like him to succeed. A sect master said. Could it be that he has already passed the most terrifying heavenly tribulation? Look, he is adding flame again to burn that furnace, refining himself. Someone said with shock. Within Immortal Ancient on the Bluestone Path, more Tao flames were guided over, streak after streak releasing ripples and turning into beams of light. They formed flames, burning the world furnace. During this process, Shurhao's flesh was damaged again because this fire was too powerful. There was not just one but another few tens. Everything was playing out like how he had envisioned it, allowing him to forge his own path step by step. 108 streaks of flames. Yet he could still endure them? In the outside world, everyone was shocked. It is because he understand clearly that he cannot get there in one step. Even though he connected more than 100 Bluestone Paths' natural Tao laws, he still cannot make them flare up and go crazy, instead just guiding over some small fire, slowly adapt and refine himself. Someone spoke the truth. Then, Shurhao no longer increased the flames. He sat within the furnace, his body sparkling and translucent, shining and burning. A part of himself had been ignited. His flesh was dried up, his entire body becoming a bit skinnier. That was his vital energy being refined, continuously pressed and condensed. Apart from this, even more injuries appeared on his body. There were holes and cracks. The Tao flames were endless. No matter how he tried to control them, they would still bring damage to his body. Only after another month had passed did he gradually adapt to it, his injuries no longer continuing to worsen. However, right now his entire body was scorched black, looking like charcoal. Holes and injuries of various sizes numbered over 100. Heaven and earth as a furnace, skin and flesh as a furnace, primordial spirit as a furnace. Shurhao said. He made a brazen move. He made the walls of the void furnace thin, allowing the fiery light within to enter, directly burning himself. This was extremely terrifying. Another month of burning the self, smelting the spirit passed. Shurhao was dry and parched, his flesh withered, injuries even gone. It was because his flesh became skin, sticking to his bones. Apart from this, his primordial spirit was refined until it shrunk, turning into a dazzling sphere of light. Eventually, the fiery light inside and outside the furnace became identical. If he removed the heaven and earth furnace to directly burn himself, the difference wouldn't be too great. In the blink of an eye, it reached the 9th month since Hao entered Immortal Ancient. Time passed by in a hurry, and now, after experiencing such a long time, the flame inside the furnace became a green color, 108 types of Tao Law's fire becoming the same, merging together to burn his body and spirit. The stove fire has turned bright green, brought to the point of perfection, transforming, reaching the end of the first step. It should be time to initiate another phase. Hao was aware of his current state. 108 ancient great Tao, even though it ignited a portion of radiance, it didn't truly flare up, recreating the great Tao. However, it was still shocking enough. With so many merged together, it would burn one to ashes at any turn. It will be precisely at this intensity, all the way until all 3,000 great Tao fiery light appears simultaneously. Hao set his target. If he truly succeeded in doing this, he could then consider increasing the intensity of all of these flames, connecting a step further to display the great Tao's divine might. My eyes are not failing me, right? 108 types of great Tao flames. They haven't burned him to death after all these months? This isn't all. Do you all see? The stove fire has turned bright green, refining him until he reached a certain peak. In the outside world, there were people who were shaken. When the void distorted and the void furnace dissipated and the 108 Tao flames retreated, Hao fell down, his body slamming into the bluestone stairs. Caused by his own rashness, he was burned to ruin. Someone came to this conclusion. Even a few sect masters frowned, feeling that he indeed burned himself away. The current Hao was simply like a skeleton. He was entirely black, his skin wrapped around his bones, lacking life's spiritual essence. He collapsed there, not budging an inch. Child, please tell me that nothing bad has happened to you. Hurry and wake up. From Immortal Mountainside, someone was saying softly with tears and grief. Just like that, 3 days passed. Hao didn't move, his flesh dried up, his life force becoming weaker and weaker. Did he die? He should have burned away his true body. Underworld Earth's people spoke. They understood life and death quite deeply. Only on the 5th day did Hao revive, slowly climbing up. He frowned, walking step by step out from the bluestone path, approaching those small worlds. I have to replenish my spiritual energy and divine force, or else it will be extremely bad, he said softly. Even like this, he still wants to enter the modeled worlds? Just any random supreme expert will cut him down, right? His injuries are too severe. In the outside world, a group of people stared at the monument, watching him. They couldn't help but shake their heads. As for Fire Cloud Cavern, Underworld Earth, and Heavenly Countries people, they even revealed faint cold intent. If Hao entered those ancient worlds in this type of state, he would likely die miserably. He entered the world my clan's exceptional talent is in. Is he seeking his own destruction? Phantom Drake Dao Gates people laughed loudly. They never expected Hao to enter that place. The others revealed looks of shock. One had to understand that Phantom Drake Dao Gates' exceptional talent was inside. Already ignited his divine flame 3 or 4 months ago, undergoing a complete transformation, successfully becoming a deity. What rich heaven and earth spiritual essence! Hao took a deep breath. He gazed into the distance, discovering that there was auspicious multicolored light surging in the distance. The spiritual essence became even richer. He walked forward, and in the end, he saw a stone cliff that was luminous like jade, sparkling with brilliance. Meanwhile, below the mountain was a spring that surged with auspicious radiance, continuously releasing divine multicolored light and mists. A divine spring! Hao was pleasantly surprised. Who is this? Get lost? My clan's great one is in isolation and cannot be disturbed. Disgraceful clown, leave! In the mountain region, more than 10 figures appeared in succession. They were all experts that advanced from supreme experts to the divine flame realm. They were guarding this place, not allowing others to get closer. Hao didn't pay them any attention, instead staring at that divine spring. He saw a flood dragon that rose and fell there, its entire body resplendent as if it was carved from jade. In the outside world, everyone saw this scene as well. Phantom Drake Dao Gates people revealed looks of surprise. He actually walked over here himself, closing in on their exceptional expert's place of isolation. Hee hee. Haha. They couldn't help but roar with laughter. This was simply following the path to his own doom. With his current situation, about to be burned to ashes, his body dried up and withered, lacking vital energy. How was he going to contend against their Phantom Drake clan's exceptional talent who had already become a deity? As such, the entire clan was roaring with laughter, feeling incomparably joyous. This truly is a compensation, letting my clan's exceptional talent personally kill this sinner's blood descendant. Seizing an explanation for the humiliation we experienced in spirit realm, someone said through clenched teeth. There were quite a few people from other great sects who sighed inwardly. How unlucky was Huang. His body was seriously injured, about to be burned to death, yet he encountered such a terrifying stubble as soon as he entered a small world. On the mountain region, Xianxia opened his cracked lips, doing everything he could to swallow. Unfortunately, his mouth was too dry with no saliva to swallow. Otherwise, right now, his saliva would have long flowed outwards. He stared at that divine spring's flood dragon, his eyes becoming resplendent. In the outside world, a group of people were stunned, feeling speechless. One has to understand that within the divine spring was an exceptional talent that was too well known, his name shaking many provinces. This individual had now already become a deity. Phantom Drake Dao Gates people were beyond mad. Xianxia's appearance was truly like a reincarnated starving ghost that suddenly saw a sumptuous feast. They were indignant. This fellow was injured to the point of falling already. Yet he looked like he wanted to eat their clan's exceptional talent. This made them furious, feeling that this was shameful and hateful, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. When Phantom Drake Dao Gates' exceptional talent, Yao Yi, saw a black, skin and bones humanoid figure walk over, his pupils released brilliance. Leave. You are pretty much black charcoal, all skin and bone, unable to even get anything down your throat. From the side, a divine flame realm creature shouted. These were all Phantom Drake Dao Gates people. They were chasing Xianxia out, not allowing him to get closer, their faces full of disgust. In their opinion, this was definitely someone who failed, damaging their own Dao foundation while igniting a divine flame, and as a result having the flesh withered to this state. What was shocking was that this person didn't stop at all, his mouth instead cracking a smile, blossoming like a flower. Of course, this was a dry and scorched flower. His face was pitch black, dried out. Only his teeth were still snow white. Now that he was smiling like this towards everyone, especially with how he was looking at Yao Yi, that type of look made one shiver inwardly. Those really were eyes of devotion. Forget about those present. Even those cultivators in the outside world were speechless, feeling a chill run through their bodies, strange thoughts emerging in their minds. This dying weirdo, could it be that he likes men? By the divine spring, the faces of these individuals who became deities not too long ago darkened. They loudly berated and also took action. One of them roared, releasing an expanse of scarlet multicolored light, forming a divine sword and hacking it down on Xianxia. Dang! However, this entirely scorched black, skin and bones person only lightly raised his hand, and this scarlet blade was stopped, moreover held between his fingers. This was a precious sword grinded from a beast's tooth. It was incomparably hard, or else how could it become a divine magical artifact? However, that person didn't use any secret methods, and with just a jiebeng sound, it broke apart. The group of people were shocked, all of their expressions changing. You? Who are you? They found it difficult to calm down. All of them immediately became vigilant, treating this charred black individual seriously, as if they encountered someone who had passed a terrifying trial of flames. You all are Phantom Drake Dao Gates people. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, looking at the insignia on their sleeves, immediately recognizing it. It was because in spirit realm he had killed quite a few people from this sect. The faces of those present became serious one after another as they stared at this charcoal-like male, none of them daring to underestimate him. "Friend, who are you? What do you wish to do?" Yao Yi spoke. Below the stone cliff, within a spring that was sparkling and translucent like fine jade, flowing with brilliant colors, Yao Yi stood within, the enormous flood dragon body coiling there. His entire body released holy splendor, exuding a shocking wave of life force. After becoming a deity, his blood energy surged like a sea, becoming who knew how many times more powerful than in the past. "I am the one you all are currently looking for," Shi Hao replied. The teeth below his black lips seemed even more white. Yao Yi seemed to have sensed something. His mind was shaken, and then he brought out a bone mirror, shining it towards Shi Hao. In that instant, holy radiance surged from his forehead, and a symbol engraved itself in the void. "It's you." Following a huala sound, water splashed everywhere. Yao Yi rushed out from the spring, his eyes cold. He immediately knew who it was. Those in the surroundings were shocked as well. When they saw his forehead surge with holy radiance, they immediately understood his identity. Sinner's blood descendant. A filthy, depraved clan who has sinner's blood flowing through him. Yet his blood is so strong. These people's expression were unkind, to the extent where it could be said to be filled with disgust and hatred as they looked at Shi Hao. Their eyes were full of cold intent, as if they were looking at an inferior individual guilty with sin. "All of your mouths are lacking beatings," Shi Hao said coldly. His figure swayed, leaving behind a streak of afterimages in his original spot, vanishing. Then, in another spot, two divine flame realm experts who had spoken out in hostility against the sinner's bloodline cried out in alarm, doing everything they could to defend themselves. Unfortunately, their reactions weren't fast enough, or it could be said that their speeds were a bit too slow. Pa! Both individuals were struck. The left cheek of one of them split apart, a mouthful of teeth flying out. The other person's lower jaw split apart, his mouth similarly bursting open. They took a strike to their mouth each, an extremely sturdy strike. Their faces were struck until they broke, and their bodies spun about 3 times before stopping. Their primordial spirits were shaken, appearing a bit dumbstruck. One has to understand that they had already become deities, yet they still received this type of blow. They were completely powerless, unable to do anything. Forget about those here, even in the outside world, the cultivators from various sects who saw this scene were shocked, especially Phantom Drake Dao Gate's older generation figures, their faces as ugly could get. Just now, they were still roaring with laughter, saying how they were lucky, how they were getting compensation for everything they suffered. The sinner's blood descendant was delivering himself up to be killed by their people. In the end, this type of thing happened. Those 2 slaps felt as if they landed on their own faces, making a group of people feel a scorching heat. "It's you? The one that killed my sect's heavenly deity in spirit realm?" Beside Yao Yi, a young woman's face fell ashen. Her hair flew about, eyes surging with flames, full of bitter resentment and hatred as she stared at Shi Hao. How did you find out?" "Based on normal reasoning at that time, we were all undergoing the trial, so no one should have told them." Shi Hao's eyes were brilliant. Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Fire Cloud Cavern, Heavenly Country, Underworld Earth, these great powers would normally span several provinces, sending their disciples in through different regions to participate. At that time, exceptional talent Yao Yi and these people weren't in Xin province, so there was no way for them to find out about this. In the outside world, a few ancestral elders from Phantom Drake Dao Gate's faces became unpleasant. There were strange looks cast in their direction from all sects. It was clear that this sect violated the regulations. When a few of their powerful descendants were being sent into the uninhabited region and about to enter the immortal Dao flower bud, the sect used a forbidden method to secretly communicate with them. "You killed my sect's heavenly deity Yun Meng. This debt has to be repaid in full," someone said coldly. Not everyone around that divine spring received this information. Only the most important disciples knew about it, so when the others heard this, they all turned pale with fright. Even one of their sect's heavenly deities fell. This was an unimaginably great disaster. You wretched ghost, filthy blooded scum is just waiting for destruction. It was still that woman that was crying there. The heavenly deity that died clearly had some type of intimate relationship with her. Not understanding what words to speak will get you killed, Xianxia said softly. Immediately afterwards, he moved again, turning into a streak of dark light. Like a ghost, he drifted over, taking action against that girl. Your blood is dark, descendant of prisoners. Just die. That girl seemed to have gone crazy, opening a bone umbrella and releasing white light to suppress Xianxia. Heaven-gathering umbrella, this was an extremely well-known precious artifact. The one in her hand was refined from divine bones. When the umbrella's face was opened up, it was as if the heavens were crushing down. Symbols covered it densely, as if it was a sky filled with endless stars. As for the umbrella's frame, it was like a pillar that supported the heavens, carrying a heavy aura as it descended. Its power was ferocious. Chi. However, what was shocking was that with a move of Xianxia's palm, the umbrella rod snapped, hacked apart. Then, with an exertion of force, the starry sky collapsed, the umbrella's face splitting apart. Pong! Xianxia's foot moved, brandishing about, blasting the void until it even began to warp, as if it was going to shatter. One could imagine just how great the power was. Exceptional talent. Yao Yi turned into a streak of light. With a sweep of the flood dragon tail, it brought the girl away, avoiding this strike. Xianxia's kick didn't hit its target, but a loud hong still sounded in the void. In addition, there was a crazy wind that erupted, blowing the nearby people until their bodies swayed back and forth. How formidable! Everyone's hearts jumped violently. How could this individual who was burnt like charcoal and looked like his life force was weak possess such astonishing fighting prowess? Xianxia didn't pursue her. His figure flickered, appearing in that spring and sitting down, frantically devouring the divine force. His entire being immediately became resplendent. This type of scene shocked everyone, because the fluctuations were too intense. Within the spring, the liquid was like a fine jade elixir, viscous and sparkling as it wrapped around him. The most basic and pure divine essence surged into his body, surging like a raging inferno. Xianxia's shriveled figure immediately swelled a bit, as well as shedding a layer of old skin, revealing his true appearance. Stop him! Yao Yi took action, turning into human form, the first to move. He opened his mouth and roared, the draconic cry resounding through this place, as if volcanoes were erupting. Endless symbols erupted, submerging the area where Xianxia sat. Draconic cries shook the 9 heavens. This was a type of precious technique, the offensive power astonishing. One could clearly see that the cliff behind Xianxia silently collapsed, blasted to pieces. In addition, the stone mountains that were even further out completely exploded. This was the power of the dragon cry. However, Xianxia resisted it. Even though the other party was an exceptional talent that had become a deity, he could still fight against him. After a barrier of light was supported, the draconic cry's symbols that rippled over completely passed by his sides, not landing on his body. Shwa! A group of people rushed over, all of them producing secret methods, precious artifacts, and other things. Symbols shone resplendently, the light released like flames as they struck at their target. Xianxia disappeared from his original location. His speed was just too fast. When he appeared again, his palms and fingers shone, blasting a deity's body apart with a single fist, causing his body to explode on the spot. He was like a fiend as he weaved left and right, his movements unpredictable. During this process, his charred black skin continuously fell off, revealing the jade-like luster underneath. Poo-pew, sounds continuously rang out. 6 or 7 experts already collapsed on the ground, killed on the spot. Do you dare fight against me or not? I will remove your head, Yao Yi roared. If this continued, all those by his side were going to be killed. This made the look in his eyes become incomparably cruel. Why wouldn't I? Xianxia stopped. Even though his body was dried up, there were already great changes that took place. His true appearance was revealed. His skin was fair, and his face was delicate and pretty, albeit still a bit dry. His body, after being replenished, a few areas with severe injuries that still hadn't healed could be seen. There were even a few areas with holes. However, it was precisely within those 108 injuries where fiery light burned, holy flames pulsing, making his entire being appear divine and extraordinary. And he became a deity? Not only were the surrounding people shocked, even those of the outside world were startled. Everyone thought that he burnt his body bad, harming his divine foundation, but who would have imagined that he already became a deity? Those 108 holes, wounds, shone with divine radiance, nourishing his entire body. Reached the first step towards divinity, a bit different from what I had imagined. I need to carry out a further step of transformation. Xianxia said, his smile brilliant. There wasn't a single individual here whose expression didn't fall. He became a deity already, yet he was still saying that he had to undergo another transformation. What kind of path did he take exactly? Yao Yi. Kill him. Get revenge for our ancestral teacher. That girl released a shrill scream. Kill him. The others also roared loudly. They believed that Yao Yi was unrivaled because he was an exceptional talent, and it had been a few months since he became a deity. His divine flame was exuberant. Back then, his magical force was already at the peak of several provinces, and now it had become even more unfathomable. Meanwhile, the youth in front of his eyes clearly suffered serious injuries during the process of becoming a deity. His body even having holes burnt in it, his life aura weak, not powerful enough. Oh! A dragon cry roared outwards like a sea. Yao Yi took to the sky, slaughtering towards Xianxia. A decisive battle unfolded. Several dozen moves were exchanged. Symbols surged between the two, and bone texts interweaved. Draconic cries and tiger roars sounded unendingly, shaking this small world. Pooh! When Xianxia moved, he continued to take action against those around him. One of them couldn't avoid the attack and was thus killed. You dare? Descendant of a great vicious being with filthy blood. Cease your viciousness and hand over your life. Yao Yi roared outwards, pursuing Xianxia. However, his voice still came out late, and his movements were a step too slow. Xianxia took action again, arriving before that girl. His right hand moved out, hacking apart her arms that were trying to put up a defense. Then, with a light move of his arm, a head came off. Ah! That girl cried out loudly, fear and unwillingness now appearing within her bitter resentment. However, she still died. No! This battle shocked the outside world. The cultivators of all sects were watching, especially Phantom Drake Dao Gates people, whose faces were ashen, unable to accept this result. Earlier, they were still mocking Xianxia's failure to achieve divinity, how entering this small world was purely an act of courting death. When he didn't escape upon seeing their clan's exceptional talent, they felt that it was even more so an act of not knowing how high or low heaven and earth were. However, this type of result toppled all of their hopes, making every single person's body feel ice cold. Phantom Dragon imprisoned the heavens. In that battlefield, all experts that had achieved divinity fell, killed by Xianxia. Yao Yi was the only one left. He turned into a flood dragon using his original body to fight. Following his great shout, a dragon tendon-like beam of light shot out, covered with symbols. It was like a chain as it wrapped around Xianxia. This was his innate precious technique, the reason why he was known as an exceptional talent. His flood dragon tendon possessed innate symbols, producing the heaven-imprisoning precious technique. When this divine chain flood dragon tendon appeared, it was as fast as lightning, instantly closing in on Xianxia. Xianxia slightly shifted to the side, avoiding the attack. The mountain next to him was directly blasted apart by the symbol divine chain. Then it flew over again, chasing after Xianxia, not knowing when to advance or retreat. In that case, I can only kill you, Xianxia said. The 108 injuries on his body were like 108 little suns that shone with incomparable brilliance. They all lit up, and his aura erupted as well. This was a divine-level power. Xianxia formed an imprint, fighting intensely against Yao Yi. His arms continuously struck out, landing on that flood dragon tendon symbol chain. Kung Chong sounds rang through the air, sparks flew in all directions. This made everyone's expressions change. That was the most powerful precious technique of an exceptional talent. Yet he dared to face it head on like this, using his bare hands to deal with it. The two moved quickly, continuously changing locations, fast to the extreme as their battle moved from one mountain to another. During this process, mountains continuously exploded. Lowly species with blood tainted with darkness, full of sin, except death. Yaoi roared. Draconic cries moved heaven and earth. It swooped down, its entire body shining. Several precious techniques appeared at the same time, and the most important thing was that its innate divine ability was activated to the extreme. That flood dragon divine chain turned into a streak of light. It finally wrapped around Sure Hao, about to forcibly bind him until he broke into several pieces. Hong! Wings that reached the heavens appeared. Golden light surged, the feathers carrying spots of black colors. An enormous pair of feathered wings emerged on Sure Hao's back, and with a fierce movement, those divine chains were broken. Ah! Yaoi roared outwards, his mouth coughing out blood. He suffered the most severe injury, because his innate precious technique was broken. A wave of power bashed at his body. On Sure Hao's body, those symbol divine chains broke apart inch by inch. I also became a deity. You are not my opponent. Sure Hao only spoke this sentence, de-emphasizing the situation, his voice carrying contempt. There wasn't much else that he wanted to say. Yaoi was unwilling to accept this result. His entire body burned. He wanted to rush into the heavens, but he couldn't free himself from this type of imprisonment, frozen in place by the Kuan Peng domain. Pooh! The divine wings hacked over, the entire small world becoming snow-white and brilliant. That type of radiance became the only thing visible between heaven and earth. The Kuan Peng wings hacked down on Yao Yi's head. Blood splashed high into the sky. No! Ah! In the outside world, Phantom Drake Dao Gates people cried out, and a few of their faces even became miserably pale, about to faint. Sure Hao was the only one standing in the mountain region. Behind him, an enormous pair of golden wings moved about. It was adorned with some pitch-black patterns, like clouds that covered the skies. On the ground laid a group of corpses, full of blood. The one in the lead was an enormous flood dragon, its head on the ground, the space between its brows split apart, primordial spirit wiped out. This scene left everyone shocked. Sure Hao was like a demonic mountain, towering there. Everything around him was silent. A single youth stood on this place mottled with blood. This was an extremely terrifying scene. Phantom Drake Dao Gates people were completely wiped out, with Sure Hao being the only one left. He was like a devil king that had descended into this world. This is the Kuan Peng technique all of you wanted. Sure Hao stared at the void, revealing a smile. His face was delicate and pretty, extremely brilliant, but no one dared to look down on him. This type of military success, who would treat him like a naive youth now? How could it be like this? Phantom Drake Dao Gates people were about to go crazy. This result made their blood rush with fury. They couldn't accept this result, all of their eyes becoming suffused with redness. The exceptional talent of a clan fell just like that. Without a doubt, Yao Yi was an outstanding member of their sect, one that was destined for greatness, an individual who would release the most brilliant fiery light. As an exceptional talent, he would shine for tens of thousands of years to come. In the end, as soon as he became a deity, he was killed. It was done so mercilessly. Those divine wings moved over, and then his head tumbled onto the ground, the striking blood piercing the eyes of everyone from that clan. My body was withered, lacking vitality, and now I even killed a flood dragon. I have to properly recuperate now. With a putong sound, Sure Hao threw himself into that spring. The viscous liquid was like sweet dew, extremely fragrant. He sat down, starting to refine the precious liquid, replenishing his body's needs. This spring was extremely pure and holy, light mist pervading the air and shining resplendently. It was a precious place within this small world. It was precisely this place Yao Yi used to become a deity, obtaining great natural luck. How unfortunate. There's not much precious liquid left. Shihao sighed. However, for him this was more or less enough. His entire body shone, the divine matter continuously pouring into his body. On the bluestone path, he had been burned by Tao flames. His blood vessels, flesh, and bones had all received intense damage. His injuries weren't light. However, this was precisely what allowed him to ignite 108 spheres of light around his body. He could now be considered to be a deity as well, his combat strength now advancing by leaps and bounds. However, he still hadn't reached the end of this path. He still needed to continue. This was just a temporary period of rest, allowing his body to recover. Otherwise, if he continued like this, his foundational energy would be completely exhausted. If that happened, then there was a danger of him dying from exhaustion. One day and night later, the brilliant mists completely surged, surrounding this place. Shihao's process of divinity's exhaustion was tremendous, and as such, this entire pool of precious liquid's divine essence was absorbed, causing this place to undulate intensely with energy. At this time, his body swelled, becoming full, no longer appearing dry and withered. There was no longer any black scorchedness, his skin white and translucent like fine jade. His hair regrew as well, hanging to his waist, pitch black and thick. His entire body exuded life force, flourishing with vitality. The wounds on his body had already closed, but the 108 Tao lights could still be seen, shining through his flesh brilliantly. These injuries weren't life-threatening, but he needed some time to recover from them. After all, they were all burned by 108 different types of flames, so now, there was still some remaining power that was surging. This spring was the accumulation of endless years. It had just accumulated this pool of precious liquid, but Phantom Drake Tao Gates people used up a lot, and the remaining amount was completely refined by Shihao. Thus, it became close to completely dried up. Shihao walked out from the precious pool and carried that flood dragon over. He began to skin it, his movements skilled and practiced. What left him regretful was that the dragon tendon had long broken, its symbols wiped out. How did Six Crown King do it, gathering their primordial symbol bones and other things? Shihao said to himself. Yao Yi's innate precious technique no longer existed in this world. It was destroyed along with the destruction of the flood dragon tendon. He couldn't obtain it. However, he didn't think too much about it. Even though that was the precious technique of an exceptional talent, it couldn't compare to his. He would only be biting off more than he could chew, so that was why he decided not to think about it any longer. I've been too tired recently. I should take some time to recover my body. Shihao smiled extremely happily. He found a clear spring, washed the flood dragon carcass, and then the broken flood dragon tendon pieces, as well as the sparkling flood dragon heart and other parts were placed into a purple bone cauldron to be stewed. In the outside world, everyone became speechless. When Phantom Drake Tao Gates people saw this scene, everything before their eyes darkened. Their lungs about to explode from anger, simply about to faint. That evildoer, actually daring to do this. Not even the sex heavenly deities could take it. Their hair standing up in anger. They truly wanted to fly into Immortal Ancient and turn Shihao into a bloody paste with a single slap. None of them were able to restrain their anger. This was the exceptional talent of a clan. Normally speaking, they wouldn't die in battle and would be protected by the entire clan, let alone be eaten by another. This scene before them was truly a type of humiliation. Phantom Drake Tao Gate, an inheritance that had an illustrious name and overlooked a part of the higher realms. Right now, felt as if they were having their faces slapped again and again, clear and resounding, struck until they saw stars. Their exceptional talent actually became rations for another. This was too difficult to imagine. How could it be endured? It's about done. It's piping hot. How fragrant. Within the thousand world, a youth was watching a bone cauldron while gulping down his saliva. An entire flood dragon was chopped up and thrown into the sparkling cauldron. Spiritual spring was added, and Tao flame was stirred on, continuously stewing it. As time went on, The flood dragon meat in the cauldron became sparkling, the flesh already stewed soft, becoming fully cooked. The soup was pure white like sweet dew, releasing a delicious fragrance. Fortunately, his cultivation was profound enough, his Tao flame outstanding, or else he wouldn't have been able to cook this properly. Dragon meat in heaven, donkey meat on earth, this thing is a flood dragon, which can be considered a small dragon. Its taste will definitely be quite good. Sure how saliva was about to drool out. He brought out several bottles of old wine from his heaven and earth pouch, starting to gorge himself on this meal. In the outside world, Phantom Drake Dao Gates people were about to die from anger. They had never encountered this type of enemy before. It made them vomit blood, truly wishing to trample him to death with a single stomp. Even the people of other sects looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. During the past 9 months, they had seen too many young, exceptional talents, yet they never met one so savage. After killing his opponent, he even ate it. This fellow looked quite well-mannered and elegant, yet in the end, he didn't seem to follow natural common sense at all. Phantom Drake Dao Gates' true deities roared out angrily, truly unable to stand this. However, they couldn't stop themselves from looking at this scene, and as a result, they were all so angry their stomachs, livers, and lungs were in pain, all 7 orifices spouting smoke. Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley, Underworld Earth, and demonic sunflower gardens cultivators wiped at their sweat, inwardly feeling relieved that their sex disciples didn't encounter this fella. However, good things didn't last forget. That devil king like youth ate the flood dragon meat while spitting out bones. He pointed at a corpse on the ground and said, "You should get up. I know you aren't dead and purposely left you with your life. I have something to ask you. Where is Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley, and the others? I feel like a single flood dragon isn't enough to eat." The creature that was laying on the ground was so scared it began to shake uncontrollably, and the cultivators of those 2 inheritances in the outside world trembled as well, their expressions changing greatly. A flood dragon wasn't enough? How big is your appetite? I don't know. The divine flame realm expert felt its body cramping up as he looked at this monster. He was trembling with fear, truly scared badly. What kind of joke was this? Even the clan's exceptional talent was cooked and eaten. Even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. Hurry up and tell me, or else I'm going to eat you too. Sure how threatened. In the outside world, Fire Cloud Cavern, Luofu True Valley's people were beyond angry, but at the same time they felt extremely worried, truly fearing that the flood dragon would confess everything, bringing a great disaster onto their disciples. It was because this fellow was too savage, even eating Yao Yi. Who wouldn't feel worried for their disciples? I really don't know. That flood dragon was about to fall weak onto the ground. It didn't know these details, and it really was scared that Sure How would cook him. Sure How gorged himself on the food. At first, he spat out a few flood dragon bones, but in the end, he crushed all of them in his teeth, creating jie bung sounds, frightening this Phantom Drake Dao Gate creature until his face turned green. Was this the legendary eating people without spitting out their bones? He ended up running into this today. In reality, as an exceptional talent, Yao Yi's flood dragon tendons and bones all contained the most basic divine essence. For Sure How, who currently had a few injuries, it was a great mending food. That was why he didn't spit them out. An hour later, the entire flood dragon was eaten by him, and even the soup was completely drank. He then sat on the ground, his entire body shining, refining the precious flesh medicine, replenishing his body, wishing to quickly heal those injuries so that he could continue his cultivation. His entire body surged with spiritual essence, every inch of his skin releasing multicolored light, mending his injured body. He was wrapped around by a layer of light, appearing extremely divine. Only after most of the day had passed did he open his eyes. That Flood Dragon Clan expert didn't dare move this entire time, standing there this entire time without running. Seeing how you are still of the honest sort, I'll give you another chance. If you know where Heavenly Country, Underworld Earth, Demonic Sunflower Garden, Beast Sea, Celestial Clan, or the other inheritance's disciples are, bring me there, and then I can consider leaving you with a path of life. In the outside world, the cultivators of the great sects that were mentioned all felt their minds tremble. This fella was extremely dangerous. Whichever sect he ended up targeting, it would most likely end in disaster for them. Unless it was the most powerful exceptional talents or ancient freaks, there was no way an ordinary person was his opponent. I seem to have seen Underworld Earth's people. They entered a small world full of vitality. Phantom Drake Dao Gates' disciple spoke while stammering. Woo, not bad. Lead the way. Sure how nodded. In the outside world, Underworld Earth's people's faces became unpleasant. Not only did they feel hatred towards Sure How, they even more so looked towards Phantom Drake Dao Gates' people, their expressions unkind. This evil monster. Phantom Drake Dao Gates' people were furious, feeling extremely uneasy. Come look here. Someone pointed at a monument, telling everyone to look at that savage youth. This? A group of people wiped their sweat. This fella truly was incurable, savage to no end. He used a technique to shrink the flood dragon corpses on the ground to 1/2 meter in length, brought out a flood dragon tendon, and then strung them all up. The dozen or so 1/2 meter long flood dragons shone with divine splendor. They were strung up and then hung from his body. This type of scene was indescribably strange. Angering me to death, a heavenly deity from Phantom Drake Dao Gate cried out loudly, his chest filled with resentment. Everything before his eyes turned dark, and his body swayed. This was a small world filled with vitality, the mountain peaks beautiful and plant life shining. Clouds of multicolored light surged, spiritual essence filling this place. From time to time, spiritual medicines, strange fruits, and other things could be seen. Sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Are you sure that Underworld Earth's disciples entered here? Don't they like lifeless places? Sure How asked. They are reborn from death, corpses that irradiate vitality, developing spiritual intelligence. So they like things that are full of life the most. This place is full of medicines, so they might very well be searching for holy medicines, divine medicines, and other things. Phantom Drake Dao Gates' disciple explained. In the outside world, Underworld Earth's people's faces looked more and more unpleasant. I really am looking forward to it. I've eaten almost everything, just not ghosts. This time, I definitely have to give it a try. Sure How had a hopeful look on his face. Phantom Drake Dao Gates' disciple immediately staggered, almost falling flat on the ground from shock. The people of those sects in the outside world all became stupefied, their expressions petrified. As for Underworld Earth's people, all of their faces were dark. Many of them were furious. The little world, even though it wasn't vast, it was still several tens of thousands of li. Even after wandering about for 2 days, he didn't see Underworld Earth's people, but he picked a pile of precious medicines. Meanwhile, during this period, his injuries also improved a step further, his body gradually recovering. On the 3rd day, in the distance, black mists overflowed into the heavens, and there was fiery light as well. One could vaguely hear the cry of a phoenix. It's Underworld Earth's people, Phantom Drake Dao Gates' disciple said, sure that the black mist was underworld energy. Sure How brought him with him, urged lightning, and then immediately moved through the air. Soon after, they reached their destination, discovering that people who should belong to Underworld clan were chasing a girl. And he seemed to have recognized that girl. That girl wore scarlet battle clothes, her figure tall and her legs long. Her waist was small, her chest full. Her neck was snow white, and she had a beautiful face, to the point where it could be said to be moving. She was currently fighting while running. Sure How recognized this person. He had met her before in the lower realm, interacting with her before. They could be considered old acquaintances. She was Hong Huang, someone who had previously entered the lower realm with Lan Yu, Shui Yu, Ying, and a few other beauties, all noble ladies of the higher realms. Her relationship with Sure How wasn't bad. Soon after, Hong Huang's impressive and sexy body rushed over. The moment she saw Sure How, she was first stupefied, and then her face went pale, screaming, "Ghost!" Sure How immediately felt regret. His figure moved, arriving before her. I'm seeing a ghost. Something's wrong with my eyes. Why am I seeing a dead person? Right? You became a member of Underworld clan as well. A living corpse. Hong Huang screamed. Girl, what you screaming noisily for? Have you ever seen such a handsome ghost? Come. Feel my warmth and manliness. Sure Hao laughed, pulling over her pure white arm and placing it against his body. Hong Huang was shocked. The other party was too fast, like lightning. She unexpectedly couldn't escape. She cried out with shock. You damn beast! Dare to take advantage of me? It's you who is taking advantage of me, okay? You are the one touching me. Look, this is me taking advantage of you. Sure Hao demonstrated, his arm supporting her sparkling white chin, and then his other hand rested on her shoulder as he said with a smile. You are. Sure Hao, you are still alive. At this moment, Hong Huang carefully sensed it, and after determining that there was no mistaking this aura, she was immediately stupefied, forgetting that her sparkling white chin was being supported. Heavens, you are still alive. Everyone thought that you had died, and even the sect masters of the higher realms believed this. You actually jumped out again. Hong Huang jumped and cried out, her beautiful face full of agitation. She now encountered someone that she had thought to be dead for many years, making it hard for her mind to calm down. The ones chasing you are Underworld clans people? Sure Hao asked. Right, they are too hateful. They seized a stalk of holy medicine from me, and are still pursuing me. Hong Huang was resentful. This is perfect. I was just looking for them. In a bit, I'll invite you to eat some ghosts. Sure Hao smiled. What? Eat ghosts? Are you a person or a ghost? Hong Huang's beautiful eyes widened, her impressive chest rising and falling as she looked at the youth in front of her. Of course I'm a person. I am saying that I'll roast some ghosts, right? Are there any who aren't humans among them? Sure Hao asked. There are. Hong Huang felt dizzy. She was first chased and then she saw a living ghost and now she was hearing him speak nonsense. She really did feel a bit of a headache. Then there's no problem. In a bit I'll fry it in oil, broil, roast and steam those things. We can have a taste of what ghosts taste like. Sure Hao said. Hong Huang's eyes blinked, using her hands to hold her chest. She finally understood a few things. As she looked at his back, her heart rose and fell greatly. She unexpectedly ran into him here, yet he was still just as savage as before, going to eat ghosts. However, she also felt relieved, feeling that when she was standing behind Sure Hao's back, she didn't have anything to be scared of anymore. It was because this youth had a type of unmatched self-confidence. Not far out, black mist surged. A few creatures quickly approached, surrounding this place. They had already discovered Sure Hao a long time ago, but they didn't end up directly taking action, instead surrounding him and waiting for the other Underworld clansmen to catch up. Hurry up and take action already. So many of them came. Underworld clan lacks so many things, just not corpses. So we should take advantage of this and break out. Hong Huang said softly. She still felt lingering fears. This was a group of creatures with heavy yin energy. All of them were cold and exuding chilliness, lacking yang energy and warmth. They were like dead remains that had been dug up from the ground. Among them, there were humanoids, divine birds, roaming beasts, and even cuttlefish from the sea and other types of creatures. Sure Hao wasn't worried, instead smiling, because the ones in the lead, aside from a few humanoid creatures, were all different types of creatures. They were all unordinary. There was a large black tortoise in this group that was the size of a small mountain. Its shell carried golden patterns, on its head a pair of horns. It had already become a deity for more than a few months. There was also a massive ocean beast that was also like a small mountain. It looked like an eel, yet it had an enormous clamshell. It looked coldly in this direction. The ones in the lead were all enormous beasts, standing there like mountains as they overlooked Sure Hao and Hong Huang. You, get lost. On the other side, among the most powerful Underworld clan leaders, a humanoid creature pointed at Sure Hao, telling him to get away from Hong Huang. Black-colored yin energy roiled heavily there. Sure Hao gave him a glance and said, Get lost? Why don't you demonstrate it for me? I originally still wanted to let you live a bit longer, but now you should just die first. That humanoid creature brandished his hand, immediately causing underworld mists to spread outwards. An underworld clan expert that had just become a deity took action. A cuttlefish that carried a decaying aura brandished its 8 tentacles. Like enormous hammers, they smashed downwards with the power to destroy mountain peaks, lashing out at Hao. Dong! The ground immediately began to tremble, shaking along with its attack. Careful! That cuttlefish is extremely formidable, not much weaker than those leaders. Hong Huang warned from the back, her expression serious. After being separated for so many years, she didn't know how strong Hao was now. However, as soon as her words came out, everything became still, freezing in place. Kacha! Hao stood where he was, his entire body shining. Lightning radiance flowed out like rivers, surging from his pores and shining with incomparable brilliance. They all landed on that cuttlefish's body. This was especially the case with one streak of lighting, which turned into a sharp spear. Golden light shone resplendently as it condensed. It flew through the air and hacked into the cuttlefish's body, penetrating through its primordial spirit. It immediately became still, then exploded, collapsing on the ground and splitting the great earth under its weight. Large amounts of smoke and dust rushed into the air. This place became quiet. The leading creatures were shocked, especially that humanoid creature whose eyes became cold. He opened his mouth, spitting out a bone banner. "Friend, we came from Underworld Clan." That humanoid creature's tone became clearly softer. He was now a bit worried. However, before his words finished, he was interrupted by Hao. "What do you amount to? Looks like a human but not a human. Like a ghost but not a ghost. You all even dare to call me a friend. Didn't you tell him to get lost just now? Why is your face changing now?" Hong Huang mocked from the rear. She was inwardly shaken. Hao only released a single strike, yet he eliminated a powerful expert. He was now even more savage than before. "Showing you politeness is a mutual show of face. Do not cross the line." The humanoid creature spoke, his eyes cold. "Underworld Clan is talking about face with me? You were joking, right?" Hao said. With a chong sound, a precious sword appeared in his hands that curled with lightning and shone with great brilliance. It was condensed from lightning. "Kill him," the humanoid creature spoke. He felt quite some restraining fear towards Hao because the other party grasped lightning. For Underworld Clan, it was a natural counter. Immediately, more than 10 underworld beings stepped out, taking action within. Black mists curled about, underworld energy roiled. This world seemed to be dyed in ink, and it became incomparably chilly as well. Even though they became deities, there was still energy that wouldn't disperse. In addition, there were underworld flames that pulsated about every single one of them. This type of dark flame mutually revolved between cold and heat, not like a normal flame. Sometimes it could freeze over a great earth, an extremely sinister type of fire. "Kill!" Over 10 people took action, rushing over with great speed. Hao released a roar. Around him, lightning radiance interweaved, shining resplendently like a sun. This was, without a doubt, the Lightning Emperor's precious technique, full of yang might and tyrannical, perfect for suppressing ghost matter full of energy. Ka! Almost in a split second, the lightning he released killed 7 or 8 underworld beings that rushed over, turning them into charred coke. This was simply a massacre. After Hao became a deity, his fighting strength and other aspects all advanced. The power of his lightning precious technique naturally shot up as well, becoming more overbearing than before. It was now like heavenly judgment. Show! At the same time, Hao shot out like a feathered arrow, his speed just too fast, pressing towards that humanoid creature. With a flash of the lightning sword, it pierced through the underworld light, protecting his body. Dang! The bone banner rose, releasing bitter baleful energy. All types of ghost creatures bared their fangs and brandished their claws over, as if it had devoured over 10 million souls. They now rushed towards Hao. This underworld clan's leader was not ordinary. far more powerful than an ordinary supreme expert. He activated this precious artifact to face Shihao. Hong, where Shihao stood, lightning poured down like a waterfall, extending in all directions, immediately blasting apart all of the Yin spirits that rushed over. Jie Bang. The bone banner cracked apart, snapped between Shihao's fingers. Precious techniques interweaved, underworld mist surged. This humanoid creature put up a fierce struggle, using all of his secret techniques, roaring out loudly. He held on for 44 attacks, but in the end, his head was hacked off by a streak of resplendent sword radiance, falling onto the ground, separating from his body. This individual really was the expert of an area. Cultivators who could receive more than 10 moves from Shihao without dying truly weren't that many in number. Within the head that tumbled out, an underworld flame throbbed. He was full of shock as well as fear. You are a humanoid, so keeping you alive is pointless, Shihao said. Then, with a trample downwards, a ka-cha sounded. The skull split apart, and the underworld divine light was completely extinguished, truly ending his life. All of this took place in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. The surrounding people couldn't help even if they wanted to. What happened? From the rear, a figure hurried over while leading an underworld three-headed hound. Why is that girl not dead yet? There's another human now? Kill them both. We cannot let them leak out any information. This underworld individual wore blood-colored armor and carried deathly energy. His pupils were silvery white. In addition, the three-headed hound he led was enormous, exuding a rotting aura. His three heads were all extremely sinister. Great One Qibing, this person is extremely formidable. We are no match. Underworld clans people bowed respectfully. Even that enormous turtle and ocean beast were no exceptions. I've already decided to blacklist everyone from Underworld clan. Obtaining life after death, but there is still a decaying aura. Really spoils one's appetite, Shihao said. Even someone with as daring as him, known to dare eat anything, right now still held his nose, feeling like it was a bit unbearable. When he thought about roasting or steaming this type of ghost creature, he felt a bit like vomiting. In the rear, when Hong Huang heard this, she released a hidden giggle. Wang, that underworld three-headed hound roared, its three heads releasing different colored radiance. It rushed at Shihao, crossing several tens of zhang with a single leap, pouncing down towards Shihao from the air. A dog reflects its owner. Kill! Shihao released a low shout. A foot kicked outwards, erupting with Kuan-Peng strength. With a Hong sound, this underworld hound that had just turned into a deity exploded. This scene left all underworld beings in shock. On the other side, the eyes of that male who wore blood-colored armor became cold. Careful. That's someone under Dark Divine Child. Quite formidable. Hong Huang said. Never heard of this Dark Divine Child. Is he stronger than Underworld Child? But even he was killed by me, Shihao said. What? You are Huang. Everyone here became shocked. Underworld clan's exceptional talent was killed in Origin Sky Secret Realm, something everyone from this clan knew. Underworld Earth is boundless, filled with endless corpses. Rumor has it that there are a few that were buried since the opening of the world. Dark Divine Child was one of these. An extremely terrifying person, Hong Huang explained, telling him that that person was definitely much stronger than Underworld Child. If he really comes, I'll kill him just like everyone else, Shihao said. Too arrogant. Once Lord Dark Divine Child descends, what would you amount to? You'll definitely be crushed to death. The one who wore blood-colored armor said, his eyes carrying a fanatical expression. Shihao unleashed a great slaughter, murdering these underworld beings until they were absolutely horrified. They weren't his match at all. Once lightning emerged, their underworld energy would be directly scattered, blasted until their bodies were completely charred black. For them, this was simply a heavenly calamity. It was because the Lightning Emperor's precious technique possessed boundless lightning might. Dao brother, please show us mercy. Our underworld clan is not willing to make you our enemy. The remaining people were truly scared bad, their hearts trembling greatly. After receiving life after death and developing a spiritual awareness, some of them began to treasure life even more. Lord Dark Divine Child will definitely personally descend to take all of your lives. The male that wore blood-colored clothes turned around to leave. He opened up a scroll, about to break through the sky and leave. This was something similar to a space-shattering symbol, able to move through the void, bringing him out from this place. Hong Sure how held a great halberd in his hands. Like a reincarnated great vicious beast, he rushed over while bringing with him heaven overflowing energy, immediately hacking apart the void. With a pu sound he was hacked through vertically, falling downwards. This was the void halberd, able to cut apart the void so it could naturally cut off his escape. Did you really think you could escape when I've already decided to kill you? This underworld being's life force was quite powerful. Before death, he used the bone mirror to shine it towards Sure Hao, reflecting his figure. With an incomparably weak voice, he said, I already engraved your soul, so Lord Dark Divine Child already knows about your existence. Sooner or later, he will look for you and extract your soul. That bone mirror became dim, turning into a streak of dark light before disappearing. What divine dark child? If he dares to come, then I'll suppress and kill him in one move. Sure Hao said. All of the underworld creatures were killed without any suspense. Hong Huang looked towards Sure Hao with a worried expression. Divine Dark Child is an ancient corpse that had existed since the opening of the world. He might be a creature from a previous era, planted in underworld Earth, later on developing a spiritual awareness after an entire generation. He is freakishly terrifying, rumored to have quite a few innate divine abilities. When Sure Hao heard this, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Based on what Hong Huang said, that divine dark child's flesh was unbreakable like diamond, existing with the world. After awakening, it possessed innate divine abilities, all originating from the flesh itself. In that case, in the previous era, he possessed tremendous skill. Even though he died, his flesh still had a type of instinctive power, able to display the divine abilities it previously had. Sure Hao frowned. His top priority was increasing his strength. As long as he reached the perfect state, then even if the most dazzling figures from the past appeared, he still wouldn't be worried. Sure Hao looked around the battlefield. He stared at that enormous tortoise, as well as a divine bird. He was full of reluctance. This is but a creature that became a deity. Is it truly not edible? In the end, he tried roasting it, insisting on giving it a try, but giving up halfway in the end. It was because he smelled a bit of corpse stench. Hong Huang threw up. She continuously grumbled. Sure Hao's expression wasn't all that pleasant either. He looked to the void and said, Your underworld clan is so useless, can't even serve as food. Just a bunch of waste material. In the outside world, the crowd was petrified. Meanwhile, when Underworld Clan heard this, they felt as if their lungs were going to explode from anger. The cultivators of all sects, the experts from all sides all felt sweat running down their backs. This youngster was too much of a monster. Everyone couldn't help but look towards Underworld Clan. In the void suspended a bone mountain that curled with dark mists. Underworld Lord's complexion was pale white, as if it never received sunlight all year round. There was an abnormal sense of sinister beauty. However, his eyes were terrifying to the extreme. Underneath the bone mountain, all of Underworld Clan's people's faces became overcast. They stared at the youth displayed on that monument. Through his mouth's movements, they naturally knew what he was saying. Holy medicine! In the small world, Sure Hao was joyous. He swept through the battlefield, and then he couldn't help but notice Hong Huang's stalk of holy medicine, as well as 2 additional stalks. This truly left him unexpectedly happy. What did he lack the most right now? Obviously this type of natural treasure that contained divine matter. After acquiring the 3 stalks of holy medicines, the entire world became brilliant, shining with brilliance. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air. They contained rich foundational essence. Could it be that that place is an ancient medicinal field, And they wanted to kill us to keep this a secret? Hong Huang accepted the stalk of holy medicine Hao handed over to her, and then she muttered to herself, coming to this conclusion. We can go take a look. In Hao's hands, a dense mist of light spread. One stalk of scarlet red like red coral, overflowing with scarlet multicolored light. Each time he took a deep breath, his injuries would become a bit better. Only he didn't know the name of this medicine. There was another stalk of medicine that swirled with dark light. All of its leaves were in the shape of mastiffs, flickering in the wind, unexpectedly releasing waves of hound cries, producing a rather astonishing sight. This was a vine that was only half a meter long, but dark light flourished around it like a black sun. The medicinal fragrance was so rich it seemed like it wouldn't scatter. I never expected that even a hound leaf vine was able to become a holy medicine. Hao was quite shocked. He had seen this before in the lower realm, but back then, it was only a spiritual medicine. He felt like with these two medicines, if he ate one stalk, then his injuries would be able to heal, allowing him to go into isolation cultivation again. However, before leaving, he felt like he should first explore those ruins with Hong Huang, see if there really was an ancient medicinal field. The moon was round in the night sky, the shadows of trees swaying about. This was an expanse of ruins, however. There weren't any buildings, only some rubble and a few enormous trees. They appeared rather sinister under the blood-colored moonlight. Immortal ancient world didn't have a silver moon, but rather a blood moon. It made this place seem extremely dismal and bleak. Someone had said that in the past, there was a battle so great that when immortal blood splashed outwards, it dyed the moonlight red. There really is something special about this place. Hong Huang stared forward. At the heart of the ruins, strands of immortal light surged one after another, illuminating this heaven and earth with illusory radiance. One could vaguely even hear a singing voice. And what is that? Hao was shocked, unexpectedly seeing a strange sight. There was a pure white turtle that carried a beautiful, perfect white-clothed woman, moving about in the ruins. There was also a rich medicinal fragrance pervading the air. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Hao or Hong Huang, they were both shocked. It was as if they grew wings, filled with a feeling of ascension. What was that? Where did this woman and turtle come from? How could there be such a rich medicinal fragrance? Hao took a deep breath. His injuries seemed to have become a bit better. It was as if a wave of warmth entered his body, making him feel extremely comfortable, as if he was going to float into the air and ascend. Under the blood moon, the remains were cold and cheerless. However, the woman and turtle were too eye-catching, snow-white and sparkling. So small. What kind of race is this? Hong Huang cried out in amazement. That tortoise could still be considered normal. It was the size of a palm, snow-white and sparkling. Its tortoiseshell was covered in vein lines, as if it was produced from natural Tao laws. Meanwhile, the being on its back was also only palm-sized, fine and petite, sparkling with brilliance. The woman was extremely small, clad in white clothes. Silver hair covered her head, but she was clearly an adult because her body was undulating with curves. If she was enlarged, she would definitely be an exceptional beauty. A singing voice could be heard, seemingly sung by that woman. The voice was gentle and melodious, pleasant to the ear. It was like an immortal voice from the 9 heavens that sprinkled down into the hearts of man. Why is there medicinal fragrance around them? Hao said softly, his eyes flickering with radiance. Hong Huang frowned, and then she widened her beautiful eyes, becoming incredibly moved. Could this be the legendary unmatched divine precious medicine? She was extremely excited, her fine face becoming rosy due to the great emotions she was feeling. Her large eyes were brilliant as she grabbed Hao's hand, saying, "We're rich. We obtained a heaven-defying natural luck." The bone books had similar things recorded. There were some divine medicines which, when they were old enough, would develop intelligence, turning into various small creatures that could move through mountains and rivers. This was an unmatched great medicine that transcended holy medicines. Don't be so agitated and calm yourself down. Hao felt like something wasn't right, because he could vaguely sense a bit of enticement within that voice that drew one closer. Was this the manifestation of a stalk of medicine? He had seen the first spiritual root of the higher realms that was planted in the lower realms. That stalk had indeed formed a small figure, extremely mysterious, rumored to be something that had been brought out from the uninhabited region. Only, how could they discover something of the same level so easily? Sure, Hao wasn't too convinced. He widened his eyes, and then indistinct symbols appeared in his pupils. This was the initial step of the martial Dao heavenly eye, about to open. It greatly increased his sight prowess. In that instant what he saw changed. The snow-white tortoise and the moving, exquisite woman disappeared. Even the medicinal fragrance became a bit more faint. It shouldn't be fake. I remembered that there were people who dug up some records from immortal ancient ruins, stating that there was a stalk of medicine that could turn into a white tortoise and mysterious woman. Hong Huang said. She felt even happier and more excited. Sure Hao didn't reply, becoming a bit more serious. He then brought out the dual pupil to inspect it carefully. Sure enough, that woman and tortoise both disappeared. Then he walked around the ruins to observe this place. And there are great formations protecting this place. It can't be seen from other angles, a corner of it only visible here. Sure Hao frowned. Suddenly, he seized a bit of silver radiance under some plants that was releasing warm radiance. That was also the source of the sweet scent. Sure Hao looked pensively, the indistinct symbols in his pupils condensing, carefully observing that area. He also used the dual pupil to observe that place. It's this thing that is creating an illusion, drawing people to break the formation, a stalk of divine medicine. Sure Hao was sure that there was something good inside. That was a stalk of world-shocking precious medicine. However, it couldn't truly take form, only able to create this mirage. What are you talking about? Hong Huang was confused. Sure Hao spoke about what he saw, leaving her stunned. Her eyes were actually deceived. However, soon after, she became excited again, saying, "That might be the void sky divine vine. It was definitely a stalk of divine medicine." It was clearly recorded in bone books that it was known to be able to treat any types of injuries, no matter how severe they were, how close one was to death, and it could even advance one's Dao. At the same time, it could produce a scene of fantasy to tempt others into picking it. The reason its name carried the character void was precisely because of this. There was a sinister type of power. This stalk of divine medicine was comparable to Goddess Academy's tribulation crossing divine lotus, rarely seen in the world, precious enough to make heavenly deities go mad and sect masters to take great action. It could decide the fate of a sect for thousands of eras to come. We definitely have to pick it, Hong Huang said excitedly. There were so many great sects in the higher realms, yet how many of them had this type of heaven-defying great medicine? She never expected to see one in these immortal ancient ruins. We naturally can't leave it here, and who knows, it might have seen that ancient divine medicine that could produce a white tortoise and fairy. Sure Hao said. Since the void sky divine vine produced the snow-white clothed woman and tortoise, then that meant it might have seen it, thus producing this type of void scene. No wonder those people were pursuing me, set on killing me. Turns out there are these types of strange things here, with an unmatched stock of divine medicine here. Hong Huang pouted, feeling rather angry. At the same time, she warned Sure Hao to be careful. This place had a few ruined formations, and she herself almost encountered danger when she was picking that holy medicine. Sure Hao nodded. He naturally noticed that the center of the ruins was extremely dangerous, protected by a great formation. Normal people definitely couldn't enter. The blood moon hung in the sky, the earth below extremely hazy. The two were extremely careful as they walked towards the ruins. As soon as they approached, the surrounding scenery immediately changed. This place became quite a bit larger, and an abandoned courtyard came into view. As for the building, it had long collapsed. Even the rubble was about to break down into nothingness. Hong Huang told him that it was precisely here where she picked the holy medicine. Sure enough, there was still a shallow hole there, the soil moist. This place is divided into several regions. When they continued forward, the space around them changed again, and they smelled a medicinal fragrance. There were a few spiritual medicines here, taking root on these ruins. Their holy medicines were plucked from here. Hong Huang pointed at 2 holes in the earth that were dug up not too long ago. Meanwhile, there were over 10 corpses here, all of them belonging to Underworld clan. They proceeded carefully, entering the 3rd region. There were unexpectedly a few broken wall remains, the buildings not completely disappearing. There was even a palace left. Of course, it had long cracked apart, no longer having its former glory. In addition, the inside of the palace was completely vacant without anything inside. Holy medicine! Shurehao's eyes shone, unexpectedly finding a stalk growing within a damaged formation. It was incomparably brilliant, surging with golden multicolored radiance that looked like clouds. Truly a great natural luck. Shurehao's body moved, crossing over the formation and picking a stalk of golden grass that had turned into a holy medicine. His body was even dyed a golden color. Suddenly, symbol light shone, and heaven-reaching sword radiance hacked outwards. Shuhao hurriedly shifted outwards, using lightning to block it as well. Despite this being the case, a streak of blood still appeared on his shoulder, his head almost removed in this process. It was extremely dangerous. Hong Huang's face turned pale, crying out. Shuhao also broke out with cold sweat. He originally thought that he had avoided this damaged formation, but he never expected that the moment he picked the holy medicine, he would still make contact with the formation, almost dying here. This power is enough to kill a heavenly deity. Shuhao's expression became ugly. He made it out by a fluke. Just now, he was already extremely careful, yet he still almost threw his life away. Things weren't looking too good. The further in one headed, the more dangerous it became. If they wanted to pick that legendary Void Sky Divine Vine, then the difficulty really would be high. Let's go, we need to be careful. The 4th region was even more spacious, however. There weren't many buildings, and not even rubble could be seen. There was only sand everywhere, golden and dazzling. Not a blade of grass grew here. There is a fragrance, the fragrance of a holy medicine. Shuhao's nose was extremely sharp, immediately catching this scent. He knew that if not for a damaged formation sealing it, the fragrance would definitely soar into the heavens, traveling several tens of li outwards. Desert silver. Desert silver would normally only appear in deserts, the main reason being that it was too good at absorbing spiritual essence, able to turn fertile spiritual earth into desolate areas, and then ultimately into a desert. This time, Shuhao directly produced a spiritual body to pick the medicine. As a result, he once again encountered a disaster, but once again narrowly avoided the attack. It was getting more and more dangerous. After walking through this place, they finally reached the 5th as well as the final region. There were stone pillars, stone tables, jade spades, and ruined jade baskets. This was a medicinal field after all. The soil was covered in a layer of faint gold, releasing precious radiance. Even through endless years had passed, it still possessed spirituality, able to support the growth of precious medicines. Hong Huang seemed to have lost herself. She couldn't help but want to step out, but she was pulled back by Shuhao. You are just offering yourself as a blood sacrifice to these formations, Shuhao said seriously. Hong Huang woke up. She accepted the dual pupil from Shuhao's hands and carefully looked around. All of the illusions disappeared, and the divine medicine she saw just now disappeared. The Void Sky Divine Vine is formidable as expected. She felt some restraining fear. If not for Shuhao just now, she would have most likely died to a stalk of divine medicine. Sure enough, it was like how the legends recorded. The strange abilities of this rare divine medicine could confuse powerful cultivators. They carefully looked around here, and then they finally found a vine hidden in the corner of a medicinal field. It was only 1 meter long, the size of a thumb, but it was exceptionally snow-white, sparkling with beauty. It was like a masterpiece of the heavens. It looked like a horned dragon as it wound about the ground. Only, this horned dragon look-alike had a few extra snow-white leaves. A wave of fragrance wafted over. It was clear that this divine medicine had a spirit purposely hiding here. Meanwhile, at this moment, it sensed that it didn't fool these two. so it no longer hid itself, extending its vine stem. It immediately erupted with resplendent silver radiance, becoming like a snow-white sun. A horned dragon coiled within. This type of scene was extremely shocking. The medicinal fragrance immediately became richer as well, making one's pores relax, their bodies feeling as if they were going to float upwards. It has been trapped here for many years, hoping that someone would die to these formations so that it could escape. Hong Huang said, divine medicines like these, if they weren't sealed, they might not be capable of flight, but its ability to escape through the earth would definitely be excellent. It would free itself from this place, and from then on it would be extremely difficult to capture. Sure how carefully gave it a try, and then immediately, a terrifying streak of radiance shot out, brushing past their scalps as it flew over, flattening an expanse of mountain peaks in the distance. This made the two of them gasp, both of their expressions changing. This was definitely powerful enough to kill heavenly deities. In addition, the formation here was preserved comparatively well, the damage not too severe. This made it difficult for them to do anything. We'll retreat for now. There is nothing we can do about this stock of medicine. The formation is too powerful. Shihao said. Even though divine matter was precious, one had to keep their life to enjoy it. Truly a pity. Hong Huang looked at it, feeling great reluctance. One has to understand that not even the great sects whose names shook the 3,000 realms had this type of divine medicine. Inheritances like Goddess Academy, who had a tribulation-crossing divine lotus, were truly rare. If this stock of medicine appeared in the outside world, it would definitely trigger a shocking battle. Many sect masters would fight over it. Right now, in the outside world, it wasn't just the eyes of the disciples from various sects that were red, their mouths breathing rapidly. Even those giants' eyes became brilliant, staring endlessly in that direction. This truly was a great natural luck. Unfortunately, they couldn't go inside, unable to seize it. It's going to be given up on just like that? When they left, Hong Huang asked. I'll go look for helpers to break the formation, Shihao said. He needed this void sky divine vine quite badly. His unique path, whether he might be able to continue walking it, might rest entirely on if he could obtain this unmatched divine medicine or not. It was because when he ignited the 108 flames on the bluestone paths, he already almost burned himself to ruin, obtaining life from near death. If all 3,000 paths were ignited, then how terrifying would that be? The chances of him dying right there, turning into ashes, was really high. He needed an exceptional divine medicine as a life replenisher. That way, he might not necessarily die a miserable death while refining himself with the great Tao on the 3,000 ancient paths. You have helpers? Hong Huang was shocked. And you should go into hiding and not expose yourself. There might be others who will rush over after seeing the disturbance just now, Shihao said. Then they separated. Shihao disappeared as fast as lightning to look for helpers. He turned into a hazy streak of afterimages, avoiding everyone, silently returning to the 3,000 bluestone paths. Hidden deeply in a corner, he woke up the divine striking stone. There was also the Emperor Butterfly. After the divine striking stone devoured the Heaven's Mandate Stone and Origin Stone, it had always been sleeping, because it was doing its utmost to digest those things. As for the Emperor Butterfly, if there was nothing important to tend to, it would just sleep. When Shihao was comprehending the Tao, he placed them in this innermost corner to avoid bringing harm to them. Entering Immortal Ancient wasn't that difficult for them. Unless the weapons that were brought in were too formidable, exceeding the limit, a pet, a small creature or other things weren't problems. They could enter. What? There is a divine medicine within historical remains. The divine striking stone was shocked, and then it said, "What does that have to do with me? It's not like I can eat medicine." When Shihao heard this, without uttering another word, he began to give it a vicious beating. Io. Don't hit me anymore. I'm going to break. Breaking a formation for you isn't a problem at all, as long as you give all of the remaining origin stones to me. Even though it had eaten more than it could handle, it was still extremely greedy. Soon after, Shihao brought the divine striking stone and the Emperor Butterfly back, entering that small world. I have to obtain it, Shurhao said. This was related to whether he could travel on his own path, transcending those before him. Leave it to me. Normal formations are just trifling things for me. Not even a big deal. The divine striking stone boasted. When he came back, Shurhao met Hong Huang again. She told him rather urgently that there were quite a few people that rushed over after all, among them great formation masters. All of them had rushed in. Shurhao's mind jumped. As expected, there were many people inside, and there were still more hurrying over from the distance. The main reason was because they had stirred up the formation just now, causing multicolored divine light to rush into the heavens, creating quite a disturbance. It's fine. This type of formation won't break so quickly. Let them send themselves to death. The divine striking stone said. Hong Huang was stunned. She looked at this talking stone, inwardly cursing. This was Shurhao's helper? It was a bit unreasonable. The divine striking stone was calm, appearing rather confident. They entered, directly reaching the fifth region. As a result, as soon as they entered, they smelled a pungent reeking of blood. Several dozen people already died miserably, and a few others were pacing around the formation, their faces pale. In the end, they released a loud cry. One of them turned around to leave, departing from this place. There are others who entered the formation and ended up being chopped into bloody paste. It was clear that just now, someone successfully broke through the illusion, thus escaping. The remaining people threw themselves at it like moths to a flame, thus offering themselves as blood sacrifices to the formation. Can you break it? Shurhao's expression was grave. I've seen this type of formation diagram before. It is a bit difficult, but I can give it a try. Only that stalk of medicine inside is quite strange, continuously drawing people over as blood sacrifices. This might make the formation stronger, or it might cause it to collapse, an unknown variable. Then it's better to give it a try sooner rather than later, Shurhao said. He didn't want anything unexpected to happen. He had to obtain that void sky divine vine. All right, after I succeed, give me all of the origin stone, the divine striking stone said. No problem. Shurhao nodded in agreement. Just like that, the divine striking stone began to break the formation. After thinking for a bit, it would then take some action, continuously clearing up the hindrances before them, continuing their way forward like that. When the blood moon rose, the divine striking stone was still slowly progressing, breaking the formation with difficulty. There were a few accidents in the beginning, and if not for the origin stone at 8 being sturdy enough, it would have been blasted apart. Shurhao was quite worried, following behind it in protection. This continued all the way until noon then next day. The divine striking stone released a breath of air and said, "It's about done." Finally broke through the patterns. Should be able to enter now. Good. Shurhao was extremely happy. Since that is the case, you all can get lost. Right at this time, a cold voice sounded from behind them. A silver-robed youngster stood behind them, his expression calm as he looked at them. His body was swirling with holy radiance, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes resting on his face. He possessed extraordinary divine heroicness. Shurhao turned around to look at him. His face fell, saying, "You want to pick peaches halfway, steal my Dao fruit? You won't be able to get lost even if you want to now. He is an exceptional talent," Hong Huang reminded, her expression a bit unpleasant. She clearly recognized this person, knowing that his magical force was world-shocking, possessing heaven-warping aptitude. "Those that have spoken to me like that are all dead," the silver-robed youngster said. His stature wasn't all that tall, but he had a heroic air around him. His expression was calm, not showing any fear. He didn't seem to attach much importance to the opponent in front of him. His name is Luo Dao, originating from Scarlet Province. He has a sparrow bone sword that is rumored to be his exceptional expert bone as well. When the sword radiance is released, there is nothing it can't stop. He has killed deities before, even while in the supreme expert realm. Hong Huang secretly said to Shurhao to remind him. An exceptional talent, moreover one with such great battle successes, one who overlooked several provinces and now already become a deity. This was definitely one of the most dangerous creatures within the current immortal ancient. Exceptional talents were heaven-warping and unmatched to begin with. Even if a group of people surrounded them and tried to defeat them with numbers, they would all still just be sending themselves to death, let alone an exceptional talent that had now become a deity. This individual was definitely terrifying. Xianxia looked towards the silver-robed youngster and said, "Who do you think you are? Just an exceptional talent, yet still dare to act so overbearing. Do you feel like you can overlook everyone under the heavens already? From a certain perspective, towards people like you, I can definitely show contempt." The silver-robed youngster Luo Dao said calmly. "Same rules. Kill him, and then the two of us will split everything 50-50. In the rear, a blue-clothed youth walked over, and even his eyes were blue. There was a hazy blue aura around his body as well. His blood and energy were like a sea. Along with his steps, this entire world seemed to be moving in response, rumbling about. This heaven and earth seemed to harmonize with his existence, releasing Dao sounds. This was definitely a result of his Dao being profound, magical force purified, and embodiment of his aptitude strengthening. As he walked over, his footsteps merged with heaven and earth. There was a vague feeling of oneness with heaven and humanity. This type of person was definitely an outstanding talent of a clan, one of the most powerful individuals. In the future, he would rule over a clan. "And who are you?" Xiao's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Lan Yichen," the youth said, his eyes carrying ridicule as he looked at Xiao. He walked over calmly, about to obtain a stalk of divine medicine just like that, making a brilliant smile appear on his face. It was because the formation here was extremely formidable, difficult to break through, yet someone helped them break it. This type of waiting in the rear, stepping out at the crucial moment, and then easily picking the peach left him with an extremely good feeling. He is actually Lan Yichen. Hong Huang was shocked. She quickly told Xiao about this person's history. This clan was extremely unordinary, originating from Blue Gold Mountain Range, a small clan that was formed after a type of essence gold developed a spirit. Even though their clan didn't have many members, every single person that walked out was exceptionally terrifying. Meanwhile, this Lan Yichen was precisely the clan's most well-known youth who had been unstoppable in his region, defeating all experts in his path. When he was a supreme expert, he was known as the most powerful of a province. In the distance, there were a few other experts that had turned into deities, arriving after hearing the disturbance. Right now, some people recognized them, and they couldn't help but back up. One exceptional talent was enough to overlook the crowd and rule over a region. Definitely someone who was powerful and unmatched. Even if many experts at the same cultivation realm came, it still wouldn't do anything. Yet now, two of them were joining hands like this, so how were they supposed to even fight? There wasn't even 0.5% chance of success. None of them expected that two great experts would come together like this. They would definitely sweep through everything around them, with no enemies who could match them. Hong Huang's expression had long changed. She tugged on a corner of Xiao's clothes, telling him that if he couldn't do it, then he should hurry and escape. Otherwise, it would be extremely dangerous. Then this means that today, I've encountered two experts that rank at least in the top 10,000. Xiao said. He was still extremely calm, not showing any fear. When Lan Yichen heard this, his smile immediately became cold. He had been the most powerful supreme expert of a province, and there were only 3,000 provinces, yet he was actually being ranked as someone in the top 10,000. The higher realms are so large, geniuses numbering so many. Don't act so self-confident, Xiao said. Interesting. Already beyond dead. Yet you still don't realize it. Lan Yichen revealed a faint smile, and then he looked towards the silver-robed youth. This time, you should take action first. The silver-robed youngster Luo Dao walked forward step by step. He looked at Xiao and said, "I'll give you two a chance. If you bow down and serve me, I'll spare your lives. Are you going to keep them just to burden us?" Lan Yichen curled his lips. "Leave them alive to break formations. We'll have a use for them in the future." The silver-robed youngster Luo Dao said. Formation masters, normally speaking, didn't have cultivation levels too great, But in Immortal Ancient, they might display tremendous use because there were definitely more than just these historical remains. Youngster, are you looking for death? The divine striking stone clamored. It had long become fed up with these two, feeling incredibly angry. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely submit to this humiliation. Even the young, outstanding talent of a clan would likely have to endure it. It was because there were two great young kings here. However, regardless of whether it was the divine striking stone or sure how, they were full of explosive tempers here. How could they allow the enemy to suppress them like this? Leave behind that weird stone monster. Kill the male. Lan Yichen spoke, his face becoming cold. The silver-robed youngster nodded. He was extremely indifferent. Then he gave Hong Huang a look, saying, I recognize you, Blood Phoenix's descendant, the noble lady of a region. You can follow behind me. The two before them, one was an exceptional talent, while the other had a similar level of combat strength. They were confident in their strength, which was why they acted so domineeringly, picking up Peaches halfway. They truly had enough power to back their confidence. Shurhao looked at them with a calm expression, not looking down on them, but not showing fear either, just treating them with an ordinary expression. He walked forward step by step to meet his enemy head-on. This invasion of others was all within their expectations. It was because the night before, him and Hong Huang stirred up the formation, causing sword energy to overflow into the heavens. This would inevitably startle many people. However, he was without fear. He already become a deity, and as such had the confidence to defeat all enemies. All of you, get out of here. Don't be an irksome presence here. Lan Yicheng shouted coldly to those behind him. After witnessing a display of intimidation, many experts were shocked into retreating, not daring to stay too close. Even though the divine vine was tempting, they still needed to be alive to reap its benefits. With two exceptional talents joining hands, stopping them there, who would carelessly rush forward? That was just courting death. Do you two want to come up together? Or do you want to take turns? Shurhao said indifferently. When these words sounded, not only were those in the distance shocked, even the two great exceptional talents were stupefied. Their eyes then became deep. Even a formation master has this type of confidence. Could it be that you believe you can quickly arrange a killing formation here? Lan Yichen said coldly. The silver-robed youth Luo Dao's pupils released brilliant light as he looked at Shurhao, sensing an unordinary blood energy within him. However, he also sensed that his divine flame baptism wasn't complete, with a few portions brilliant and a few other places dim. This was because Shurhao had been burned by 108 types of great Dao flames that scattered to 108 different locations. He could be considered to have become a deity, but it was indeed not perfect. A few areas hadn't undergone the baptism yet. Someone whose divine transformation can't even be considered complete still dares to talk to me with that type of attitude? Are the ways of the world truly changing? The silver-robed youngster said. He had long noticed the state of Shurhao's body from afar, so he wasn't worried. These types of people were just too easy to kill. Hurry up and take action already. Picking the divine medicine is a pressing matter. I want to find a place to refine it soon. Our cultivation will be increased, and we can obtain great natural luck. Lan Yichen urged from the rear. The silver-robed youth Luo Dao erupted with terrifying energy. A layer of symbol armor appeared over his body, a reflection of his great power after becoming a deity. Bone texts interweaved, protecting his body. He stared at Shurhao, his words ruthless. Surrender or die. Choose. Get lost. Shurhao only had these words. He then raised his fist, slamming it over murderously. And, from behind, Lan Yichen was shocked. He discovered that this youth whose divinity was not complete. His body still having some areas where the light was dim suddenly erupted with heaven overflowing blood energy. This result even made him shocked. The spiritual essence was too exuberant, divine force berserk. This was definitely an exceptional talent who wasn't weaker than them. They had made an error in judgment. Shurhao didn't use the magical immunity ability. Now, he could control it even better, choosing whether he wanted to activate it or not. He wanted to clash head-on with his enemies to defeat them. Hong! This place erupted, magical force surging. The silver-robed youth released a long roar, doing everything he could to stir up his battle energy and fight Shihao. Pung pung! This was a collision of symbols, as well as a confrontation of magical force. It was as if fireworks blossomed in the void one after another, shining with incredible brilliance. In that instant, the two of their precious techniques clashed several dozen times. It was incomparably ferocious. In the end, the silver-robed youth backed up, his chest rising and falling rapidly, his expression pale. In the distance, the crowd was stunned. How could this youth who looked completely harmless be so powerful? He forced back an exceptional talent. Lonnie Cheng saw what had happened clearly. His face fell greatly. He truly made an error in judgment this time, believing that a formation master wouldn't be all that powerful. In the end, he was actually this vicious. He wasn't in a rush to join in the battle and provide assistance, instead still observing the battle from the rear. Luo Dao's eyes were deep, producing two streaks of light as they stared at Shihao. He knew that things would be extremely troublesome this time. He didn't encounter an ordinary person, but an exceptional talent. Chong! Luo Dao moved. His right arm shone, becoming incomparably brilliant. Then, from his palm, a short point appeared that was sparkling like a blood diamond. This was a sword that was less than a meter in length. It was bright red and glistening, as if it was carved from blood jade, incredibly holy. However, it was extremely sharp as well. Exceptional talent, precious technique, sparrow bone sword. Someone cried out in alarm. Luo Dao had the bloodline of the vermilion bird within him, and this sparrow bone sword was rumored to be innately born. It was terrifying and unmatched, able to kill deities even when he was at the supreme expert realm. Shio! Luo Dao shot over like an arrow that left a bowstring, rapidly rushing over with the sparrow bone sword in his hands. Streak after streaks of scarlet radiance were released that shone with dazzling brilliance. He clashed with Shihao again. In addition, indistinct blood-colored wings appeared behind him, increasing his speed to the extreme. He attacked while moving around Shihao, piercing over with the sword again and again. Shihao frowned slightly. He didn't feel fear, but rather a rather strange feeling. That sword was extremely special, to the extent where he really couldn't lightly make contact with it. He felt like even a true deity would die if they were pierced by it. In the blink of an eye, the two individuals' figures continuously swapped positions. Luo Dao released over 100 strikes, but still wasn't able to hit Shihao with any of them. Except death. Suddenly, Luo Dao's aura changed greatly. The power of the sword became mountainous, and its speed slowed. It was as if the entire world was crushing down onto Shihao. He thrusted down again and again. Even though it wasn't fast, scarlet radiance shocked the heavens. Hong! When the two of them clashed again, he erupted with the most ferocious sword energy to fight to the death. Dang! Shihao's eyes became cold, no longer observing that sword. He erupted with divine might, also starting his offense. Dong! Heaven and earth trembled. This sword hacked apart all of Shihao's magical force symbols, brushing past his body as it moved, almost landing. Luo Dao felt rather regretful. This sword would prove fatal even if it were to cut the skin of a true deity. It was strange and sinister, but it didn't hit his target, missing the opportunity. However, right now, the moment the two intersected, his hair suddenly shone, becoming blood red and erupting with power. They immediately wrapped towards Shihao, symbols rushing into the heavens. This was too sudden. No one expected his hair to be so terrifying. The symbol light it erupted with, making even many individuals who became deities tremble with fear. This is the exceptional talent, precious technique. Even Lonnie Chen in the rear was shocked. Shihao quickly moved to the side, but his arm was still wrapped around. This hair was exceptionally terrifying. After binding around his flesh, there were a few areas that began to bleed. Turns out it is like this. He knew that this Luo Dao was extremely sinister. In the outside world, the rumor was that he had an innate sparrow bone sword, but that was only done intentionally to mislead others from the truth. That was a powerful secret treasure his master bestowed onto him, while his true innate divine ability rested in his hair. Luo Dao roared loudly. His entire body shone, and his hair especially erupted with radiance, shining even more brilliant than a sun. The symbols were so resplendent it made others tremble inwardly. The hair wrapped crazily around Shi Hao, sucking away at Shi Hao's divine force as it rained in his flesh. In addition, he brandished that sparrow bone sword, about to hack apart Shi Hao who was wrapped within the hair. Scarlet radiance erupted, its edge incredibly sharp. "This is the result of you seeking your own death," Shi Hao said softly. He didn't feel fear. His entire body shone, and then the reincarnation technique was used, moving through the other party's hair, all of it landing on the other party's body. If it was an intense battle, when he used this precious technique, the other party could still evade. However, now, he couldn't retreat even if he wanted to. This was a battle of exceptional experts' precious techniques, the most intense collision. Immediately afterwards, Luo Dao raised his head towards the heavens and screamed. The changes were too fast. The radiance in his hair became dim, the symbols withering away. It was as if he immediately aged 10,000 years. White hair covered his head, his life force declining to the extreme. His face was covered in wrinkles. It was as if he had reached the end of his life, becoming completely powerless. His arms hung down at his sides, unable to even raise his head. Luo Dao fell onto the ground, the hair separating itself from Shi Hao's arm. This scene left everyone shocked. Shi Hao walked forward, closing in on him step by step. He stepped on his body, and then he looked down before saying, "Surrender or death. Choose." Then, he raised his head to look towards Lanichen, saying, "I am lacking 2 servants. You choose from these 2 options as well." This place became dead silent. Even someone as powerful as an exceptional talent was trampled under his foot. How could this not make one tremble with fear? In the outside world, the cultivators of all sects were stupefied. This was his supreme being precious technique. It carried the power of time, able to seize the life force of another. It was just too terrifying. Everyone became alarmed. This was the first time they saw him use the reincarnation technique in the higher realms. Chi! A streak of blue light rushed through the sky, wishing to escape. However, Shi Hao was even faster. He first trampled his foot down, making the silver-robed exceptional talent Luo Dao cough out large amounts of blood and stopping him from moving, and then he rushed afterwards in pursuit. Shua! A flash of light streaked across the air. The Kuan Peng's extreme speed, together with the earth to inches great precious technique, allowed him to leap across, cutting off Lanichen. He looked at this individual coldly. Surrender or death. His voice wasn't great, but in everyone's ears, it sounded like thunder. He was going to turn 2 exceptional talents into servants. What kind of domineeringness was this? Below, the divine striking stone shone, immediately becoming larger, crushing down on the silver-robed exceptional talent's body like a great mountain, deathly nailing him to the ground. In the sky, Lanichen's face was overcast. How could a glorious exceptional talent surrender? However, he felt like he was likely not this individual's opponent. If they fought head-on like this, he might die. Hong! Shi Hao didn't give him time to think. He directly took action, erupting with tyrannical power. Holy radiance flooded outwards, making the void cave in. Not surrendering meant death. He didn't hesitate and attacked with full power. Lanichen's face fell. He activated his precious technique to face this attack head-on. There was no way he would just stand there and be resigned to his fate. A streak of blue-gold light flew out, turning into divine swords one after another, hacking towards Shi Hao. He was formed from essence gold, and as such, his body possessed a metal-killing aura, able to transform as he wished, producing countless weapons. Dang dang. However, what made Lanichen's face fall was that all of the powerful divine swords were broken by Shi Hao's palm. Sparks flew everywhere. Lanichen retreated backwards, and then opened his mouth, releasing a roar. Scorching metal liquid appeared. He summoned the metal within the mountains and rivers, causing it all to rush out from the surface of the earth. This type of scene was extremely shocking. Blood-red magma turned into all types of weapons, and while accompanied in symbols, they covered heaven and earth, endless like a heaven overflowing sea. Everyone became horrified. This type of attack method was terrifying after all. The world's metal elements seemed to obey his command, all of them producing bone texts, turning into weapons that slaughtered towards the enemy. It was a seemingly inexhaustible supply. The world was his blade army. There was endless metal everywhere, killing energy overflowing into the heavens. Xianxia was stunned. He watched everything carefully. When one grasped an element to this state, there were actually these types of methods. He was amazed. However, he didn't feel fear. Each time his fist was released, metal liquid would splash in all directions. However, the scorching liquid wasn't able to burn his body. He looked incomparably heroic, just like a war immortal that had descended into this world. Hong! Waves rushed into the skies, scarlet like blood. It was as if the magma underneath the earth completely erupted, rushing into the skies from volcanoes. In reality, this was all metal liquid, but they had powerful symbols within them, turning them into a great sea that engulfed the world, surrounding Xianxia. During this process, Lanichen merged with the metal liquid, hiding himself and taking action in secret. He felt like even though he was no match, he could still run. Everyone's eyes dazzled as they watched these two fight viciously. "You only have this much skill?" Xianxia said. From his body, electric radiance erupted, cackling with pi-pa sounds. Then, endless lightning descended from the heavens. In that instant, it was as if starry streams descended from the ninth heaven. All types of electrical arcs danced about, entering the metallic liquid, making this place explode. The lightning erupted within the sea of metal, flourishing with power. Lanichen released a groan, immediately blasted flying as a result. The expression on his face was not good. This type of unmatched lightning Dao precious technique rigidly suppressed him, completely dealing with his essence metal attribute. The world became calm. He no longer urged on metal, instead directly rushing at how to carry out a close combat struggle. Even though he knew that he was likely not a match, he still wasn't willing to resign himself to this fate. Instead, he used his most powerful characteristics, using his metal body to fight in close combat. Dang! It was as if metal was being forged between heaven and earth, as if divine thunder roared downwards. It was absolutely deafening, just too loud. The two individuals' fists collided. Xianxia's palms and fingers were unharmed, shining with precious splendor that was shocking to the extreme. Lanichen's body trembled greatly, his face full of disbelief. How powerful was this youth's flesh? It even made his metal attribute divine body deform and feel great pain. "Kill!" he roared angrily, fighting a great battle against Xianxia. He refused to believe that the other party's flesh was more formidable than himself as a being of metal. Dang, dang. Metallic sounds rang through the air again and again, penetrating metal and splitting stones, making everyone feel as if their eardrums were going to burst. It was terrifying and astonishing. As the two fought in the air, ripples were blasted out again and again. Those ripples spread outwards, the fluctuations reaching the distant mountain peaks, directly hacking off the peaks of mountains, and then causing them to explode. One could imagine just how great their power was. Everyone felt dumbstruck, indescribably shaken. Lanichen's palm had now completely distorted. Meanwhile, his arms, shoulders, chest, and other places had even more so caved in from the attacks, becoming deformed. Pong! When their two legs collided, Lanichen completely abandoned this type of attack method, because his entire right leg that was originally perfectly straight was now completely crooked, with many areas bent out of place. His mind trembled with coldness. He was no match for the other party in his strongest suit, being defeated thoroughly. He believed that if he was a flesh-bodied creature, he would have long exploded, turning into blood and bone. Meanwhile, his metal attribute body already distorted, about to break apart. If they were comparing precious techniques, he was even more lacking. That lightning Dao divine ability completely restricted him. He released a long sigh. He was originally someone who could contend against exceptional talents, only being stronger and not weaker than Luo Dao, yet he felt so powerless before this youth. Pong! A thick streak of lightning hacked over, almost blasting through him. Lonnie Chen slammed into the ground, laying right next to that Luo Dao. I'm going to ask you one last time. Surrender or death? Have you made your decisions? Sure Hao lowered his head to look at them. He felt that these two were quite strong. If they helped him look for holy medicines and other things while he was in isolation cultivation, helping him cultivate, that would save him a large amount of time. In the distance, the group of experts all shivered inwardly, backing up one after another. This person was too vicious. Those were two exceptional talents, any one of them enough to sweep through a region, yet they were going to be taken as servants. In the outside world, the cultivators of all sects were greatly shaken, all of their expressions changing greatly. Exceptional talents represented a type of transcendence above the masses, yet they were defeated so easily by Sure Hao, not his opponents at all and about to be turned into servants. How savage! Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Of course, the ones that were troubled the most were Blue Gold Mountain Range, as well as Scarlet Province's Luo family. That was the most powerful expert of their younger generation, exceptional talents, yet they were captured just like that. Surrender or death. In the outside world, these two families' expressions became unpleasant. Their hearts were pushed up to their throats. They naturally didn't wish for their clan's most powerful inheritors to become Sure Hao's servants. But they didn't want them to die either. That kind of loss would be too great. They immediately felt greatly conflicted, their faces becoming as ugly could be. This murderous disaster. The two clans were both in fear. As long as Sure Hao released a fist, then their clan's most outstanding heroes would be done for. At that moment, they suddenly felt that even if they surrendered, it was fine. As long as they lived, there was still hope in the future. Don't be rash, Barrett. You must survive. A few people were in great fear. They couldn't help but say to themselves. In the end, they drew the attention of other sex cultivators. Immortal ancient within the little world. Can you tell me who you are? Lonnie Chen spoke. Huang, Sinner's blood descendant. Sure Hao. Sure Hao spoke out the three identities at the same time. Lonnie Chen's body was immediately shaken. Looking at him with complete shock, he muttered, I knew it. Ended up kicking a metal plate. Without saying anything else, just the Huang identity was enough to make him sigh. When the Lightning Emperor Precious technique was displayed, it would completely suppress him. Sure Hao didn't say anything further out of fear of destroying his inner confidence. Luo Dao's expression was complicated as well. He never expected to encounter this type of Devil King. His vicious name was too well known, shaking the higher realms. Even Immortal Palace Inheritor's second body had been killed. If they knew it was him, how could they dare to pick up this peach halfway, stealing his divine medicine? As for the people in the distance, all of them felt their scalps turn numb. Regardless of whether it was Huang or Sinner's blood descendant, neither of those was someone normal people could provoke. They all dispersed in confusion, running away. The name Huang in this generation had a great reputation. He had already made exceptional talents suffer a while ago in Origin Sky Secret Realm, let alone the later battle against the Celestial Clan. If they weren't an exceptional talent or supreme being, who would dare provoke him? As such, this group of people were all terrified, all of them running. You are Huang. From the side, Huang's voice was stammering. Only now did she find out that Sure Hao had this type of identity. Turns out he had already arrived in the higher realms a long time ago, creating such a great reputation. On the ground, the two exceptional talents both bowed their heads. Lonnie Chen said with a low voice, You won't enslave us for a lifetime, right? Otherwise, I would rather accept death. Sure Hao knew that after these two found out about his identity, a large part of their arrogance had been shaved off. Their will naturally weakened a bit as well. Once we leave Immortal Ancient, we will each walk our own path, no one owing anyone anything. In this place, I won't necessarily enslave you, only asking you two for help. When searching for your own natural luck, help me find a few holy medicines, immortal divine springs, and other things. I need it quite badly, Xianxia said. The two of them were speechless. It sounded too good, not even treating them like underlings and still leaving them with some benefits. I only speak the truth. None of you are servants, but my Dao friends. I won't seize your natural luck, only needing medicinal herbs and other things with great vitality, Xianxia said with a smile. The two of them cursed silently. Was there this type of damn Dao friend in this world? Their bodies were about to be torn apart. What kind of Dao friends are made while being stepped on? All of their bones were about to be broken. In the end, the two of them were released. They both lowered their heads, agreeing to his mutual cooperation relationship. In the distance, when the cultivators that didn't completely leave saw this scene, they were both shocked. Two great, exceptional talents truly surrendered? This was definitely shocking news. Someone subdued exceptional talents. This is a major event. They were greatly shaken up. This would definitely stir up great waves. In the outside world, the cultivators of every sect were shocked, their eyelids jumping. Blue Gold Mountain Range and Scarlet Province Luo families people both secretly released a breath of air. Even though their clan's heroes were subdued, becoming servants, they still kept their lives in the end. In the end, they are still exceptional talents. So how can I not be worried? Xianxia said softly. Use the seed formation technique. Then, the divine striking stone said. This was a mysterious formation that was like planting a seed within one's body. It would grow roots and control their life and death. When the two exceptional talents heard this, their expressions changed greatly. All right. When Xianxia understood this, he nodded. You, Luo Dao and Lan Yichen both couldn't help but take steps backwards, their expressions becoming extremely ugly. After all, we are still not familiar with each other. In the beginning, I can only wrong you two. In the future, when we know each other better, I will definitely help you guys get rid of it. Xianxia smiled. In reality, he had been targeting these two the entire time. Unfortunately, one was a metal person, unable to be cooked and eaten, and even though the other had some vermilion bird blood within him, he was still a human form creature, which meant he didn't want to eat this person either. If I kill them, I can't eat them either. It's too much of a waste. If others knew what he was thinking, they would definitely be stupefied. This was just too strange, right? Meanwhile, if Lan Yichen and Luo Dao knew what he was thinking, they would definitely be so angry they would cough out blood. The formation has already been broken. I must ask you two to help me out, Xianxia said, asking those two to enter from that gap and pick the Void Sky Divine Vine. The two sighed. There was nothing else to say. One couldn't raise their head under a roof. Living was always better than being killed on the spot. When the two of them entered, a sharp sword energy erupted, cutting Lan Yichen into two. The great formation rumbled, erupting with power. You dare scheme against me? The divine striking stone was furious. It was clear that changes took place to the great formation. The Void Sky Divine Vine tricked everyone into offering themselves as blood sacrifices, making the great formation change a bit. Right now, it had been stirred up. The divine striking stone had long came to the conclusion that once the blood sacrifices were carried out, the great formation might quickly break apart, or it might display some abnormalities, becoming even stronger. Right now, it was clearly the latter that happened. Lan Yichen rolled out. Luo Dao's face became miserably pale as well. What is going on? They roared out angrily. This was just like sending themselves to death. A bit of unexpected things came up. It'll be fixed soon, the divine striking stone said. Lan Yichen's body was quickly pieced back together again, the broken parts merging into metal liquid, and then cooling. It wouldn't be long before he would be as good as before. This type of ability made even Xianxia shocked. It was quite strange, almost like an undying body. As an exceptional level expert, he had unordinary methods and abilities after all. This exhausts foundation energy quite greatly. Lan Yichen saw his shining eyes and felt worried. fearing that Xianxia might make him explore the formation with his life, forcefully entering to pick the medicine. Xianxia nodded, not saying much. He used the dual pupil to look around. If Lan Chen's primordial spirit was destroyed, he would still die, the undying body losing its effectiveness. Hong, the great formation shone, continuously flickered with all types of symbols and releasing terrifying energy. This made these people shocked. This divine medicine really had developed a spirit after all, actually knowing how to use the formation and guide the power of those blood sacrifices. Playing with me? You are still too young. In a bit, I'll break your roots and eat your dumb vine. Let's see how you'll create a disturbance then. The divine striking stone threatened fiercely. In the medicinal field, the stalk of divine medicine continuously crawled about within the shining medicinal field. It was over a meter in length and the thickness of a thumb, snow-white, sparkling, and carrying a flourishing aura of life. The medicinal fragrance was so thick it seemed like it wouldn't scatter. Silver splendor shone brilliantly. It was like a little dragon that sprouted leaves, vivid and lifelike. Right now it was actually shaking its leaves, displaying fear and alarm. Stop fighting back already. You can't escape. If you stop causing trouble, I promise I'll leave you with your divine root and allow you to live, Xianxia said. Towards this type of priceless divine medicine that could only be encountered and not sought after, he didn't want to kill it either. Obtaining its medicinal stem was enough. What was shocking was that snow-white void sky divine vine was unexpectedly nodding, its vine body swaying as if it was agreeing. Then, sure enough, the divine striking stone smoothly eliminated the final obstacles. Come out yourself. Xianxia and the others guarded outside. The void sky divine vine's root was pure white, almost transparent. The radiance was gentle to an almost dreamlike state. Its roots were pulled up, and like a moving dragon, it quickly moved over along the ground. It was extremely obedient, unexpectedly coming out from the hole in the great formation, crawling towards Xianxia. So, suddenly, the void sky divine vine entered the ground, about to escape through the earth. This type of divine vine was still a bit lacking in maturity to fly through the sky, but its earth escapability was definitely rarely seen in the world. It was inconceivably fast, disappearing in an instant. What a pity! At this moment, even Lan Chen and Luo Dao felt incomparably regretful. This divine medicine disappeared before their eyes just like that. It would make anyone feel a great sense of loss. Even those in the outside world that had grudges against Xianxia's side. This type of divine medicine escaped, making one's heart feel great pain and regret. Of course, quite a few people took delight in his disaster. After all, this was still the loss of a divine medicine for Xianxia and not them. Suddenly, there was a flash of white light. The void sky divine vine appeared again, rushing out from the great earth, fleeing towards the great formation. With a pung sound, it smashed into a barrier of light, unable to go back in. Little bastard, I knew you wouldn't be willing to surrender. Regardless of whether it is the earth or the original route, I already covered them in formations. You can't run. The divine striking stone was immensely proud of itself. This was something Xianxia specially warned it about after understanding the specialties of this type of divine medicine, having it secretly put down a formation. With a schwa sound, Xianxia reached out his hand, fast to the extreme, grabbing this divine vine. Its entire body was perfect, spotlessly white and translucent like fine jade. Radiance sprinkled about, the rich medicinal fragrance making Xianxia feel as if he was going to float into the air, as if he was going to sprout wings and ascend to immortality. Every single pore on his body was absorbing the rain of light. This was divine substance. It made his entire body feel relaxed and free of worry. The medicinal characteristics of this divine medicine was shocking beyond imagination. Only now did Xianxia release a breath of relief. He never expected this stalk of medicine to be so crafty. Fortunately, he didn't act too carelessly, or else it really might have escaped. It was caught. Luo Dao couldn't help but swallow his saliva. An unmatched divine medicine landed in someone's hands just like that before his very eyes. One has to understand that not many great sects had this type of rare divine treasure in all 3,000 provinces of the higher realms. There were only a few fake divine medicines. Once the void sky divine vine emerged in the world, it would be enough for those ancient inheritances to go mad. The outside world even more so became like a boiling pot. Forget about true deities or heavenly deities. Even a few sect masters' eyes changed, becoming incomparably deep. The auras they released were shocking. If not for the fact that they couldn't enter, there would definitely be a great battle over it. Is this true? Actually obtained a stock of unmatched divine medicine. Hong Huang's beautiful eyes released brilliance, feeling a bit dizzy, as if this wasn't real. This stock of divine medicine that could make the cultivators of all 3,000 provinces go mad landed in Xiao's hands just like that. It made Hong Huang feel as if she was dreaming. This void sky divine vine that was more than a meter in length wrapped around Xiao's arm. A brilliant snow white, its divine splendor dazzling like a white-colored great sun. It was at the very center of this sun, like a hibernating true dragon. I can now comprehend the Tao. Xiao was greatly moved, feeling incomparably excited. This was an unimaginably great harvest. He produced a bone cauldron, collecting the medicinal field's precious earth inside. Then he placed the void sky divine vine inside the cauldron and put it away. He wouldn't act too politely to Hong Huang over this. He had to bring this stock of medicine away and use it for his isolation cultivation. I'm going to look for Lan Yu, Ying and the others. Hong Huang then bid him farewell. Then, Xiao learned a bit about immortal ancient circumstances from Lani Chen and Luo Dao, using this to judge the current situation. Divine Dark Child, Immortal Palace's inheritor, and a few others entered a few small words at the very depths of Immortal Ancient. Haven't emerged since. Meanwhile, those ancient freaks haven't stirred up too much activity either. Someone discovered a nest that is suspected to belong to one of the Vicious 10. Many people have headed in that direction. These were the two most important pieces of information Xiao obtained. He nodded, not saying too much. Then, Lani Chen and Luo Dao left. Xiao set a certain time to meet again with them. As long as they sent over a stock of holy medicine every so often, they could keep all of the remainder for themselves. Time to leave. Xiao brought the divine striking stone, Emperor Butterfly with him, leaving from this place, avoiding everyone with extreme speed. After making one last trip around this place, he silently returned to the bluestone paths. Heaven and earth as the furnace, 10,000 Tao as the flame to burn the self, ignite the divine spirit, forge the true self. Xiao said softly. He sat there, deciding to enter isolation cultivation to increase his own strength. The bluestone path was extremely quiet, and it had been like this throughout the entire time. Apart from the geniuses that gathered when they first entered, it would usually be incomparably desolate. Even a pin drop could be heard. Strands of chaotic mists pervaded the air. These 3,000 ancient paths carried an aura of past time. It was completely quiet. Xiao was sitting there, silently thinking to himself. Once he continued from here, it would be extremely dangerous. None of those that treaded on this path since the ancient times had good conclusions. Specks of scarlet multicolored light flickered about, shining with resplendent red light. This was a stalk of holy medicine that looked like red coral, something he seized from the hands of Underworld clan. He brought it out and gave it to the distant Emperor Butterfly. Youngster, you truly are prejudiced. That is a stalk of holy medicine, yet you are giving it out so generously. I just wanted those few stones, yet it required so much effort from me. The divine striking stone said with discontent. Are you really saying this right now? Xiao shot at a look and said, regardless of whether it is the heaven's mandate stone or origin stone, which one of them won't shake the higher realms? They were all given to you. The divine striking stone no longer bickered with him, releasing a belch of being full on the spot. It then stopped talking out of embarrassment. The Emperor Butterfly turned into a golden streak, rushing over. It carried the red coral resplendent precious medicine and began to eat it. At the same time, it didn't forget to nod its head towards Xiao in gratitude. I already said that once we enter Immortal Ancient, I will help you find all types of precious medicines, allowing you to undergo a transformation, Xianxia said with a smile. The Emperor Butterfly had previously helped him greatly in Fiend Island, leading the bug races to look all around. Its usefulness and power left him completely shocked back then. Apart from this, Xianxia also wanted to see how strange and powerful this legendary Emperor Butterfly would become once it transformed and matured. Based on the vague records in bone books, only a single Emperor Butterfly had ever appeared. It came from the depths of the uninhabited region and then entered the lower realm. There weren't many records of its combat prowess, but with just a single move of its wings, 3 heavenly deities turned into ashes, their auras wiped out. It was precisely this instance that was remembered by people of later generations. Of course, it was only remembered by the people of the lower realm. In the higher realms, there weren't many legends related to it. Only a few people saw it dancing lightly and gracefully about, witnessed the unmatched might of splitting apart heavenly deities with a flap of its wings. After drawing over 108 natural Tao flames, I've yet to see anything special about this process, Xianxia said softly to himself. He rubbed his arm. There were scars and blood traces there. When he fought against Luo Dao, the other party's hair suddenly expanded, wrapping around his forearm, bringing him a set amount of injuries. Even though it wasn't fatal, he was still injured. Xianxia reflected on his current self. The Tao flames he had ignited himself with thus far through the Bluestone path hadn't truly displayed any heaven-defying applications. The reason he was powerful right now was completely due to his foundation, the accumulation of his past. Unless I ignite a few hundred or even over 1,000, only then should there be some special areas, right? However, the 108 flames already made him injured, burning his body badly. If he used several hundred to over 1,000, how terrifying would that be? Xianxia knew that his road was only starting, and that this was only the beginning of it all. The true dangers and life and death trials were still ahead. Otherwise, why did all those brilliant cultivators of the ancient past who took this path, if they didn't die in meditation, waste away? Accidents happened to all of them. I should start. Xianxia cleared his mind and started his meditation, entering isolation cultivation. In the following few days, he didn't move, as if he was completely petrified. There wasn't even a slight bit of fluctuation. He was adjusting himself, at the same time completely nursing all of his injuries and reaching the optimal state before continuing this process of igniting a Tao flame, achieving a transformation. A cool breeze blew past. Hazy mists slowly spread. On the 5th day, the Bluestone path was no longer peaceful. Strand after strand of weak light turned into symbols, gathering towards one area and surrounding a youth. One path, 2 paths. Soon after, 108 paths had been reached. Fiery light burned, drowning him within. This place became resplendent with radiance. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the flames were covered in symbols. Patterns interweaved and linked up to form an exuberant blaze, wrapping around Xianxia. This was what he had already experienced, and now that he was walking this path again, it no longer damaged his body. True danger is going to arrive from here on forward. Xianxia took a deep breath. As a result, fiery light surged, entering his stomach from his mouth and nose. His entire body surged with divine flames. Kung Chong. Xianxia began to form the cauldron furnace, using the world as its material, cutting off part of the void to form a great artifact. Using this to refine himself, the void distorted, becoming indistinct. A furnace slowly took form, wrapping him within. Then, it began to gather the force of heaven and earth, forming a simple and ancient artifact. The other bluestone paths shone. There were symbols that extended outwards and fiery light that gathered, burning this cauldron. Radiance shone in all directions, rushing into the clouds. This ancient place was no longer calm. Xianxia's life and death trial had begun. The Tao flames were increased, added one after another. They were like divine chains of hope, but also like divine chains of death as they revolved around him. 809, 110. They were increased one after another. As time went on, it had reached 150. Hao felt like the flames were difficult to endure, his entire body in intense pain, about to be burned through. This was a life and death grinding after all. He had just added a few dozen, yet his body was already injured. There were still so many left to go, so how was he going to complete this process? He didn't feel dejected, however, nor did he become discouraged. He resolutely advanced step by step. He was going to succeed. There was hope within his heart, divine light shining brilliantly within his eyes. His will was still firm. 180 streaks. Fiery light burned the heavens. At this moment, all those who saw this scene from the outside world were moved. Only a few dozen streaks were added, yet the power increased by such a great amount. Those flames raged, devouring everything, the Tao patterns interweaving like lightning. It was extremely terrifying. When they looked in their direction, everyone's eyes contained horror. Pooh! Hao coughed out a mouthful of black-colored blood from his mouth. These flames were just too great, about to burn through even the heaven and earth furnace. It was already starting to distort. He endured the pain and silently observed the symbols and natural laws within the fiery light. He wasn't going to repeat the paths of those before him, but would only use them as a reference. He was treating them like flames to ignite a true self. 180 flames. A few holes appeared in Hao's body. It was extremely terrifying. The several tens of new streaks of fiery light entered his body, illuminating him. This was a type of suffering but also opportunity. The Tao patterns burned the bones, and several tens of different natural laws interweaved, making his body release rumbling Zen chanting sounds. Time gradually passed by. Hao himself had lost track of time. When he ignited the 200th flame, his body was dried and withered, incomparably weak. His vitality seemed like it was about to lose all life force. His body was scorched black, now even worse than the first time. There were many holes that connected from front to back, shining like two golden lamps, illuminating this place. He no longer added flames, instead silently enduring this suffering, carefully studying these flames. He allowed these 200 streaks of fiery light to revolve around him, burning his blood and bones, remaining silent and motionless as they did so. Only after many days had passed did he get used to this type of burning. There wasn't much left of his flesh that could be burned further. Black-colored old skin wrapped around his bones, many of the patterns within the flames engraved on them. They roamed about like dragons, scattering over his entire body. Hao felt a feeling of transcendence. Even though he was on the verge of being destroyed by fire, he felt as if he could free himself from his flesh and observe everything objectively. Sometimes, he would even forget the suffering and only feel a type of comprehension towards the Tao. After a long time had passed, the 200 streaks of fiery light were extinguished. The furnace cauldron collapsed, and Hao fell onto the ground. "Youngster, have you gone mad?" The divine striking stone rushed over. The emperor butterfly carried its holy medicine that it hadn't finished eating yet, turning into a streak of light as it flew over to his side, looking extremely worried. "Don't worry." Hao got up. Apart from his humanoid shell, almost none of his former appearance could be seen. Black skin was cracking, his eye sockets sunken. He had completely withered up. Moreover, there are 200 spheres of light burning ferociously, continuing to burn there. "Just some small injuries. I'll be fine with a few days of rest," Hao said. These were naturally not small injuries. His entire body was full of holes, the damage serious to the extreme. He now had close to 100 flames more. The power increase was not as simple as additive, instead being much more profound. If he hadn't already become a deity, which allowed his strength to increase greatly, he would have definitely been burned into ashes, truly being burned away. "I don't have time to waste. Everyone is advancing, increasing their cultivation. I have to nurse my injuries as quickly as possible." Hao produced a stalk of holy medicine. Now wasn't the time to hesitate. Even though holy medicines were precious, he could only treat them as rations. The divine striking stone and emperor butterfly backed up, not saying much, only offering protection for him, watching carefully. A half-meter-long black-colored holy vine appeared in Xiao's hands. Its leaves were all hound-shaped, precisely the hound leaf vine. When its leaves moved with the wind, dark light would flourish, and the barking of hounds could be heard. Xiao devoured the leaves one after another. His entire body erupted with dark light, the reflection of roiling medicinal characteristics. It quickly rushed at his 4 limbs and bones, covering all of his injuries and recovering his body. Holy medicines could restore flesh to white bones, bring one back from the brink of life and death. They possessed heaven-defying miraculous effects, and could even more so nurture the primordial spirit. Xiao quickly transformed. His life aura gradually flourished. His old skin flaked off, and he began to autonomously absorb the essence between heaven and earth. His entire body gradually swelled up. However, the price for this was great as well. He used up several days of time and ate a small half of the holy medicine before his body's holes began to heal, gradually recovering. If it were other injuries, just a mouthful of the holy medicine would have been enough. However, he had to eat a small half. "You are just slowly killing yourself like this," the divine striking stone said. This path was too dangerous. It had just begun, so what was to come would only be more and more difficult. Seeking one's path of Tao should be like this to begin with. Any path has dangers. If it was simple, those outstanding individuals of the past wouldn't have become crippled or died. Xiao said with a sigh. He didn't waste any time, immediately entering isolation again to refine his body. This time, as time continued, he added another 100 streaks of symbol fiery light, burning his flesh and primordial spirit. His entire body was dried up, his injuries even more severe. The 300 streaks of fiery light burned into the clouds, surrounding the heavens. When he stopped, Xiao devoured the remaining half of the hound leaf vine in one go, and he ate another half of the golden grass. This was the same as eating an entire stalk of holy medicine. It was because the situation was even more dangerous. He needed more medicinal liquid as replenishment. When the 400 streaks of fiery light finished burning, Xiao devoured the half-stalk of golden grass, as well as an entire stalk of desert silver, but he still felt like he was lacking a bit, so he stewed another dozen flood dragons and ate them all. Only then did his primordial spirit become fully restored. How terrifying! The injuries are becoming more and more severe, and the consumption is becoming more and more formidable as well. You don't have any holy medicines left. Used them all up, the divine striking stone said. The Emperor Butterfly flew over, handing the red medicine to him. There was only a bit left. No need. I still have a stalk of the void sky divine vine. Xiao gently stroked it with his hand, his smile gentle. The divine medicine was astonishing. The radiance the void sky heavenly vine released was as resplendent as a great white gold sun. It hibernated within the light like a true dragon. After 500 streaks of fiery light burned him, Xiao's condition deteriorated greatly. However, after eating a single snow-white leaf, his body released pipa sounds, and his blood energy surged again soon after. When 600 streaks of fiery light went out, Xiao ate a leaf of the void sky divine vine and a bit of the tip, and then he recovered once again. As the fiery light continuously increased, he could feel himself becoming more and more powerful. This type of feeling was extremely wonderful. When the 900th streak of fiery light finished burning and Xiao devoured a bit of the void sky divine vine, he saw scenes one after another. These were the engravings within the leaf and vine. He immediately became shocked. What is this? He was greatly shaken. The scenes were too shocking. You promised that you wouldn't completely eat me. The void sky divine vine used a special wave to communicate with him. Xiao nodded and said, I already said before that I wouldn't let a divine root like you just disappear. Just using some of your vine leaves to treat my great Tao injuries. An existence wishes for eternal life. The void sky divine vine told him. These words crashed down like thunder. What is going on? Heaven overflowing waves surged within Xiao's heart. He looked at those engravement fragments, and then he looked at the void sky vine, finding it difficult to calm down. The void sky divine vine was a stalk of divine medicine that had lived for endless years, so it had naturally seen many strange things. It had witnessed the most outstanding people walk on the path of undying. There is someone who can live forever in this world without dying? Shurehao's voice was trembling. Based on what he knew, regardless of whether it was the War Emperor or the Six Great Celestials, none of them were able to tread on that path. Even Fiend Island's unsurpassed demonic sovereign failed. You can look at it carefully yourself. The void sky divine vine shone. The way it communicated with Shuhao was extremely special, not through words or divine will, but only through a type of light. After the endless passage of time, it had seen too many things. As a divine medicine, those that possessed it were naturally all unmatched heroes. They left behind a few imprints that would not fade. The scenes were fragmented, not linked up at all. A person appeared, his gaze, and his style made one feel admiration from the heart. It was difficult to describe. This was a black-clothed person that gazed high into the sky. Around this individual, lightning surged in tens of thousands of streaks, as if great rivers were overflowing. However, he was without fear. He opened his mouth, and with one breath, the sea of lightning entered his mouth. Heavenly tribulation. Shuhao was sure that this was not an ordinary lightning Dao secret method, but true lightning tribulation. It was divine judgment sent down from the heavens. Hong! Even more ferocious thunder and lightning descended, forming a vast body of water. The entire great earth was unexpectedly covered, the heavens itself crushing down. This left Shuhao shaken. How great of a heavenly calamity was this? It was simply like the destruction of the world. The black-clothed male's hair flew about. He looked around 30 years of age, his eyes deep, carrying a profoundness of great time, as well as a lofty aura of overlooking the world, as if he was the sovereign of all. This was clearly an unmatched figure. When faced with this great disaster that covers heaven and earth, he pointed towards the heavens. As a result, the void began to collapse, and the endless lightning completely disappeared, cleanly erased. These types of methods, this type of might, it was simply unimaginable. Even though these were imprint fragments, that type of oppressive might and aura seemed to have transmitted from the ancient past. It was deeply engraved within Shuhao's heart, leaving him shaken. This person was too strong. Even heavenly tribulation was stopped with a single finger. Then, chaotic energy surged. The lightning that descended from the heavens changed. It was accompanied by chaotic light, crashing down as if a great river was pouring downwards. That black-clad male had a graceful bearing and exuded confidence. His eyes were profound and unfathomable, defying the heavens and rushing upwards, directly charging towards the stars in outer space, pushing back all of the lightning tribulation. Is he crossing a tribulation to become an immortal being? Shuhao asked. He stands at the very peak of divine Tao. After passing the heavenly tribulation, then he would no longer have to worry about death. The void sky divine vine said. Shuhao paid close attention, carefully studying those imprint fragments, feeling more and more shaken. Within the deep and remote starry sky, endless chaotic lightning radiance poured outwards, drowning that place. This black-clothed individual quickly enlarged, the sun, moon, and stars revolving behind him. He became incomparably large, meeting this heavenly calamity head-on. The lightning released a final flying immortal radiance, one that was world-shaking. How often would one see this since the ancient times? That black-clothed individual was finally wounded, hacked until he was covered with blood, bones broken and tendons snapped, his body scorched black. However, he was still alive. He watched as the lightning radiance disappeared, finally passing this final trial. However, right at this moment, the heavens in the world beyond split apart, releasing strand after strand of gray mists that surrounded that place. Then, that black-clothed individual roared towards the heavens. Then, it was as if something appeared, fighting an intense battle against him. One could vaguely see a black-colored claw descend. Then, with bloody radiance, that place erupted. When everything became peaceful, a corner of black clothes remained that was covered with blood. The lightning tribulation did not destroy it, nor did the gray mists corrode it, thus proving the existence of an unmatched expert. Aside from this, there was still a tattered cauldron that was now already covered in cracks. It carried a bit of remains and was drenched in red blood. It rushed towards the higher realms, bringing back news of death to Leaf Clan. He failed. Xianxia sighed softly. This was definitely an unmatched hero. The starry domain became dim, because those great stars withered one after another, bringing about ruin. It became a place of death. This was a terrifying conclusion, a miserable end. Who is he? Xianxia asked. Yi Qianyu. The void sky divine vine released a deep sigh. This name seems a bit familiar. I seem to have heard it before. Xianxia thought to himself, and then he was alarmed. He suddenly raised his head and said, Someone from the Yi Emperor clan in the Archaic era? Correct. The Yi family's most powerful expert. Their most powerful existence, Yi Qianyu. Void Sky Divine Vine said. It had previously witnessed this with its own eyes, because it was precisely in that cauldron. As a divine medicine, it still couldn't rescue that exceptional individual's life, because it was never even given the chance to do so. Weren't you born in Immortal Ancient? Xianxia was shocked. I was brought into this place by someone. The Void Sky Divine Vine said calmly. These imprint fragments. Xianxia frowned. The Void Sky Divine Vine had a few other imprints within its body. There were a set of imprints that were extremely shocking. A white-clad male with sharp eyebrows that reached to his temples could be seen. Every action he displayed released a domineering aura that moved heaven and earth, overlooking 10,000 eras. It was still a scene of tragedy. This hero that dominated an era also entered the depths of the universe, surrounded by starry streams, overlooking the 9 heavens and 10th earth. He opened his mouth and roared. Starry streams moved about, and great stars exploded. He was hacked until he was covered in bloody injuries, but he persevered until the end, succeeding. When the lightning radiance retreated, his primordial spirit leapt out, wishing to use the remaining lightning radiance as a baptism. However, it was right at this moment that a shadow drifted over, surrounding that region. One could vaguely hear an unmatched hero roar out with reluctance. When everything calmed down, that person was no longer there. Only that primordial spirit went from being resplendent to as black as ink. It then entered his head, and with incomparable difficulty, he took one step. After one step, the pagoda that he cultivated with his life split apart. The fragments quickly rushed towards the 3000s provinces. In the skies, this person's pupils were as black as his primordial spirit, giving the higher realms one last stupefied look. Then, later generations never saw him again. Who is this person? Ancient Era Emperor Clan's Mo Wudao. Void Sky Divine Vine said. Xianxia was greatly shaken. As expected, it was another great figure. He had heard of this person, read about his existence from the bone books Qi Daolin gave him. He was known as one of the ancient era's most powerful existences. What was going on? This type of person reached the peak of divine Tao and was about to achieve immortality, so why did these sudden changes happen? When he thought back to the scene from just now, Xianxia felt a chill run down his back. He always felt like there was something ominous, a type of extremely horrifying feeling. Was that an accident? I did not personally witness it this time, the Void Sky Divine Vine said. When it recovered its freedom, it discovered a fragment of Mo Wudao's divine pagoda within some mountains and rivers. After taking root there, it seized a few fragmented scenes. Xianxia had always been contemplating this problem. There were people from Immortal Ancient who became immortals, existing forever with the world, not dying, not being extinguished. However, no one in this era was able to do so. He had previously obtained many answers, but not of them were complete. There were all types of sayings from bone book recordings. Some said that this era had a few problems. Without heavenly tribulations, one couldn't become complete, unable to take the final step. There were others that said that with each era, things change, that this era no longer had those conditions. There were others that said that it was proven by the most stunning individuals that once one took that step, there would be something extremely terrifying, something unimaginable that would happen. Now, the final saying was even more horrifying, because the Void Sky Divine Vine had a few imprint fragments within it that pointed in this direction. There really were some strange changes. Soon after, he thought about Fiend Island's demonic sovereign who also ended up like this. In this era, it wasn't that no one could achieve immortality, but because there were strange, unforeseen events. What exactly is it? Xianxia frowned. His heart shivered. This world truly was strange, with too many things unknown. It made him uneasy. He then thought of Willow Deity, recalling the words that it had spoken before. Once one took that step, it would be unimaginable. The most terrifying things would happen. Did Willow Deity experience it before as well? Xianxia was shaken. He had heard the conversation between Willow Deity and the little pagoda before, but back then, he didn't pay too much attention to it. Now that he thought back to it, he found it difficult to calm down. The little pagoda had vaguely said before that the Willow Deity might be the only existence that survived after experiencing that. If you comply with your promise, then I will tell you an even more useful piece of information. The Void Sky Divine Vine said anxiously. It truly was a bit uneasy, fearing that Xianxia would completely eat it. I am a man of my word. You don't have to be scared, Xianxia said. The path you are taking right now will most likely result in danger, possibly producing a strange change. Void Sky Divine Vine unexpectedly spoke these words, immediately making Xianxia dumbstruck. Talk about it in more detail. In the past, the Void Sky Divine Vine originally recovered its freedom, but later on it entered the uninhabited region. As a divine medicine, its Earth escape technique was astonishing. Unfortunately, it was unlucky. At that time, Immortal Ancient had just opened, the Immortal Tao flower bud blooming. There were supreme experts everywhere. He was caught by someone and brought into Immortal Ancient. I've had several owners in the past, followed a 5-crown king, accompanied a great formation master. When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but become shocked. What I am saying is that there were those like you in the past who wished to become deities through offbeat methods. They were all heaven-defying, but in the end, strange changes happened. The Void Sky Divine Vine had followed 5-crown king, a heavenly talent that shook the past and present. He wanted to use the 5-element source to become a deity, and as such, he searched throughout the entire world, appearing 5 times. He gathered anything related to the 5 elements, piling them up like a mountain. Any types of chaotic earth, primordial water, every single item was extremely heaven-defying. The most shocking thing was that he had still even obtained certain origin matter from before the world was opened. If one merged with this, using it to ignite the self, it would have definitely been completely shocking. When Xianxia heard this, he was extremely shocked. Using the source of 5 elements as a baptism to carry out a transformation, this was naturally shocking. 5 elements, this included everything. It was clear that this 5-crown king was formidable, a figure that was above thousands of past generations. That time, something unexpected happened when he only merged 2 elements. It was originally just a test, but in the end, he had to wait all the way until this final era before the 5 elements would all link up. Something unexpected happened when he was just testing things out, leading to something like this happening. What kind of accident? Xianxia asked. A strange change happened. The Void Sky Divine Vine said. It had personally witnessed this. The first time that 5-crown king faced a comparatively smaller strange change. He stopped then, feeling quite shocked. Then, he continued to test things out, proceeding down that path, still succeeding. However, after this happened several times, his eyes began to lose luster, becoming a deathly gray. Then, this person departed, disappearing. The Void God Divine Vine didn't speak about it in great detail because it was too scared at that time. It escaped into a far-away formation, as if it had experienced Yi Chenyu's archaic disaster again. Felt incomparably fearful. You are saying that achieving divinity through unconventional paths will bring about disasters, and some ominous things might happen? Xianxia frowned. Exceptional existences who wish to surpass ancient experts. These types of things might happen to them. The Void Sky Divine Vine said. This was the conclusion it came to after seeing the changes that happened to Five Crown King 2 or 3 times. When Shurhao heard this, great waves stirred within his heart. In the past, exceptional individuals, due to walking unconventional paths, ended up crippled or dead. Could it be related to these strange changes? He frowned, thinking to himself. This place is called Immortal Ancient, and the reason for this name is because it is related to a previous destroyed era. This is also why it is more common for irregular events to happen here. Void Sky Divine Vine said. It was clear that it knew quite a few things. The previous great era was called Immortal Ancient. It already no longer existed, buried in the past. Rumors had it that this place was related to the destroyed Immortal Ancient. As such, this place was given the name Immortal Ancient, using the name of a past great era. It is easy for strange chances to take place here, while the path you are taking is different. Even though it isn't enough to shock the world right now, if you continue, there might be some problems. The Void Sky Divine Vine reminded. There was actually this type of saying. Shurhao was stunned. He silently thought for a long time, and then he raised his head, saying, I want to see exactly what it will be. After nurturing his injuries, he continued breaking through. This time, he gathered over 1,000 streaks of fiery light, burning his flesh and setting his primordial spirit aflame. This entire world immediately became more terrifying, devoured by divine light. And, at this moment, those watching him from the outside world were shocked. Shurhao could no longer be seen, disappearing from the immortal Tao flower's petals. He no longer appeared on the monument. Formidable after all. Everyone knew that the path he walked was extremely unordinary. The immortal Tao flower's petals covered everything, making it so that everyone couldn't see him. When the 1,000th fiery light was extinguished, Shurhao seemed already half dead. Only after taking some divine medicine did he pick up some life. However, nothing unusual happened. He preserved and nurtured his spirit, attacking at the 1,001 divine streak of fiery light, burning his true self. However, it was at this moment that the Void Sky Divine Vine who was with the divine striking stone felt great fear, releasing fluctuations and crying out loudly. They have come again after all. The strange changes are about to happen again. In the void, a few abnormal things happened. There was a strange fluctuation that was like a ripple, but also like an ominous wind. It made the 3,000 bluestone paths a bit dark and cold. What are you saying? The divine striking stone was alarmed. It was together with the Emperor Butterfly and Void Sky Divine Vine, protecting Shurhao from the distance. Right now, it also sensed something. Please let me go. I truly do not wish to face this type of scene again. The Void Sky Divine Vine was trembling all over. From the most powerful Yi Qianyu from the archaic era, then to the later generation Five Crown King, it had witnessed these ominous happenings more than once. The divine medicine could live for endless years, its life rather hard to extinguish. As such, it had seen many things that left it with a deep impression. Hurry and wake up! The divine striking stone and Void Sky Divine Vine screamed loudly, trying to wake Shurhao up from his state of Tao comprehension, not wishing for him to burn away his true self. A type of danger had arrived, one that might decide life and death. The 3,000 bluestone paths had over 1,000 streaks of fiery light converge. Symbols jumped about, mysterious like creatures. They flickered with a metallic luster and flowed with the aura of great Tao, forming a sea of flames made of natural Tao. Fiery light surged, burning heaven and earth. Shurhao continued to sit there, submerged under the terrifying flames. It was who knew how many times more dangerous than in the past. The heaven and earth furnace was already burnt until it was warped, about to collapse. In reality, Shurhao already sensed something, feeling the irregularity. Ever since he learned of those past matters from the Void Sky Divine Vine, he already started to remain vigilant. Only, he never expected it to arrive so quickly. Came without any omen. Close to 1,000 streaks of fiery lights retreated. The large amount of symbols scattered, entering the bluestone paths. Peace was returned to this place. Meanwhile, this time, even though he was injured, it was unlikely for him to die, because there was a piece of void sky divine vine already held in his mouth. This was to avoid provoking some strange events before entering a withered state. What is that? Xianxia descended onto the ground. His entire body was scorched black. There was no danger to his life, but his injuries weren't light either. He looked into the distance. Strand after strand of gray mists surged over. Even from far away, one would have a bad premonition, feeling a cold, sinister darkness approaching. It was extremely blurry in that direction with no shadows to be seen. However, a wave of chilliness that made one's blood run cold was spreading, surrounding this ancient place. The divine striking stone broke out into a cold shiver. It had never encountered something like this before. It didn't have a flesh body, yet it still felt like it had goosebumps all over its body. These types of things are happening again. The void sky divine vine was the most sensitive, as it had witnessed tragedies one after another. It was the one in most fear. On the bluestone path, the stalks of spiritual medicines Xianxia lowered earlier silently turned ash gray, and then disappeared into dust, thus disappearing without a trace. This was all because of a single gust of chill wind. There were no creatures, no intense fluctuations, yet it created such a sinister scene. What kind of thing are you? Come out. Xianxia held the void sky divine vine in his mouth, using it to recover his foundational energy. His body released multicolored light, and his flesh began to expand, no longer dried up. Careful! The void sky divine vine was trembling. All of you back up. Xianxia had them stay a bit further away and not get close to him. A serious expression appeared on his face as he stared forward. The unknown was the most terrifying. Even now, they didn't know who the enemy was. Meanwhile, a few exceptional individuals since the ancient times had died because of it. Truly made one's heart go cold. The gray mists drifted over, approaching Xianxia, carrying with them an endless gloomy coldness. At this moment, Xianxia's fine hairs couldn't help but stand on end. He almost felt like a pincushion. There was no need for anyone to describe it in great detail. This was definitely an indescribably terrifying atmosphere. After being burned so viciously just now, over 1,000 streaks of Tao flames burning his flesh, now, it was as if he had fallen into an icehouse. These were two completely different extremities. This was only the start. When the wisps of mist thickened and the gray fog gradually became more concentrated, this type of chilliness reached the extreme. Hong! Suddenly, gray mists surged frantically, pouring over from the distance, cutting off what laid before him. It immediately made this place hazy. Changes quickly took place between heaven and earth, the coldness reaching the extreme. Even Xianxia's powerful body felt like it was being frozen, all of his fine hairs standing on end, and a layer of goosebumps covering his skin. At this moment, there was a great fear. The gate to the underworld seemed to have opened up, and it was gradually closing in on the human world. It appeared before Xianxia, about to seize him and bring him away. His eyes were resplendent. Symbols appeared, turning into beams of light as he stared there. The martial Tao heavenly eye, even though it still hadn't truly formed, was still quite unordinary. However, aside from the gray fog, Xianxia couldn't see anything. There were no creatures, no sinister things. He couldn't lock onto this strange enemy. He stood there calmly without moving, steadily facing these great changes. The great fog surrounded him, and then it began to contract, about to submerge him within. Be careful. You definitely cannot let the fog approach your body. Not even a wisp. This was the void sky divine vine's final warning. Then it hid behind the divine striking stone, no longer daring to come out. Show! The gray mist suddenly began to move, forming strand after strand. Like strange tentacles, they rushed at Xianxia, the fluctuations they released extremely intense. Hong! Xianxia was unmoving like a mountain. However, his only heavenly passage opened. A resplendent screen of light appeared around his body, shining like a great sun on the bluestone path to protect his body. These gray fog strands didn't break through this obstruction. Instead, they suddenly changed. Those tentacles became perfectly straight and incomparably sharp like spears of death, piercing towards the only heavenly passage. Dang! This was clearly a gray fog, yet when they smashed into the only heavenly passage, there were actually metal sounds. The power was incredibly great. This place erupted with chaos. The gray fog surged, forming streaks one after another, attacking Xianxia from all sides to penetrate the screen of light. Xianxia stared at the fog. Even after all this time, he didn't see any creatures, only this fog that attacked him continuously. His eyes became cold. Hong! He erupted with power. The master of this fog didn't even appear, yet it wanted to deal with him? In reality, this type of fog was enough to crush a group of experts that had just become deities. Normal people couldn't defend against it at all. Only this type of heavenly passage of his would display such shocking defensive power. Xianxia took the initiative to take action. Streak after streak of lightning erupted from around him, hacking towards the mist to blast apart this strange matter. Electrical arcs interweaved, forming snow-white like blades as they engulfed his surroundings. This was the Lightning Emperor's precious technique. Lightning descended streak after streak, all of them hacking at this fog. Something shocking happened. It didn't retreat, instead turning red. It became like blood, carrying a fishy smell. It faced the lightning and rushed at Xianxia. One could vaguely see a few indistinct claws within this blood-red fog, reaching outwards murderously, as if they wished to kill Xianxia through the void. This strange thing made the divine striking stone and others in the distance stunned. They shivered in fear. What exactly was this? They knew that this was definitely not something ordinary, or else how could it have existed for endless eras, lasting from the ancient times till now, destroying the Tao foundations of so many heroes? The void trembled. The mists condensed. This time, it took form. Xianxia was shocked. This blood-like fog gathered into a sphere, turning into an eye-like shape. It was extremely sinister. It trembled slightly, and then it suddenly opened. Chi! A streak of blood radiance shot out from that washbowl-sized bloody eye. The beam of light dark red and incomparably cold. Dang! Xianxia took action, the lightning long blade in his hands hacking over. When the two collided, sparks flew everywhere. Then, the lightning blade in his hands suddenly became scarlet red, the blood-colored radiance spreading along the blade's shaft. Xianxia flung out the lightning blade to prevent the blood-covered object from reaching his hands. With a bang sound, the lightning blade exploded before his eyes. The scarlet pupil closed, but it wasn't destroyed. What kind of thing is this? Is it a fog or living body? Xianxia frowned. The bloody eye opened again. Streak after streak of radiance flew over, now even more terrifying. Get lost! Xianxia erupted with power. Lightning poured out like a sea, completely descending. He displayed this precious technique's most powerful offensive strength. 9 heavens calamity light, Xianxia shouted. In the sky, resplendent lightning appeared. These were not just streaks of lightning, instead thick blasts of radiance that looked like divine judgment. The Lightning Emperor's precious technique's offensive methods was displayed to the extreme. This was an extremely powerful secret method. 9 streaks of light descended simultaneously, pushing the Lightning Emperor's precious technique to the extreme. It was as if a great Tao flower bud was erupting, immediately lighting up the heavens above and earth below. Hong! The blood-colored pupil was pierced through. In the end, it gave Xianxia one last look before breaking apart, turning into a gray fog and scattering away, disappearing from the 3,000 ancient bluestone paths. Peace was restored to this place, as if nothing had happened at all. That dark chilliness that seemed to have originated from the depths of hell completely disappeared. Xianxia remained silent. Even though he had fought a battle, he had no idea what he had even been fighting. It gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. This was clearly just a probing and not the true fight to the death. Hurry and leave. Don't continue any further. The Void Sky Divine Vine was truly terrified. It had experienced this type of thing more than once. leaving an unforgettable shadow over its mind. I want to see exactly what kind of thing it is. There is no way my Dao will end here just because of its appearance. Shihao's voice was firm, his eyes steady. The last great era, Immortal Ancient, had been wiped out, and this place was related to that great era, so it was the easiest place for ominous things to happen. Would they be able to hide even if they wanted to? Moreover, there was no way he could run either. He wouldn't stop his own pursuit of the Tao. Shihao took some time to adjust his breathing, and after calming down, he drew over 1,100 types of fiery light, continuing the path he was just on. It was because just now he had been interrupted. Nothing unexpected happened, nor did any irregularities appear. After ingesting a piece of the void sky divine vine, he began to push at the limit again. He was going to tread on his own path, make himself even stronger. At this time, he could only rely on himself. Only by becoming stronger could he face all types of strange, shocking changes. When 1,200 streaks of fiery light were added to his body, everything was still calm. Even when his body was burned to a withered state, covered in great Tao symbols and there was danger to his life, there still weren't any abnormalities. He silently recovered. A few days later, he drew over 1,300 streaks of fiery light. A long time passed, and everything was still peaceful. In the end, his dried and withered body dropped down from the sky, his mouth breathing heavily. He took some divine medicine. After a few days of rest, Shihao felt that he had become even stronger. His eyes were calm. If he continued like this, it would be beneficial for him. It would make it easier to deal with those strange changes. However, the void sky divine vine became more and more pessimistic. Based on what it said, the more peaceful it was, the more vicious the following disturbance would be. It would definitely destroy his Tao foundation. Shihao made ample preparations. He began to push against the limit again, guiding 1,400 streaks of fiery light. The bluestone paths lit up one after another, making the atmosphere here unordinary. Meanwhile, it was also precisely at this time that the strange changes happened again. In the void, several symbols appeared. Then they merged together. With a hong sound, it was as if the void was ignited, making this place erupt with energy. Then, they became calm again, piecing together into an ancient lamp. It suspended itself in the void, its fiery light faint, not all that resplendent, but enough to light up this place. This was especially the case when it suspended 100 zhang away from Shihao's head, as if it was some type of guide towards a coordinate. Strange, sinister, and indescribable type of aura was swirling about. At this moment, the world became quiet to the extreme. Even a pin drop could be heard. The 3,000 bluestone paths entered a state of extreme deathly stillness. Shihao stared into the distance. He felt a type of danger that was extremely powerful, one that was 10 times that of before. Ta-ta. Footsteps sounded in the spacious and empty bluestone path. It was extremely clear, but also horrifying as it echoed through this place. At the ends of the horizon, a figure appeared, walking over step by step, as if these steps had remained constant through ancient times. The rhythm was unchanging, possessing a mysterious power that made one feel suffocated. Has the main enemy himself arrived? Shihao stared towards the limits of the bluestone path. That figure approached from the distance, its steps carrying an indescribable type of rhythm, as if a divine drum was sounding, its beat ringing within others' hearts. If it was an ordinary individual who had recently become a deity here, when faced with these types of footsteps, they would have coughed out blood and flew outwards a long time ago. This individual seemed to have merged with heaven and earth, a terrifying might exuding from his being. Shihao's expression became grave, treating this with incomparable seriousness. He knew that he had encountered a terrifying opponent. Gray-colored mists pervaded the air, as if hell was approaching this world. It was incomparably dark and cold. It was close, a humanoid existence who didn't walk too quickly, but using the earth to inches technique now only 100 zhang away. This person stopped moving. The gray fog surrounded that place, so his true appearance couldn't be seen. Only a pair of pupils peered through the gray mists, releasing a chilly radiance. No pupils could be seen, only an expanse of silvery whiteness. The gray fog scattered. Xianxia produced the dual pupil, but even then, he couldn't see through it. This creature's eyes didn't look like they contained pupils, but instead shot out like blades. There were no human emotions, nor were there any mood fluctuations. His entire being was ice-cold like stone. If not for him seeing that existence standing there, even if one used their divine senses to perceive it, one would overlook it. It was because it didn't display the characteristics of life, unable to feel a hint of blood energy from him. "Who are you?" Xianxia asked. He didn't understand these strange changes. Even though he felt some apprehension, he still wanted to understand what exactly was going on. "Be careful. He is the monster that will destroy Yudao Foundation. It's over. Another tragedy has happened. This trial cannot be passed." The Void Sky Divine Vine said with a trembling voice, its body shaking all over. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" The Divine Striking Stone berated. Gray mists pervaded the air. This person seemed like a demonic god from the underworld, standing there like a mountain. The pressure was so great it was hard for one to even breathe. He didn't say anything, nor did he display any reaction. The only thing that changed was that its eyes became more terrifying, staring at Xianxia. It was like an ice-cold boulder, as well as like a wild beast. Five Crown King passed the first ominous event. "Don't tell me that I can't even do that?" Xianxia said. He gave the Divine Striking Stone and Void Sky Divine Vine a look, reassuring them. "It's different. This time, it's extremely dangerous, a monster with a true form." The Void Sky Divine Vine wanted to flee and leave this place, never to look back after doing so. There were no sounds, no breathing. The humanoid figure in the gray mist was incomparably apathetic. No fluctuation of life could be sensed from it. However, there was still an intimidating pressure. Hong! It moved. The instant its right arm moved, a portion of the gray mists were scattered, revealing its weapon. It was an ancient spear that carried mottled green copper rust. It was filled with the aura of time. Xianxia stared at that spear, his mind shaken. This was definitely an ancient weapon. It seemed to have existed far longer than any artifact he had seen before, as if it had existed forever since the ancient times. Chong! That person's arm moved. The bronze spear released a metallic sound, as if it rang over from when the heavens were opened, as if the river of time was agitated. In that instant, Xianxia's entire body went rigid, his fine hairs standing on end. This was a reaction towards great danger, as well as a vigilance against the most powerful enemies. This creature was extremely strange. The void trembled. 100 zhang out, that creature held the bronze spear in one hand, pointing it at Xianxia. In that instant, this world seemed to be trembling. "Careful," the divine stone reminded. "As long as it is a living creature, then it will definitely die," Xianxia said with a cold voice. With a chong sound, the void halberd appeared in his hands, its shining snow-white blade aimed forward. However, when he raised his head to look towards that lamp in the sky, his eyes still blinked. This lamp was formed from natural laws and pointed at this place, setting it as a coordinate. It was also precisely the reason for this creature's arrival. Could everything that was happening now really be explained with normal reasoning? Was the terrifying expert that came a living being? Regardless, there was no point in thinking further. There was only a battle from here on out. Xianxia, ever since he made his first public appearance, experienced many life and death battles, to the extent where he even died once, being buried in the earth, so what else was there to be scared of? This was true even if he was facing a strange change. Chi! That creature moved, taking a step outwards. The 100 zhang distance was immediately covered. The bronze spear pierced towards the space between Xianxia's brows, vicious and accurate. This left Xianxia greatly shaken up. The other party was too fast, unexpectedly matching his speed, tearing through the sky like a streak of lightning, immediately arriving before him. Dang! He brandished the great halberd. The shining snow-white halberd's blade was like a comet covered the sky, illuminating heaven and earth. It hacked down on that spear point, clashing together. Ear-splitting metallic sounds were released. At this moment, even the ancient bluestone paths were shaking. Space began to distort here, with many cracks forming. Xianxia was greatly shaken up. His arm felt numb, and his ears were ringing with noise. This strike contained too much power, to the point where it was about to break his arm and make his blood energy surge. If this was anyone else, needless to say, their arms would all be blasted apart. This type of power was impossible to endure, exceeding the limits of this cultivation realm. Hong! After a brief moment of great pain, Xianxia brandished the void halberd, taking the initiative to attack, hacking it at the other party. The snow-white halberd blade tore across the sky, leaving behind an enormous crevice. This was a precious halberd crafted from the bones of a void beast. Its power was boundless. The enemy's reaction speed was extremely fast, its ability to adapt great. Its hands moved the bronze spear horizontally, intending to face it head-on and fend off this attack. Dang! This was the most intense strike, using up both of these individuals' greatest strength. It was ferocious and tyrannical to the extreme. An ear-splitting sound tore through the air. The most dazzling radiance erupted, shaking the skies. This type of power was enough to make other deities tremble in fear. Xianxia's arm was in intense pain, feeling as if it was broken. The area between his thumb and forefinger split apart. This was a contest of physical strength, the most powerful collision. Yet in the end, blood trickled between his fingers. The other party's strength was too ferocious. He raised his head, seeing that the other figure was also backing up, a pool of black blood on the ground. It carried a gloomy and cold aura, as well as a corrosive type of power. He knew that the space between the other party's thumb and forefinger had split apart as well, with blood flowing from it. However, he never expected it to be black-colored blood. This was quite strange. It was clear that their physical prowess were equal. Strange changes towards creatures of different cultivation realms would send out beings of different strength? Xianxia slightly narrowed his eyes. Chi! Immediately afterwards, this creature moved, rushing over like an unstoppable flood. It charged over with the bronze spear, its speed extremely great. Each time it stabbed out, the void would be penetrated. It was terrifying to an unimaginable degree. The spear point never left Xianxia's vital parts, aiming from the space between his brows down to his throat, then to his heart. That green copper spear covered in rust drew out a streak of afterimages, moving like lightning. It was domineering to the extreme. They fought viciously at close range, both of them moving about like lightning, fast to the point where outsiders couldn't see their figures. Only the two weapons' collisions could be heard, their clashes erupting with resplendent symbols. Moreover, this type of metallic ringing already linked up together, no longer separating, no delay between their clashes again. One could imagine just how great their speeds were. Dang! Finally, following another strike, the two separated, 100 zhong opening up between them, each side occupying their area. You are okay, right? The divine striking stone was fearful. It was because where Xianxia stood, the ground was covered in red blood. All of it flowed out from his hands. His arms were shaking uncontrollably. The space between his fingers split apart and dripping with blood. It's no bother, Xianxia said. How could he be fine? These types of collisions made his flesh feel a tremendous amount of pressure. If the strength was just a bit greater, he might have completely collapsed. This was the most terrifying, evenly matched opponent he had ever encountered in a combat of physical prowess. On the other side, gray mist surged. The ground was covered in blood as well, but it was black. It was rather horrifying, making one shiver inwardly upon seeing it. Kill! Xianxia released a roar. His body surged with golden radiance and lightning rumbled. He completely erupted with power, using his most powerful strength to take action. He held the void halberd in one hand, and together with the lightning Dao precious technique, he pushed his strength to the limit. His flesh and supreme secret method merged as he slaughtered his way forward to kill that existence. The gray fog surged. That person's aura changed. becoming like a black hole, devouring everything. The fog turned a black color as if dyed by ink, making one's heart tremble. It was as if the gate to hell had been opened. The halberd in Sherhao's hand was stopped by the bronze spear, while the endless lightning released through the Lightning Emperor's precious technique slammed into the fog. This place became completely chaotic. Something terrifying happened. All of the lightning, the endless sea of electricity disappeared into the black fog with no hope of returning, thus disappearing. What is going on? Sherhao was shocked. He had never encountered such a terrifying opponent before. One had to understand that this was the Lightning Emperor's precious technique, known as one of the world's most powerful offensive divine abilities. Who at the same level could take it head-on? Even if they did block it, how could all of the lightning be erased? Pong! The black fog surged. It wasn't that the other creature suffered no losses. In the end, his entire being flew outwards, smashing into the other end of the bluestone path. However, the lightning mysteriously disappeared, not blasting through him. This was the most terrifying and sinister part. How could it be like this? Sherhao's pupils shone incomparably brilliantly. He sensed the seriousness of the situation. Kill! He rushed over again. Lightning erupted endlessly. He urged on endless lightning, sending them hacking down on that creature again, not believing that it could still erase them completely. Another unexpected event happened. On the other side, the creature was just like him, releasing lightning, but it was a black-colored lightning. His power was boundless, terrifying to the extreme. It was similar to his precious technique. The two types of lightning clashed together, divine light surging outwards. The world was in chaos. How could this be? From the distance, even the divine striking stone trembled. How could this type of opponent appear, actually stopping the Lightning Emperor's precious technique? One side used resplendent lightning while the other had black lightning. Both sides opposed each other with equal harshness, their powers similarly great, to the extent where even their methods of releasing their attacks were similar. This entire place was in disorder from the intense battle. The bluestone path was shaking, lightning roiling like seas between the two, terrifying to the extreme. Sherhao found it difficult to calm down. He firmly believed that the other party possessed the Lightning Emperor's precious technique just like him, proficient in this ancient forbidden secret method. What kind of background did this existence have to unexpectedly understand an unmatched forbidden precious technique? Hong! Another great collision happened. Thunder radiance erupted between the two, finally scattering a large half of the black mist. Sherhao hurriedly glanced over, and then he revealed a look of great shock. He could vaguely see a short spear inserted through that individual's skull. It was less than 2 feet in length, entering from the space between the brows and exiting from the back of the head. The spear point carried green rust stains, as well as a great aura of time. This? His heart rose and fell greatly. How could this be? There should be no way one could survive after this type of injury. Even the primordial spirit was pierced through. Kill! Sherhao roared. He didn't care about these sinister things anymore. He believed in his own strength and was going to fight a decisive battle to the end. A hong sounded. The Kuan Peng's wings spread, reaching into the clouds. They swept towards the other party, erupting with unmatched power. Following a pung sound, the creature within the black fog was blasted flying by the Kuan Peng wings, smashing against the ancient path. However, he quickly crawled up again. A pair of grayish-black wings appeared, and then he slaughtered his way over with extreme speed. What? Sherhao's pupils rapidly shrunk, because he sensed a familiar aura. That seemed to be the Kuan Peng technique. Only the Kuan Peng wings carried a bit of decaying aura. Why was this? His heart was beating crazily. The other party grasping the ancient Lightning Emperor precious technique might be passable as a coincidence, because this person looked extremely ancient, and it might even be the case that he was related to the Lightning Emperor. However, why did the Kuan Peng technique appear as well? As such, he no longer used any other precious techniques, instead using these two forbidden divine abilities to fight a great battle. Soon after, they exchanged 2,000 moves. His body was dripping with blood, his body weary and strength exhausted. Xianxia was now caught up in a bitter struggle of life and death. His mind was shaken, finding it hard to calm down. Now, he was sure that the other party grasped the Lightning Emperor's precious technique, as well as the Kuan-Peng technique, and its proficiency in them wasn't any bit weaker than his. I have to change how the way things are going. Xiao's eyes became firm. He knew that he had to change things up, or else there was going to be a huge problem. If I use different techniques, are you going to become proficient in all of them? Immediately afterwards, Xiao moved, his entire body igniting. Bone texts interweaved, shining with great brilliance. Every single precious technique he had ever studied appeared, all of them released at this moment. They swept outwards, slaughtering towards this person. When the Reincarnation technique appeared, a wave of decaying aura spread from the other party's body. Then, the Lightning Emperor's precious technique, Kuan-Peng technique, Nine Heavens Calamity Light, and others were all displayed. Hong! This time, the creature in the black fog was blasted flying, his flesh cracking apart after taking on this unfathomable attack. Xiao rushed over with the void halberd in hand, delivering a follow-up attack. During this process, he was horrified, because he discovered that the Reincarnation technique symbols unexpectedly appeared on the other party's body as well. This was simply unimaginable. Accept death. His actions were fast. The lightning wings, Kuan-Peng wings, earth to inches great divine ability, all three combined together. This was a speed that transcended the limit. Pooh! Success! The dazzling sharp halberd blade hacked down the moment the other party's bone texts lit up, piercing through that person's chest, nailing him to the ground. At the same time, the black fog was scattered. Xiao saw his true appearance. In that instant, his eyes widened, his body trembling. His eyes released blazing radiance, as if they were burning. Even his heart was trembling. He was shaken too badly. This person's appearance was too similar to his, only his hair was ash-colored, a bit aged, like his own self in the future. How could it be like this? Xiao roared. The clothes this person wore were similar to the immortal ancient clothing the bone books recorded. Meanwhile, the short spear that pierced through his brows was too ancient, covered in rust. Xiao was truly stunned. How could this individual's appearance be the same as his own? If that was all, then that was one thing, but even his precious techniques were the same, able to display similar methods. This definitely left him greatly shocked, causing great waves to stir within his heart. This person's hair was entirely ash-gray, and he was already in his declining years. His body was pierced through by this dazzling white halberd blade, black blood flowing all over the ground. There was a wave of decaying aura. Xiao's heart was beating crazily. Was his later self going to look like this? When he looked at the other party who was nailed like this onto the ground, he felt a chill run through his mind. What was going on? This strange change was full of mysteries. Xiao stared at this person, his clothing from the immortal ancient era, full of an aura of past time, carrying an ancient feeling of great changes. This was especially the case with that bronze short spear that penetrated through the space between his brows and emerged from the back of the head. It was incomparably striking. Does this world have reincarnation? Xiao's voice was trembling slightly. Could this person be related to him? He was truly too similar. If not for his pupils becoming a deathly gray, even their temperament seemed similar. How could they resemble each other so greatly? At this moment, Xiao unexpectedly felt a mournful feeling. If there really was reincarnation, was this himself? Was the elder from immortal ancient era who met such a sorrowful end him? When his mind reached this point, his heart began to pound. He was shaking, and a wave of sadness came over him. This type of declining end was too miserable and bleak. From his clothing and weapon, this person looked extremely ancient, and might truly be someone from the immortal ancient era. Was there really reincarnation? Xiao didn't dare imagine what it could be like. If there was a previous incarnation, was I truly this lamentable? Anyone who saw this type of him would feel sadness. An old man, ash-colored hair scattered about, eyes dim, body dripping with black blood, Something extremely terrifying had clearly happened that caused him to be in such miserable circumstances. And now, he was even killed by someone who had the same appearance as him. When he thought up to this point, Xianxia felt rather mournful inside. How could this be? This truly made him feel dispirited. He was a bit absent-minded. He thought of too many things. Reincarnation, final destination, last great era, the present world. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. What was going on? His Tao heart was sturdy and immovable, and even if he encountered this type of lamentable event, he shouldn't let his mind waver during a battle. Xianxia woke up. He felt like his own mood had been influenced by some type of mysterious power. Otherwise, he shouldn't be in this type of absent-minded state. At his cultivation realm, his emotions shouldn't be fluctuating so greatly. In that instant, Xianxia's eyes became clear, his Tao heart steady, his primordial spirit shone, his forehead shining brilliantly. It was precisely at this moment that he noticed the one pierced by the great halberd's entire body was interweaving with bone texts. That was the reincarnation technique shining and on the verge of forming, about to erupt. This type of symbol was extremely resplendent, immediately rushing out. It was a bit different from the splendid precious technique Xianxia displayed. The light this person released was dark and terrifying. This was dark light, and right now it was firing out expanse after expanse, bringing with it a great shower of brilliance. Of course, those light specks were all black, dark, and gloomy, as well as possessing a type of corrupt aura. Break! Xianxia shouted loudly. This was his innate precious technique, so no one was more clear on how terrifying and difficult it was to defeat than himself. However, he also knew how to deal with it. He used his bone texts to deal with it, breaking it down through focused action. Moreover, he immediately used the strange ability magic immunity to protect himself, allowing the reincarnation technique to land fruitlessly on his body. Sure enough, the two great methods were effective. He directly blocked the reincarnation technique. Immediately afterwards, Xianxia's eyes became cold. He took action ruthlessly. Bone texts interweaved, and from his body, all types of symbols rushed out, forming divine swords, Tao bells, divine pagodas, and other things. Moreover, he circulated the true primordial record, turning the rotten into the miraculous, suppressing outwards with full force. Hong! This strike caused this creature that was already cracking apart to break, splitting from the waist into two pieces. This existence on the ground didn't have any aura of life, no blood energy fluctuations, and even less emotions to speak of, but at this moment he spoke. You killed me? Black blood flowed out from his mouth, his eyes growing dim, his gaze scattering. His voice was extremely ancient, carrying a type of sadness. Xianxia's gaze became calm. He lowered his head and looked down on this individual, pulling out the halberd with a peaceful expression. Why? Within the muddled eyes were perplexity. His lips were black, carrying an aura of decay as he asked. Chi. Suddenly, Xianxia raised the great halberd and forcefully hacked downwards ruthlessly. In that instant, the dazzling white halberd blade was like a comet flying across the heavens, illuminating the great earth, as well as illuminating Xianxia's eyes. He was resolute and firm, without any hesitation. His will was steady like steel. Pooh! A light sound rang through the air. He hacked this person apart, cleaving him vertically. The black-colored blood splashed far into the distance, landing on the bluestone path. It was a ghastly sight. Who is it that killed me, and who am I? That shadow released a final voice, and then no longer moved. In addition, his body began to decay, creating a large pool of black liquid. Xianxia remained calm as he stood there, not saying anything for a long time. He was killed just like that. However, he was the exact same as you. Don't tell me there really is some kind of relationship. The divine striking stone said. It saw everything clearly from the distance, feeling that the events that took place today really were too strange and ominous. There was no way to explain any of it. Just a strange change. Forget about being a corpse that is the same as myself. Even if it was a living person that is exactly the same as myself, it still wouldn't move my Tao heart. Xianxia's eyes were extremely clear. his Tao heart unwavering. Are you really not scared of there being some type of relationship? The divine striking stone asked. I don't believe in reincarnation, and I believe even less that there is some relationship between him and myself. It is just a strange change, just some trickery, yet it wants to disturb my mind. Xianxia raised his head and looked into the void. He stared at that ancient lamp that suspended 100 zhang above, as if it was a landmark. Xianxia's body erupted with resplendent light. Tens of thousands of streaks of lightning surged around him, condensing into a lightning spear. He then flung it out fiercely. Dang! This spear shot down the gloomy ancient lamp in the sky in one hit, causing it to release an expanse of ghost flames. Kill! Xianxia rushed upwards. With the void halberd in hand, he hacked down this lamp. Then, he erupted with everything he had, using all of his power. With a pung sound, this lamp blasted apart, turning into symbol fragments. Xianxia didn't stop here, instead guiding over 1,400 streaks of fiery light. The ancient paths lit up one after another, illuminating this place with holy and auspicious light. Those fiery lights gathered, forming a furnace that wrapped around all of these fragments, ultimately burning them all clean, turning them into nothingness. Not a single symbol remained. Then he landed on the ground. That corpse's flesh was still decaying. White bones could be seen, the black blood on the ground trickling about. As time went by, the black blood dried up, and the white bones lost luster. Eventually, they all unexpectedly shattered, completely turning into bone powder. As for the flesh and black blood, they no longer existed either. Following a light breeze, they were all blown away like dust. Xianxia wanted to obtain that bronze spear, but in the end, as soon as it left the ground, it crumbled apart inch by inch, turning into bronze rust that scattered onto the ground. This was the case with that short spear impaled within the strange being's head as well. It directly turned into powder as if eroded by the wind, similarly blown away like dust. Under the force of time, everything should have long become one with the earth, yet he managed to retain his body all this time, only returning to the world after being broken now. Xianxia said softly. He now believed even more firmly that this was a corpse left behind from the immortal ancient era. Just like before, he guided over the bluestone path's Tao flames, burning all of the dust, particles and everything clean, erasing them from existence to prevent something unexpected from happening. There is only a single me in this world. My Tao heart will not be shaken. Xianxia said. You actually made it through, successfully killing him. The void sky divine vine was trembling with fear. It reached out its head from behind the divine striking stone. When it was now sure that the ominous events had passed, only then did it release a sigh of relief. There are different strange changes towards those of different cultivation realms, right? Xianxia thought to himself. The void sky divine vine continuously nodded its head. In the past, Five Crown King also came to a similar conclusion. He felt that there were some type of hidden plot, some rules, that there are living creatures and great terrors. Xianxia silently thought to himself for a long time. He didn't feel fear, and instead, his eyes became even more firm and persistent. I am looking forward to seeing what will appear next time. He began to nurse his injuries, quietly recovering. Just now, it was as if he was fighting against himself. It was too difficult, actually fighting for more than 2,000 exchanges. His arms were about to break. The area between his thumb and forefinger split apart. Large amounts of blood had been spat out. A day and night later, Xianxia opened his eyes. He didn't waste his time, continuing to attack at the breakthrough point, guiding 1,400 streaks of fiery light to burn his true self. This was a life and death grind. As the fiery lights increased, the bluestone paths lighting up one after another, Xianxia's path became more and more difficult. This time, he almost burned himself into a cripple. 1,400 spheres of light appeared in his body, all of them containing symbols and interweaving with bone texts. They were forging his flesh, burning his primordial spirit. He barely made it through. When everything concluded, Xianxia was laying on the ground while facing the sun. not budging an inch. He didn't look like a human anymore at all. If not for the piece of divine medicine in his mouth, he might have directly died in meditation. Youngster, can you not scare us like this? Cultivation shouldn't be carried out like this. You are burning away your life. Don't continue this anymore. This path is too dangerous. The divine striking stone said. Unforeseen events had even happened to those of ancient times who continued like this. None of them had good conclusions. It's not a big deal. Xianxia stood up. As the divine medicine dissolved, he gradually recovered. After taking a long time to recover, his blood energy became exuberant again. Soon after, Xianxia began to attack at the limit again, not willing to stop. He even felt that something might be different once he ignited the 1500th flame. It was because he was reaching the halfway point of the 3000 bluestone paths. The strange changes are more and more vicious each time. If it comes again, you most likely won't be able to survive. Don't continue trotting down this path already, the Void Sky Divine Vine warned. From what Five Crown King experienced, after the two strange changes I've already experienced, there should be a gap between when the next one will appear. Xianxia said. He insisted on igniting 1500 flames, because this was half of the total amount. He felt that it would allow his strength to increase a bit further, his path to divinity becoming even more sturdy. With an increase in strength, he might be able to deal with the strange changes easier. Fiery light surged, engulfing the 9 heavens. This type of scene was extremely shocking. This time, Xianxia's flesh was almost completely destroyed. Countless symbols appeared, flickering and interweaving on his bones and withered body. Apart from this, his primordial spirit shrunk, becoming even more condensed and resplendent, releasing holy light within the fiery radiance. His brilliant primordial spirit shrunk about 50% from its original fist-sized self. This wasn't a weakening of his cultivation, but rather condensation, refinement, the result of improvement. It became more and more translucent, almost like a crystal. His primordial spirit was becoming stronger. However, this time it was more dangerous than anything he had faced in the past. This was a type of torture. The 1500 streaks of fiery light burned his body. Half of the bluestone paths ignited, illuminating the heavens above and earth below. Xianxia was almost burned to ruin. When everything ended, he clenched his teeth and sat down, forcefully enduring the urge to faint. Even with the divine medicine, he still used more than 10 days, and only then did he slowly recover. He was now truly different. After Xianxia recovered, when he operated magical force, divine multicolored light surged. Mists of radiance shone hazily, accompanied with a few irregular scenes. This was not released from his body, but rather something the world produced and displayed for him. Xianxia felt a powerful wave of strength swirling within his body. He revealed a look of shock. He already reached the mid-stage of the divine flame realm. What a pity! The divine medicine was completely used up. He released a light sigh. Only a small piece of the vine was left of the Void Sky Divine Vine. It couldn't be eaten any further, or else its foundational energy would be greatly injured. I should take a look around the outside world. I wonder if Lani Chen and Luo Dao found a few rare great medicines. When it heard him say this, the Void Sky Divine Vine completely relaxed, releasing the apprehension it felt inwardly. I should give this new power a try as well. See the results of my isolation cultivation, Xianxia said. He also wanted to know what happened in Immortal Ancient after such a long time, what kind of natural luck appeared, as well as if those ancient freaks displayed any activity. Only, the path ahead won't be easy. Xianxia frowned. The next strange change was definitely not far off. At the same time, the consumption of this path was enormous as well. He already used up an entire stock of divine medicine, so what was he going to use from here on forth? It gave him quite the headache. Suddenly, Xianxia thought of something. He asked the Void Sky Divine Vine, I previously saw you turn into a snow-white tortoise that carried a white-clothed woman. What kind of medicine is that? Did you see it before? I did see it before. That is a long-life medicine that had survived from the Immortal Ancient era. It previously belonged to an immortal. The void sky divine vine nodded. Shurhao was immediately interested, his eyes shining with brilliance. There is a mysterious medicinal garden here with all types of divine medicines, all of them promising longevity. For example, the vermilion fruit, Qilin tree, and others, as well as the long-lived panacea. The mysterious immortal ancient medicine garden was full of all types of divine herbs. There was even a long-life medicine. Shurhao's eyes immediately lit up like two little suns. He was now looking forward to this greatly. However, the void sky divine vine's next words immediately left him dispirited, telling him that the ancient garden was extremely difficult to find, that it was floating in the sky. In addition, even if he saw it, he wouldn't be able to enter. It was because even if a heavenly deity entered, they would still die. Shurhao sighed. Right now, he needed immortal medicines extremely badly, or else his road ahead was going to be extremely difficult. If he continued along this path, his body would die and his Tao would be extinguished. There was no good result. It seemed like he still had to increase his strength first. In his opinion, since he was going to be an immortal ancient for a long time, he was going to get an opportunity sooner or later. At the same time, he thought of something else. Are there many heavenly deities here? There are some special regions where they do exist. In the areas where you all move about, normally speaking, you shouldn't run into any. The void sky divine vine said. Immortal ancient was vast and boundless, difficult to explore through its entirety. How long has it been since we entered? Shurhao asked the divine striking stone. He had been cultivating all this time, to the extent where he even lost track of time. He didn't experience the passage of time. 1.5 years, the divine striking stone said, telling him the exact amount of time that had passed. Not too bad. A lot shorter than what I had imagined. I thought several years had already passed. Shurhao said. He looked at the emperor butterfly, discovering that it had turned into a golden cocoon. After eating that red coral holy medicine, the emperor butterfly formed a cocoon and entered a dormant state, not awakening this entire time. It was still just a larva, yet it directly devoured a stalk of holy medicine. This was extremely shocking. There was no way other legendary divine beasts could be so full of life right after being born. When it emerges out from the cocoon, it should become a butterfly, displaying its true form, right? Shurhao was quite expectant. Before, even though the emperor butterfly had wings, that was just a crystallization of divine force and not true butterfly wings. Meanwhile, it was always a fleshy golden bug that was a bit like a cocoon. Let's go. We're gonna make a trip around those small words and see how our old friends are doing. Shurhao's mood was quite good. After reaching the mid-stage of the divine flame realm, his strength had improved greatly. There was a type of feeling like he had energy to waste. They arrived at the site where they first saw the void sky divine vine. Shurhao had previously agreed with Lonnie Chen and Luo Dao to meet here, only due to his isolation cultivation. The agreed date had long passed. There was a line of text in a hidden corner. A location was written, Radiant City. This was clearly inside of a different small world, presumably a rather well-known location. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only left behind such a simple line of text. The bubbles were misty, the small worlds numerous. They were all interconnected, forming a vast and boundless immortal ancient. Shurhao entered a small world, and soon after he ran into a few creatures. They all came from the higher realms who had now become deities. He inquired about Radiant City from them. These individuals all carried vigilance out of fear of being attacked, and as such they only conversed with him from far away. It was because even though they all came from the higher realms, there would still be fights from time to time. That city is quite well known, located in Radiant Realm. Many divine flame realm experts have headed there to exchange various heavenly treasures. When Shurhao heard this, he nodded and expressed his thanks. Using the coordinates he received from them, he once again headed for another small world. 1.5 years had already passed. Most of the geniuses that entered Immortal Ancient ignited their divine flames, all of them searching for their own natural luck after becoming powerful. There were many spiritual medicines in this place, and even picking holy medicines wasn't a rare event. If one's luck was good enough, even picking up the heavenly deity fruit recorded in bone books and achieving instant success wasn't completely impossible. Several hundred cultivators had entered, many of them interacting with each other. From time to time, they would even exchange various magical artifacts, medicinal herbs, and other things as needed. It was to the extent where they would even exchange a bit of secret information. Radiant City began to flourish precisely because of this reason. This was actually an ancient city that had existed for a long time. Rumor has it that each time Immortal Ancient was opened up, this place would be extremely bustling. It would always become an important open market. It was to the extent where even a few geniuses with comparatively weaker cultivations who didn't want to take risks took residence here, not going out to look for natural luck but instead calmly running business here, becoming businessmen. As such, the amount of treasures they obtained might not necessarily be lower than those roaming about outside. Radiant Realm really is large, Xianxia sighed and said. They had already entered this realm for several days, and only now did they finally see a city at the limits of the horizon. From the distance, the city walls weren't all that tall, but the amount of space it occupied was great. There were countless waves of blood energy vaguely seeping out from the city, a reflection of a gathering of experts. There are 100 similar cities, each distributed in different small worlds. They are all important gathering places used by cultivators to exchange natural luck. However, Radiant City should be one of the largest 10 ancient cities. There were people who were traveling in the same direction around them. All of them were heading for the enormous city up ahead, wishing to exchange the wondrous medicines, techniques, divine precious materials, and other things they had. Not too long ago, someone brought out 3 divine fruits, stirring up quite a commotion. Along the way, quite a few people were discussing amongst themselves. Xianxia was interested, asking them for more information. I believe they were silver fruits produced by an evil dragon tree. If one eats one, they don't have to cultivate and will directly break through into the true self realm. Someone said, "It's that miraculous?" Xianxia was shocked. A fruit that could immediately promote one to a true deity, this was extremely heaven-defying. Naturally, there are things even more formidable than this. Only no one would exchange those items. Someone said, "Who purchased those evil dragon fruits?" Xianxia asked. "Brother, I advise you not to set your eyes on those. No matter what price you pay, you won't be able to buy them, and will instead only throw away all of the precious goods you have on you." Someone warned with a soft voice. "Why is that?" Xianxia was confused. Those things, rather than saying it was exchanged, it might be better to say that they were forced to hand them over and then gifted them to those ancient freaks. Will you be able to buy it from those people? When Xianxia heard this, he frowned. Did all of the ancient freaks emerge? He then learned the answer to this question. They didn't emerge. Instead, the more powerful those legendary individuals were, the slower they were to come out. There were many who were still cultivating, wishing to exceed the limits of legends. How can they exceed the limits of the realm? Xianxia was moved. A few ancient freaks, for example, the glorious Six-Crown King and others that have dazzled past and present, do you think they will enter the divine flame realm just like us? They wish to become deities through irregular means, walking different paths. Once they emerge, a single one of them will be enough to slaughter all of us, becoming unmatched under the heavens. Isn't that boasting too much? Xianxia curled his lips. Don't be so quick to refute this. Those people have already accumulated several eras of experience and goods. The reason why they did this, it is because they have always been testing things out, looking for ways to advance, only obtaining the confidence to take that step in this era. When Xianxia heard this, his mind was shaken. He nodded. After exploring for several generations, one truly would obtain great rewards. They most likely found the unmatched path that was most suited for themselves. This group of people didn't come out, but they had a group of subordinates, as well as a few powerful followers that would gather all types of treasures for them. It was because they wished to travel different paths. The amount of divine and holy medicines they needed was greater and greater, but they didn't have time to pick them themselves, instead having others do it for them. It could be said that the greatest powers in the city were all related to those ancient freaks. Of course, Immortal Palace Inheritor, Divine Dark Child and a few other present world young supreme beings aren't weaker, similarly having a group of powerful followers that are gathering treasures for them. This was the current situation. Those mentioned couldn't be provoked. Finally, they were getting close to Radiant City. They could already see its ancient city gate, the entire city built out of a type of golden stone, radiant and brilliant. This was also where its name originated from. Before approaching the city, Xianxia asked those that were traveling in the same direction about things that he had to watch out for. No fierce battles are allowed in the city. If there are any grudges, then they must be resolved outside the city, or else the anger of everyone will be provoked and they will target you. This was a type of restriction that was set out of fear that Radiant City would be destroyed. All cultivators had to comply with this to ensure its peace, allowing for a smooth exchange of divine materials. Do not provoke the natives of Immortal Ancient, someone else warned. Xianxia didn't have time to roam about too many of these small worlds, and as such what he understood was extremely limited. He earnestly listened to their advice, and what he learned left him quite shocked. The natives were divided into two types. One type couldn't be approached, residing in mysterious areas and extremely dangerous. These were Immortal Ancients' most ancient creatures. There was another type of so-called natives who were the descendants of geniuses from the higher realms, who, due to unforeseen events, weren't able to leave Immortal Ancient. These natives were powerful as well, but they maintained a principle of not bothering others who didn't bother them. Those natives came to Radiant City to exchange treasures as well. Those old fellas among the natives, how strong are they? Xianxia asked. The first types of natives I don't know too much about. The second type are extremely strong, but it wouldn't be too heaven-defying, because I heard that even though outsiders like them have taken residence here, once they reach a certain cultivation realm, they would all mysteriously die or go crazy. This information left Xianxia surprised. Someone had said that this was something the primordial immortal ancient creatures did. Someone said softly, "It might not be true. Those primordial creatures are all hiding without coming out." They entered the city, all of them separately exchanging for what they needed. This city was extremely large, and a faint golden luster that was divine and auspicious was released from it. There was a simple and unadorned Tao aura. Each time Immortal Ancient was opened, these ancient cities would be revived with activity, becoming extremely lively. Dragon blood grass, 50,000 years medicinal age. Don't miss out on this opportunity. Holy medicine, rare treasure here. I am willing to exchange them for a satisfactory precious technique. They could sense how bustling this place was as soon as they entered the city. There were street stalls everywhere, as well as all types of large stores. There were even auction halls that were as tall as palaces. Phoenix feather silver essence can be used to forge heavenly deity magical artifacts. Only a single piece. Selling to the highest bidder. I discovered an ancient cave that is suspected to be the remains of immortals. If someone pays high enough of a price, I am willing to share the details. The ones that were shouting their wares were all divine flame realm cultivators. Yet in this place they were like ordinary people doing everything themselves. It was because everyone had this type of strength. Aya, divine dark child's subordinates, put away a 3-footed golden toad. That is a rare medicinal primer. Good stuff came from that direction as well. An ancient freak's follower found a stalk of soul-guiding lotus. That is something that can allow a shattered primordial spirit to reform. I really want to seize it from them. You're crazy. They can steal things from others outside the city, but if you dare take action, you'll undoubtedly die. Xianxia heard all of this before even walking that far into the city. He immediately understood a bit about Radiant City. Has anyone seen Lani Chen or Luo Dao? Xianxia asked around casually, looking rather carefree. From the side, there were immediately people who shot him a look, revealing strange looks. On the side, the eyes of a divine flame realm expert who had a stall set up shone. You know them. I'm their big bro. Have you seen them? Xianxia asked. Do you want to know? If you walk out of the city gates right now, there might be news of them. This divine flame realm cultivator chuckled. Is that so? Then I'll go take a look. Xianxia nodded, turning around and walking towards the city gate. He knew that something unexpected might have happened to those two. Moreover, the disturbance those two stirred up didn't seem to be small, as quite a few people knew about it. Even though that divine flame realm cultivator's character was lacking, now that Xianxia walked out of the city gates like this, if anyone else was looking for those two, then they would definitely surround him. It was because the city didn't allow for fighting, while outside the city, all grudges could be settled. Purely seeking death. The cultivator that put up the stall laughed coldly. As he watched Xianxia's back, he didn't feel any sympathy, but rather a type of joy in calamity. Xianxia walked rather casually, completely carefree, leaving the city just like that. Sure enough, there were creatures that followed. Moreover, the number that did wasn't small, numbering over 10. Soon after, Xianxia returned, still asking where Lani Chen and Luo Dao were. It was still the same place. That vendor raised his head, and then he was greatly shocked. He couldn't help but cry out, "Didn't you leave just now? How could you have returned?" From his perspective, leaving the city like that would undoubtedly result in death. Xianxia laughed and said, "Those dozen or so people told me that those two obtained a rare divine treasure that was quite formidable. But they were forced by others, having no choice but to run. Do you know where they went?" "I don't know. If you leave the city again, there might be people who will know," the vendor said. Xianxia nodded, and then said, "That makes sense." He left again. This time, more than 20 followed him out because more people paid attention to this situation. With Immortal Palace inheritors' subordinates, Divine Darkchild's followers, and Ancient Freaks people following you, will you be able to live? The Divine Flame Realm cultivator who ran that stall sneered. An hour later, he rubbed his eyes and looked towards the city gate. He was immediately stupefied. That youth appeared again. He released a great belch. There was even a golden drumstick in his hands that he chewed on. "I fucking swear." He was scared so badly he almost fell onto the ground. That was definitely not some chicken leg, clearly belonging to a golden luan who was rather strong that had followed him out. It was eaten by him just like that? The vendor shivered inwardly. He stared at that entrance, but not a single one of those who left before returned. His fine hairs all stood on end. Could it be that they were all eaten by him? When he saw Xianxia belch and waddle over, the vendor was now truly scared. "Spare my life. I didn't do it on purpose." He was sweating buckets, sitting straight onto the ground. He felt like he definitely ran into some monster, or else how could he dare eat a creature from such great powers just like that? Xianxia didn't seem to mind that much. He picked up a stalk of holy medicine on the vendor's stall and said, "Rare great medicine. You were actually able to pick one. Just a coincidence. Gift for you," the vendor said with a trembling voice. "Then I'll have to give you my thanks. Can you tell me where those two went?" Xianxia asked. "I really don't know. Many people are looking for them. However, I know that they obtained some kind of treasure that drew the jealousy of many great powers," the vendor said. "What kind of thing is it exactly?" "An octatic treasure unicorn," the vendor said. "What? The number one precious meat under heaven. What is known as the most delicious thing in this world?" Xianxia immediately became angry. The vendor was stupefied. He always felt like something was wrong. Why did the reason for this person's anger seem a bit off? Octatic treasure unicorn was at the top of the archaic octatic treasures. Even though it was known as the number one meat dish under heaven, the greatest value was not on its deliciousness, but its shocking medicinal value. Regardless of whether it was holy medicine or divine medicine, if it was slow cooked together with it, it would increase the medicinal effects several times. Could be said to be priceless. Who dares to scheme against my precious food? Are they courting death? Xianxia was furious. The vendor was speechless. He was now sure that he didn't hear wrongly. Why did this person seem like a foodie? He didn't feel regret over its medicinal value, but rather felt angry and a sense of loss over its deliciousness. There are quite a few great powers that took action, including Divine Darkchild's people, Immortal Palace's people, as well as those under the Ancient Freaks. "Those people are looking for death," Xianxia said. Those two have said that the octatic treasure unicorn already has an owner, and soon after, that person will come looking for it. Only, those people from a few great powers threaten them. What were they threatening them with? Xianxia asked. They threatened that as long as those behind them came, that individual's head would be smashed into dog brains. The vendor said extremely carefully. I am hungry. Xianxia spoke these 3 words. The vendor didn't understand at first, but after staring blankly for a bit, he came to realization. His fine hairs all stood on end. After speaking those 3 words, Xianxia spat out a piece of golden bird bone. It landed on the carpet. The vendor had just managed to stand up, but as soon as he saw this, he directly sat back down onto the ground. He was truly scared bad. He was now sure that this leg bone was that of the golden luan after it had been roasted through, only now it looked like a chicken bone. Without inspecting it closely, one wouldn't even be able to tell the difference. Great One. This doesn't have anything to do with me. Cold sweat poured down along his temples, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He definitely encountered a devil incarnate. Where are those people? Why don't you show me around? Xianxia said. The vendor felt a bit troubled. Those great powers, any one of them were enough to crush groups of divine flame realm cultivators like himself. There was simply no way to resist a difference of heaven and earth. Great One, please spare me. Once news gets out, there won't be any place in all of Immortal Ancient for me to hide. I'll undoubtedly die. His face was deathly pale, carrying extreme fear. Moreover, he told Xianxia that even if he paid them a visit now, those leading figures still couldn't be found, because there were normally only ordinary experts overseeing those places. The true exceptional talents wouldn't just sit around, all of them out looking for opportunities, only coming back every so often. As for the ancient freaks, there was even less of a need to think about them. They hadn't appeared all this time, all of them having strong followers who gathered precious treasures and dealt with these matters. What are you scared of? If you follow me, who will dare touch you? Don't tell me that those great powers made others feel reverence from birth. All of it was obtained through fighting right. Xianxia said. Great One, what are you trying to say? The vendor Louis asked, his heart worried. Once you become the member of a great power, in the future, who will dare kill you? You'll be just like them. Xianxia said with a slight smile. Louis was shocked. He looked towards Xianxia, and after making sure he didn't hear incorrectly, great waves stirred within his heart. Was this Devil King also going to overlook Radiant City and form a power? Let's go, guide me around. Let's see where those disgraceful things are staying. Xianxia began to walk. Louis hurriedly followed, feeling a bit moved, but even more apprehension and uneasiness. He urged, Great One, you cannot act randomly. The city's rules cannot be broken, or else you will be surrounded by all different powers. If someone like Divine Darkchild or an ancient freak is provoked, then no one will be able to stop them. Xianxia nodded and said, I know, just want to look around. Then he added, trying to steal my octatic treasure unicorn. I'll make sure all of you face the consequences. This type of thing was incredibly precious, something that could be stumbled upon but not wished for. From a certain perspective, it was comparable to the greatest divine ancient medicine, because it could increase medicinal effects several-fold. Forget about normal people, even if giants of the higher realms learned of its existence, they would still fight bloody battles over it. One could just imagine how great the medicinal effects would be if one slowly refined it together with a stock of divine medicine. It would increase its value several times. I never ate an octatic treasure chicken, leaving it behind in Stone Village. However, I definitely cannot let this octatic treasure unicorn escape. Xianxia's stomach rumbled. He still felt a strong desire to eat the archaic octatic treasures. However, until now, he had only eaten the octatic treasure dragoncarp, a rare creature that was raised in Stone Country Imperial Capital City's lake. There were only a few of them in total. When he was an emperor in the lower realm, Xianxia was absolutely shameless, sneakily eating one. That type of taste left him intoxicated even when he thought back to it now. The octatic treasure unicorn is at the very top of the 8 treasures, truly rare, something no one dares to eat. Once caught, they would always be sacrificed to existences like ancestors, and only used to refine medicines at the crucial time. Louis said. While chatting, they already entered the center of Radiant City. When they walked into a street, there was no more radiance. Darkness approached, and this place was extremely gloomy. There weren't many people on this path. So this is Divine Dark Palace? Xianxia carried his arms behind his back as he sized up this enormous mansion. It occupied a large half of the street, and dark mists curled about. It was a dark, cold, and gloomy place. The sun was high up in the air, yet this place was so cold, as if one arrived in the ghost realm. At the entrance of the mansion stood a few underworld clan members, guarding this place. They were all like corpses, lacking the life force of normal people, their gaze indistinct. I hate this clan the most. Having a corpse stench ice cold, can't even eat them, no value to their existence at all. Absolute trash. Xianxia commented randomly. The vendor Louis almost fell from fright. Speaking these types of words outside Divine Dark Palace. If they heard him, wasn't this the same as courting death? One has to understand that Divine Dark Child was too terrifying, previously emerging himself once, unleashing bloodbaths in several small worlds. Corpses and bones were piled up into heaps, leaving others terrified to the extreme. This battle alone already established his unmatched divine might. Afterwards, he went into isolation cultivation, no longer appearing. Forget about the Divine Dark Child, just the few exceptional talents under him, the ones known as the 6 Underworld Generals, are all extraordinary. They almost killed Luo Dao and Lanichen, making them flee while covered in blood. Is that so? When I get the chance, I'm going to slaughter them all, Xianxia said coldly. He couldn't forgive this. Someone actually wanted to fight over the octatic treasure unicorn, forcing Luo Dao and Lanichen to run, and even chasing them until they were covered in blood. He was going to demand an explanation from them. And who are you? Don't loiter around here. If you have rare treasures, you can come back here to exchange them. There were some who spoke, their voices ice cold. There was a ghostly energy wafting over that made others feel extremely uncomfortable. I want to ask, do either of you know where Lanichen and Luo Dao are? Xianxia asked indifferently. From the side, Louis began to tremble, his entire body going cold. This fella truly wasn't easy to deal with. He was clearly about to stir up a huge disaster, making him both scared but also excited. Could it be that this truly was a monster, someone comparable to the ancient freaks? Haha, you really asked the right people now. I do know where they are. They are right outside the city. An elder said with a smile. An underworld clan expert appeared, looking in this direction. Why don't I show you the way? The old underworld being chuckled, his eyes swirling with dark light. Sure, Xianxia noted. When the elder heard this, a cold light flashed through his eyes. He stared at Xianxia, feeling that he should have encountered a problem that wasn't too weak. Otherwise, how could he have this type of confidence? Why don't we use the Divine Dark Palace's transport formation? We'll reach that place quite quickly. He tested Xianxia. No problem. Xianxia nodded. Louis's face immediately paled. He tugged at the corners of Xiao's clothes, telling him that he must not do such a thing, because that was definitely a tiger's den. No matter, Xiao didn't seem to mind. Those that aren't vicious dragons won't cross the river. The old underworld being shivered. They all knew that this was not some good intentions, but the other party still dared to proceed like this, leaving him with no choice but to become serious. He invited Xiao into the manor. There was a transport formation in the very first floor's courtyard. A group of underworld beings stepped on it. Great One, don't do it. There will likely be arrangements made at the other end of the transport formations. It might very well be where those exceptional talents are cultivating in isolation. Louis secretly transmitted, feeling incomparably anxious. He didn't really do this out of loyalty, but instead out of fear that he would be throwing his own life in as well. Isn't it just some underworld generals? What do they count as? I actually want us to be directly sent into Divine Dark Child's place of isolation, saving me quite a bit of trouble. Xiao secretly replied. Youngster, be sure to stand well and not fall off. Sometimes, when one falls, they might never stand up again. The old underworld being said in a dark and indistinct voice. Lead the way. Xianxia only had these words. He secretly nodded. Not even a great power like Divine Dark Palace dared to break the rules of the city, going to take action when they left the city. It seemed like the various agreements made within the city were still quite effective. Dark light flashed. The group of people left this place, appearing inside an enormous mountain valley. Not good. This is Underworld Clan's slaughtering field. There was always news about its creation. But who would have expected that it had already been completed? Louis cried out in alarm. Dare to enter my divine dark palace and provoke us? Neither one of you can think about leaving. Both of you will be slaughtered clean. The Underworld Clan elder said. Those underworld beings disappeared. Meanwhile, black-colored fog surged endlessly from all directions. This was a great formation. Killing energy overflowed into the heavens, covering this place in a black expanse that stretched as far as the eye could see. Where are Luo Dao and Lani Chen? In the darkness, Xianxia asked. Running like stray dogs. They'll be caught sooner or later. You are the one behind them, right? If you are killed and hung in front of Radiant City like a wild dog, I believe they will definitely have a clearer view of things. The elder spoke in a cold manner. Is that so? Xianxia replied indifferently, standing right behind him. You? The elder quickly escaped, running within the formation. However, he discovered with shock that the youth behind him followed him like his shadow, practically sticking right to his body. It was clear that the other party had locked onto him, and that he couldn't escape. The path he had walked was no secret, narrowly being turned into a passage out. Xianxia didn't have the divine striking stone with him to break the formation. He could solve this issue with his great speed alone. Ask Underworld General to take action, the elder shouted. The so-called Underworld Generals were exceptional talents and not truly Underworld clansmen. Individuals who allied with Divine Dark Child or powerful experts who were defeated by him. Pong! Right at this moment, the old underworld being was kicked, the power so great it made him scream out miserably. His waist snapped, and his entire body broke into two pieces. He was shocked, completely horrified. One has to understand that this slaughtering field could kill exceptional talents, so why was it now ineffective? Following this miserable cry, he completely lost consciousness. His head was crushed by a stamp of that youth's feet. This slaughtering field's killing energy expanded. Miserable sounds rose and fell. Only a single resplendent figure could be seen moving through this place, sweeping in all directions, unleashing a great massacre. Why isn't there an underworld general overseeing this place? How could they all be gone? Underworld Clan's people fell into despair. Soon after, this place entered a deathly stillness. Black mists curled about. Xianxia brought Louis out. He voiced his regret, how none of these corpses could be eaten. Louis was stunned. This fella really was ridiculously powerful, making his heart alarmed and body trembling. They returned to Radiant City. Louis acted extremely carefully, enthusiastically introducing along the way, guiding him. This is Dragon Palace, the ancient freak dragon girl's manor. However, she had never appeared before, only her followers handling the normal affairs and collecting precious medicines. When Xianxia heard this, he nodded. This crystal blue manor released a soft radiance. Whether or not Dragon Palace's people have pursued those two individuals, it is difficult to ascertain. Woo! Then let's just switch to another clan, Xianxia said. Along the way, Xianxia understood a bit more about the city's circumstances. Sword Valley, Dragon Palace, Divine Temple and other powers all had ancient freaks behind them. That place seems to be quite lofty and grand. Which clan does it belong to? Xianxia asked. There was a palace before them that was tall and majestic. The main palace was made of bronze. The aura it released vast and boundless. Immortal Palace, Louis replied. It looks like they really are planning to take root in Immortal Ancient, planning to cultivate for hundreds to thousands of years. Xianxia said. That isn't all. Radiant City has existed since the ancient times, and the successive generations of various sects would come here. Most of these structures were left behind since the ancient times. Louis explained. And then let's just pay Immortal Palace a visit, Shurhao said. In the outside world, the edge of the uninhabited region, a year and a half had already passed. Quite a few people had left, but there were quite a few who had hurried over as well. Generally speaking, the numbers were increasing. It was because everyone were waiting in expectation. They wanted to see how powerful those ancient freaks would be once they emerged, what kind of paths they took. Only recently, things had been quite dull and uninteresting. The sect masters from various sects used great magical force to carve characters on the immortal Tao flower's petals, but many of them never appeared, being covered in mist. It was clear that the great Tao was covering them. These individuals were all exceptional, hidden from the view of outsiders while undergoing isolation cultivation. I wonder if that Huang emerged yet. We haven't written his name for several months. We should give it a try again, someone said. Radiant City in front of Immortal Palace. By asking about those two in front of us, are you provoking us? A youngster walked out with his arms behind his back. His eyes were releasing golden light. Shurhao saw through his original form. This was a golden crane. He immediately thought of the great battle of 7 deities in the lower realm. The old servant who came from Immortal Palace was precisely a golden crane, the one that ultimately inflicted that curse on him. Only by splitting his own supreme being bone, offering himself as a blood sacrifice, risking it all did he defeat the other party. By doing this, he already dug his own grave. I am their big bro. I heard that Immortal Palace forced them, demanding the octatic treasure unicorn, which is why I came to ask about it. So how did this turn into a provocation? It was clearly you all who chased after my old friends, Shurhao said. You think you are that strong? Just because you are an exceptional talent, you can challenge my Immortal Palace's dignity? The youngster berated. Following a cold laugh, he called over a group of experts. It was clear that this violated the city's regulations. However, Immortal Palace acted domineeringly, wishing to slaughter him without leaving behind any trails. This way, no one would learn about this. Are you all looking to die? Shurhao said calmly. What do you count as, yet you dare to speak these words? My Immortal Palace's Great One is about to come out of isolation. After merging with immortal blood, achieving the Tao through a different path, killing you will be like slaughtering a chicken. Coming here to provoke us is purely seeking death. The youngster's pupils shone with specks of golden light. With his hands behind his back, his head was raised as he looked at Shurhao. Without saying another word, Shurhao grabbed him, dragged him over, and then began to slap his mouth. The sounds were ear-splitting. The surrounding people were shocked. The speed was too great. They didn't have any time to react at all. You dare! Immortal Palace's youth screamed. His cheeks were red and swollen. Even though he used bone text to protect his entire face, he still felt fiery pain. Shurhao gave him another great slap, the sound shaking the heavens. It was just too sharp and clear, making him spin a circle in place. Blood flowed from the corners of his lips. Why wouldn't I dare? Shurhao lifted him up, asking him just like that. This shocked everyone here, because the series of movements were fast to an inconceivable level. They couldn't take action even if they wanted to, simply unable to rescue this person. I am going to kill you, challenging my Immortal Palace. You won't have a good end. This youth's hair was a mess, golden light shining from his eyes. He was angered to the extreme as he roared outwards. Moreover, bone texts interweaved around his entire body, surging outwards. He operated all of his precious techniques, the most powerful secret methods. Unfortunately, in front of Shurhao's face, this divine flame realm cultivator who could already be considered quite powerful didn't possess the slightest advantage. Just like a little chicken, he was sent flying once again by a kick from Shurhao. Immortal Palace my ass, always saying it over and over and over. I want to let you all understand that the mouth I am striking is precisely your Immortal Palace's. Shurhao brandished his palm, fiercely beating down. This time, the youngster's bone texts completely scattered. The slaps were loud and clear. Pa! In an instant, blood splashed outwards, his mouth of teeth falling off. He was slapped silly, his eyes seeing stars, mouth crooked eyes slanted, completely reduced to a sorry state. Pa 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 pa. Then, slaps to the face continuously sounded, all of them releasing the same sound. His face completely distorted, no longer looking like that of a human's. Take action. Kill him. When the youth slightly regained his senses, he hollered outwards. From the side, the group of people complained continuously. They already took action, but all of their precious techniques were stopped. There was a barrier of light that was impenetrable. Pong! Xianxia gave him another beating, and then he directly flung him onto the ground, making the surface of the earth split apart. It was unknown just how many bones in this youngster's body were broken. However, Xianxia didn't take his life, instead leaving him alive so he could ask him more questions. Do you know where those two are? His foot remained on this person's chest as he asked indifferently. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Wait until my immortal palace great one comes out. He'll crush you with a single hand. The youngster was gnashing his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment. Pooh! Xianxia's foot crushed down, making his chest cave in. His mouth coughed out blood, his eyes filled with terror. He discovered that this devil king really was going to kill him. You cannot act like this. There are rules in the city. If you take action like this, all of the great powers will surround and attack you. You will incur the wrath of everyone here. Didn't you want others to use space-shattering symbols to bring me away and then kill me? Why do you only feel like the rules are violated now? Xianxia had a slight smile on his face. While speaking, he grinded his foot downwards forcefully. The sounds of bones breaking rang out again. All four of his limbs were broken, causing miserable screams to resound through this place. Attack together, break the barrier and kill him, those outside shouted, attacking again. If this continued, Immortal Palace Inheritor's trusted aid was going to be done for. Unfortunately, this person was too powerful. A pair of golden wings appeared behind him. With a light tremble, multicolored clouds pervaded the air. All of those people coughed out blood, forced back in retreat. Louis had long become dumbstruck when he saw this. This fellow was just too powerful, running to Immortal Palace to act crazily, lifting up an important figure and slapping his face crazily, forcing back everyone with a single move. It was too domineering and powerful. Don't kill me. Finally, the youth on the ground was scared. Half of his entire body's bones were broken, and he was now already deformed beyond recognition. His face was full of fear. This was the first time he met someone who was going to kill in the city, moreover in front of their Immortal Palace's entrance. This left him in disbelief. How many people dared to do this? Not even those ancient freaks would behave so ostentatiously once they emerged, right? Xianxia raised him up again. Without saying another word, he first gave him another beating, directly beating him silly. This individual directly cried out, taking the initiative to compromise. And this is enough. I've vented out a bit of my frustrations. Now it's your turn to take action. Xianxia said, telling him to bring out all types of treasures from Immortal Palace. In the outside world, the border of the uninhabited region, a sect master carved Huang's name, producing his whereabouts on the flower petals and displaying its scene on the monuments. Everyone saw the scene that played out just now. The crowd was immediately petrified. After not seeing him for several months, the first scene they saw after writing his name was this. He is plugging up Immortal Palace's entrance, about to rob them? Someone said with a soft voice. He is picking a fight. Do you all see? He is slapping Immortal Palace's face again and again. The outside world could not calm down. Soon after, it became noisy. This scene triggered a huge commotion, drawing everyone's attention. It was because that was Immortal Palace, one of the most ancient and terrifying inheritances, a power many great sects didn't even dare provoke. They all felt incomparable restraining fear towards them. But now, a youth brandished his palm just like that, slapping their face. This really was a bit shocking. leaving others with a strange type of feeling. At the edge of the uninhabited region, within that copper palace, someone released a heavy cold snort. That individual was clearly angry. This type of provocation, beating the trusted aid of Immortal Palace inheritor like this, was the same as losing the face of everyone in their inheritance. Radiant City in front of Immortal Palace. The youngster had a lifeless look in his eyes. You are going to rob us here? What nonsense! It is you all who are making an offering to me. How did it become me robbing you? Xianxia corrected him. Where are my Immortal Palace's immortal generals? Why are they all missing? Hurry up and take action. In the distance, someone clenched their fists. They should be coming back soon. They've already been called, and news have been sent out for them to come back and deal with this person. Someone said softly. Xianxia didn't care too much about this. He dragged the youngster-formed golden crane, barging directly into the ancient palace at the center of the bronze ancient palace, about to take all types of divine objects. We already gave it all away. There's not much stuff left. The golden crane said with a trembling voice. This was simply a nightmare. Who dared to provoke them like this in Radiant City? Yet today he was beaten up by someone and Immortal Palace was looted. Who would believe him once news of this got out? This was like a story out of a fantasy. Nonsense. I already smell holy medicines. Hurry and bring them out, or else I'll wipe out all of you, Xianxia said. He was delicate and pretty, with a pair of large intelligent eyes, sparkling and translucent skin, scattering hair. It made him look elegant and otherworldly. There was an immortal Tao aura that made him look like an immortal. Only this type of aura, this type of style was impatiently saying these words of plunder. It really was a bit strange, leaving this group of people speechless. As for Louis, he was a bit numb already. This fella continuously gave him pleasant surprises, terrifying him until he fell down again and again. There was no way to appraise him with normal reasoning. The golden crane was about to cry. Being robbed like this was just too stupid and cowardly. Pa! Without saying another word, he directly added another slap, urging him to hurry up and present it respectfully, or else he'll unleash a massacre here. Finally, the treasury was opened. A wave of medicinal fragrance wafted outwards. There were even some divine materials, piling up into a small heap. How fragrant! Xianxia was infatuated. He suddenly felt like there was no point in picking medicines anymore. If he stole from his enemies like this, didn't it feel much better? It was faster and more efficient as well. There were 8 stalks of holy medicine just like that, all of them sealed together, rich with medicinal fragrance. They scattered resplendent holy radiance, illuminating the entire treasury. Aside from this, there were 2 jade cauldrons. When he opened them, he found 2 fruits, their fragrance even thicker, permeating into the bones. It was as if he was going to ascend. One fruit was silver, burning like flames. It was even more resplendent than holy medicines. The other fruit had purple radiance curling about it, as well as a faint mist surrounding it. It was also astonishing. Half-divine fruit. Louis was shocked. The so-called half-divine fruit wasn't as great as divine medicine, but it was a bit stronger than holy medicines. They were shockingly valuable, containing powerful divine characteristics. If a dying creature ingested it, they would immediately rise from the brink of death. The rewards are great this time. Xianxia was extremely satisfied. However, when he thought about how there were definitely even more shocking sacred great medicines sent to Immortal Palace's place of isolation, he felt a bit regretful. You cannot bring them away. If the Great One is angered, there will be blood flowing everywhere and endless corpses, the golden crane said with a trembling voice, feeling a bit anxious. Then let him come look for me. Xianxia laughed coldly. The 2 of them were enemies, and a battle between them was inevitable. Stealing these things left him feeling quite well. Then, Xianxia swept through another pile of materials, discovering a divine object that was quite unordinary. It was curling with mists and flowing with blazing metallic luster. This was a rare divine material. This is cloud-marked copper, something that can be used to forge heavenly deity magical artifacts, and if refined, can even be turned into a top-grade sect master-level weapon. Louis was shocked. Since it's not bad, then I'll just take it as well, Xianxia said. He began to pick and choose, gloriously calling it a treasure hunt. It left the golden crane so angry he began to tremble all over. Yet he didn't dare say a word. Right. Where is Immortal Palace Inheritor cultivating in isolation anyway? Xianxia suddenly asked. He felt like it might be better just to directly slaughter his way over, barging straight into their nest. I do not know. Each time, Great One would have a spiritual body come pick up precious medicines. The golden crane said with a trembling voice. This devil king was too vicious, actually wishing to go against Immortal Palace's Great One. Who dares to act unbridled in Immortal Palace? Someone shouted, his voice like thunder. Good. You guys returned. Capture and kill him. The golden crane quickly retreated, and then shouted loudly. His eyes revealed pleasant surprise. When he looked at Xianxia, he was full of hatred, but also fear. Immortal Palace's men immediately released a breath of relief. 2 immortal generals returned at the same time, that is, 2 powerful exceptional talents. It was enough to suppress all enemies. A few powers have sensed something in the city. We'll bring him out of the city and kill him there. An exceptional talent said coldly, releasing terrifying fluctuations from their bodies. Their blood energy overflowed into the heavens. The space-shattering symbol was activated. In an instant, the 2 exceptional talents brought Xianxia and Louis from this place. More than 10 other experts followed them as well. I want to see him die with my own eyes. All of you, defend this place, the golden crane said resentfully. He activated a space-shattering symbol and disappeared as well. Outside Immortal Palace, quite a few people stopped. They all looked towards this place, because they received news that something happened here. Just a small matter. All of you can leave. Someone stirred up trouble, but was chased away. Someone came out and said, he believed that Xianxia would be captured, that no one could go against Immortal Palace. However, after waiting left and right, no immortal generals returned. Not good that savage youngster returned, but our immortal generals are nowhere to be seen. An hour later, someone ran into Immortal Palace with alarm, shouting loudly. The ones that stayed behind to watch this place were all horrified. The 2 great immortal generals didn't return, but that other person appeared? Someone ran out to take a look, and sure enough, that savage youngster was there, walking while belching, as if there was still a bit of indigestion. Let's go to that battlefield and see what happened. Why those 2 immortal generals haven't returned. Soon after, a group of people arrived in a mountain region through a transport formation. They saw that the mountain peaks here were broken. The great earth caved in. Their hearts immediately sank. A great battle had clearly happened here. Now that the youngster returned, it was enough to prove everything. Over there, found someone. One of them had sharp eyes, discovering the golden crane. Only right now, his hair was disheveled, his eyes lifeless, as if he didn't have a soul. What happened to the 2 immortal generals? Someone asked loudly. However, after asking several times, the golden crane didn't show any reaction, just sitting there with a blank look, his mind already collapsed. What happened? Someone roared outwards. Finally, the golden crane showed some reaction. As if he was talking in his sleep, he spoke a line of horrifying words. Dead, all dead, and then all cooked and eaten by him. What? Something major has happened. 2 exceptional talents have died. Find a way to inform the Great One. Have him hunt down this person. Someone released a low roar. They had to ask Immortal Palace Inheritor to take action now. In the outside world, the cultivators of all sects saw the scene clearly. They were all stupefied. It was too savage. Those were 2 exceptional talents, as well as more than 10 other experts, yet they were all swept through by Xianxia, killed in one sweep. This battle established Xianxia's divine might, leaving everyone in the outside world incredibly shocked. However, there was no way to inform the disciples inside Immortal Ancient, unable to give them warnings. Xianxia brought Louis back. He wanted to pay Divine Dark Palace a visit, looking to clean them out as well. Louis followed behind him, his knees a bit soft and his mind a bit dizzy. What he had just seen was like something out of a legend. Two exceptional talents whose names shook several provinces, both of them abnormally powerful in the end. They were killed by this devil king, and then roasted and eaten. It really is you? At the end of the street, a figure appeared. Luo Dao was a bit thin and pallid. He rushed out. Turns out you were in the city. I was looking for ways to find you guys. Shihao spoke, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. I was hiding in the city, and no one knew. However, Chen is in danger. He brought the octatic treasure unicorn with him and is now stuck within a metal or vein, his exit blocked by others. He can't come out and might lose his life at any moment. Luo Dao was anxious, asking Shihao to take action and hurry over to his rescue. They are courting death. Lead the way, Shihao said, bringing him and Lu Yi into the sky, immediately using the Kuan Peng wings, roaring into the distance. Silver Polish Mountain, a place silver and shiny, as if it was a glowing snowy mountain. It was brilliant white and spectacular. This was a metal mountain range, made mostly of silver essence. Mountain peaks rose and fell. Even though it was only ordinary silver essence, when all of them were piled up together, it was still extremely shocking. At the very center of this place there was one enormous mountain that was quite unusual. It was like a millstone, its shape bizarre, not quite like a mountain peak. This was also where it got its name, Silver Polish Mountain, from. Great winds whistled about. Shihao descended here, with Luo Dao and Lu Yi following behind him. They closed in on this silvery metal mountain range. Chen is able to merge with metal, a type of innate divine ability, using this to preserve his life. He brought the octatic treasure unicorn with him, hiding in this mountain range. Luo Dao explained. The two of them fled separately purely for the sake of survival. Back then, a large group of people chased after them, making it dangerous to the extreme. Chen hid here, borrowing the vast metal mountain region to escape the slaughter of a group of powerful individuals. Meanwhile, Luo Dao was the most daring. After breaking free from everyone, immediately returning to Radiant City, becoming the darkness under a lamp, hiding himself in the most dangerous place. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to escape. There was a large net cast around the entrances of Radiant Realm. Let me see who exactly it is that dares to steal my octatic treasure unicorn, Shihao said. After coming out from isolation this time, his strength was greatly improved. He became even more calm and unflustered. He released a formless wave of might, leaving Luo Dao shocked. They hadn't met for 9 months, but this young devil king's strength actually fiercely increased again. Even though there was a pressure, it gave him a strange sense of confidence, feeling that they might be able to rescue Chen. This place has many people, all of them experts. Will the three of us be able to pass through them? Louis was absolutely terrified. Even though he had seen how savage Shihao was, with how many experts there were here, he still couldn't help but feel a bit scared. If he could run, he would have done so a long time ago. Following this devil king was too dangerous. But where could he go now? Immortal Palace's people already hated him greatly. After all, it was him who that led the way, and those people all remembered that. Which powers are here? Shihao asked. Many. People from Fire Cloud Cavern, Divine Dark Palace, Sword Valley, as well as, Luo Dao explained. These people were extremely terrifying. Not only were there subordinates of the most powerful individuals of the present world, there were also followers of ancient freaks. There were just too many of them. There were also a group of loose cultivators. This place was surrounded, which naturally drew the attention of those outside. A few powerful loose cultivators, and exceptional talents from different clans, after obtaining the news, hurried over, joining in as well. The octatic treasure unicorn could increase the potency of any divine herb, holy fruit, and any other medicinal effectiveness by several times. So how could this not move hearts? If it was in the outside world, those ancient inheritances would definitely fight a great battle over this. Regardless of which powers they are from, if they dare stand in my way, I will kill them all without exception. Shihao only had this sentence. Then, he began to walk forward with large steps. Good. Luo Dao clenched his fists, his face revealing a bit of excitement. It was because recently he had been too sullen. It was clearly them who obtained the rare treasure. Yet once news leaked out, they were surrounded from all sides by great powers and chased down, only barely making it out alive. As a result, both him and Lani Chen lost a lot of blood as they continuously fled, almost losing their lives. Silver Polish Mountain would surge with white light from time to time. This was a reflection of abundant metal energy. There were many people who originally wanted to gather essence gold here, believing that there were divine materials. Halt, this mountain is sealed up. You all are not allowed to enter. As soon as they stepped into the silver-colored mountain region, someone discovered them, standing in their way. Their expressions were all cold. Didn't many people enter the mountain? Why are you stopping us? Louis appeared and asked. It is precisely because too many people came that all sides established rules that no one else is allowed to enter. The entire Silver Mountain body doesn't have much essence gold to gather, so you all can leave. Louis wanted to say something else, but Shurhao stopped him. He walked forward and said, "We didn't come here for essence gold, but to find someone." Who? The expression of the one who stood guard outside the mountain region changed. Lani Chen. Shurhao said indifferently. Hung, you also want to get a cup of the good soup? Friend, you came too late. This place has already been divided into 8 regions by various sides. There is no place left for you. Someone said coldly. Lani Chen is my brother, and I've come to bring him back. I do not need any regions or territory. Shurhao calmly said. What? Issue a warning, quick. Several individuals quickly backed up, wishing to send information into the mountain. Hong. An enormous pair of Kuanpeng wings appeared behind Shurhao. With a light movement, crazy winds swept about, divine might surged, clouds pervaded the air. Those individuals were all blasted flying, coughing out large amounts of blood before smashing against the walls, their bones broken and tendons severed. Forget about Louis, even Luo Dao's eyes were jumping crazily. This fella's strength had increased, becoming a great deal stronger than before. One has to understand that none of those individuals were weak, all of them rather strong. Go! Shurhao said, heading forward. He came precisely to unleash a great slaughter. Octadic treasure unicorn belonged to them to begin with, yet other people coveted it, demanding that they hand it over, in the end even attacking them from all sides. With the devilish child's temperament, how could he swallow this? Shurhao was surging with killing intent as they headed inside. Inside the mountain, not a single blade of grass grew. There was silver essence everywhere. The mountain was shining with brilliance, the landscape rather unique. Soon after, they arrived in the second mountain entrance. There were still people standing guard here. In fact, there were people here all around the entire mountain ridge, with cultivators standing guard every set amount of distance. This person looked a lot like Luo Dao. Someone's expression changed. After comparing him with the picture scroll in hand, he discovered that this was the exact same silver-robed youngster. They were immediately shocked. Luo Dao took action, turning into a streak of silver light and rushing forward. His head of long hair erupted with power like a waterfall. It erupted with scarlet multicolored radiance, covering the sky with symbols. Those individuals cried out, all taking out weapons to defend themselves. However, the hair that turned into scarlet multicolored light was invincible, piercing through those bone weapons and scattering their precious techniques. His power was shocking. Following a wave of Kung Chong sounds, these people were blasted flying. Luo Dao pursued them, taking action again. One has to understand that blood had even been drawn from Shurhao's hand before, so one could see just how sturdy and astonishing this hair was. It possessed exceptional divine might. Pooh! In that instant, those people had the space between their brows penetrated by the hair surrounded by scarlet multicolored light. All of them collapsed with their faces towards the sky, not a single one living. Seeing how nimbly you are taking action, why did you still almost die? Louis commented softly, but he was greatly shaken up inside. Rubbish. You try facing the attacks of several exceptional talents. Luo Dao said. This left Lu Yi shocked. Sure Hao nodded. Luo Dao was indeed powerful. Being able to survive under the surrounded attacks of exceptional talents was enough to prove quite a bit alone. They proceeded, continuously breaking through 4 checkpoints, all those who stood in their way instantly killed. As a result, not much disturbance was stirred up, allowing them to quickly enter the depths of Silver Polish Mountain. There were powerful individuals standing guard at the checkpoints around the mountain, but there wasn't a single exceptional talent. It was because they were only there to stop those who arrived later from entering. The true top-level figures, the powerful exceptional talents, were all inside at the heart of this place, all of them pursuing Lonnie Chen to steal his octatic treasure unicorn. They didn't stay in the perimeter. Not good. Someone broke in. Finally, someone discovered Sure Hao and Luo Dao's traces, as well as the corpses left behind at several checkpoints. They quickly issued a warning. As a result, the entire mountain was filled with figures. Bone texts rushed into the air continuously. Lu Yi's face immediately turned pale. There were just too many people, right? This mountain range was hiding so many great experts, all of them guarding this place to capture Lonnie Chen. Why are most of them human-shaped? If I kill them, they should display their original forms, right? Sure Hao frowned. Luo Dao was confused, but Lu Yi opened his mouth, feeling extremely speechless. Kill him! Kill! Within this Silver Mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see, there were too many figures. They were all shouting noisily, rushing over to kill them. Sure Hao didn't feel any fear, walking forward with large steps, directly heading into the depths of the mountain range. His eyes were chilly, carrying shocking killing intent. This immediately left those people stunned. Many people felt like this youth looked like an Azura, possessing a wave of pressure that left them feeling terrified. What are you all scared of? We have so many of us on our side. Are you telling me that we aren't his opponent? Moreover, those great ones are just inside, so they will definitely sense something and come out soon, someone said. Then, many of them rushed over from the mountains. All types of magical artifacts flew about and precious techniques shone, submerging the world below. Hong! Golden symbols emerged from within Sure Hao's eyes. Killing intent pervaded into the air. His body shone, and like a flying immortal, the light that was released was especially dazzling. This was heaven calamity light. Even though he intentionally controlled it, not letting it reach its most powerful state, it was still extremely shocking and exceptionally brilliant. It was as if a rain of light gathered above their heads, scattering down onto the world. This type of precious technique could attack indiscriminately, the most suitable for group battles. Pu-piu sounds rang out incessantly. The group of people were all pierced through, falling down onto the ground. Blood flowed everywhere. There were more than 30 people, yet in the end, all of them lost their lives. The scene was a bit quiet. Everyone shivered inwardly, stopping again, feeling fear and chilliness. They continuously stepped backwards. Sure Hao didn't pay them any attention, rushing forward and directly entering the depths of the mountain range. At the heart of this place was a large silver millstone-like mountain body. It was even taller than mountain peaks, imposing and majestic. There was a large formation here, something that several top powers worked together to arrange. It surrounded Silver Polish Mountain to prevent Lonnie Chen from escaping. They continuously shrunk the formation, believing that in a few days, they'll be able to force him out. Hong! Sure Hao continuously took action. After being together with the divine striking stone for a long time, he developed some knowledge towards formations as well, viciously attacking at the weakest places. In the end, he forcibly tore open a corner and walked inside. Inside the great formation, there were 8 figures seated within Silver Polish Mountain, each occupying an area. There was someone with silver hair, another with hazy purple energy, and one with long golden horns. All of them were different, possessing astonishing auras. It was as if 8 archaic divine mountains were towering here, exuding a pressure that made one feel suffocated. Not bad. Breaking into this place, you have some methods. The silver-haired individual spoke. His eyelids lifted, sizing up Sure Hao. You came too late. You should just leave. A male with a vertical eye between his brows spoke. His face was sinister and beautiful. This individual was sitting on a several tens of zhang tall silver boulder as he looked down on Shi Hao. They had clearly already received a report, knowing that Shi Hao's group of 3 were powerful, that they slaughtered their way in. Ha ha ha! Someone roared loudly. This was an expert with long golden bull horns. After laughing, his eyes became cold. While standing on a silver essence boulder, he lowered his head and said, "Who do you think you are? Wishing to bring Wei Lanichen and take the octatic treasure unicorn for yourself? Keep dreaming. Do you think that you are that strong? What qualifications do you have to bring him away? Are you challenging our dignity?" A female dressed in black armor and shrouded in black mist spoke. She carried a deathly aura, clearly someone from Underworld clan. "And the main character himself has come. Turns out you are the one behind Lanichen. Oh Luo Dao, you came as well. This is the one that you two rely on. He doesn't seem to be all that? So he only amounted to this much." The one who had golden bull horns on his head laughed loudly. However, his eyes were extremely cold. "Ha ha ha. The main character has come. Good. Once he is dead, wouldn't the octatic treasure unicorn be without an owner?" On the other side, a woman who wore scarlet armor smiled and said. Her delicate and beautiful face carried a look of ridicule. Shi Hao swept his eyes over these individuals one after another. Sure enough, they were all unordinary. Their blood energies like a sea within their bodies. Difficult for him to immediately see their depths. It was clear that none of them were weak. They were all the most powerful experts of an area. These people were, at the very least, the most powerful of a province. Their future accomplishments were immeasurable, most likely becoming a terrifying figure that would rule over an area. "Have you looked at us enough yet? If you don't want to die, then just leave. If you want to throw away your life, then you can step forward." The male who was wrapped within purple energy and had a holy sword in his arms spoke. He was leaning against the mountain while calmly speaking. Shi Hao didn't pay him any attention and carefully sensed around. He confirmed that there were only these 8 great experts and no others hiding. "Since you don't want to leave, then we'll just send you on your way." The expert with a pair of golden horns on his head spoke coldly. "Wait a moment." A white lion spoke, its eyes brilliant, stopping that golden-horned expert. It looked at Shi Hao and said, "Dao brother, are you willing to join my divine temple? From your dignified spirit, you are definitely the hero of a generation. Why don't you form an alliance with us?" It was bold and powerful, not turning into human form. Its entire body was shining with white golden fur, especially the hair on its temples that swelled out, making it look heroic and tyrannical. It looked just like a king of all from a legend. When the others heard this, they all felt a bit displeased. It was actually trying to rope someone in. Is Divine Temple that formidable? What kind of benefit is there in joining? Shi Hao asked. The people here all revealed looks of shock. He hadn't even heard about Divine Temple before? This was an ancient inheritance that was on par with Immortal Palace in reputation, powerful to the point of making others feel reverence. There weren't many people in this inheritance, but not few either. They also had a glorious Tao right, but there was only a single ancient temple. 3 divine images were consecrated there. Rumor has it that those were 3 great statues that hadn't been destroyed since the ancient times. They represented great power. Some had said that those were immortals in the immortal ancient era, and others said that they were undying divine ancestors from the divine Tao era. There were others who said that those were heavenly emperors who were going to become unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. The people that came from this inheritance were all extremely powerful. They grasped the 9 heavens 10th earth scripture, known as the highest inheritance, one of the unmatched heavenly techniques. As for how great Divine Temple is, Tao friend can ask any random person and will know. As for joining us, this is a type of alliance. You won't be restricted, and once there is trouble, we will lend a helping hand. That is to say, we will mutually help out each other. The White Lion said. Woo, I only have one question then. Will you guys be willing to help me seize the octatic treasure unicorn or not? Xianxia asked. Ancient Holy Child needs the octatic treasure unicorn. If Dao Brother is willing to exchange, we are willing to do everything we can to satisfy your needs. The white lion's eyes flickered as it spoke like this. Then what point is there in joining what divine temple? You all even want my octatic treasure unicorn. So if I join, won't I have to hand over everything? Xianxia mocked. Ancient Holy Child needs this rare treasure badly. If Dao Brother is willing to give it up, then everything can be discussed. The white lion said. When it mentioned Ancient Holy Child, those on the side all shivered inwardly, because that was an expert so powerful that it made them all tremble. This individual entered Immortal Ancient several times, coming out unrivaled each time. The name Ancient Holy Child not only came from his surname Ancient, but also because he was an ancient freak that came from Divine Temple. The 9 heavens 10th earth scripture had been comprehended by him to the extreme, making him powerful without equal. In this era, not only did Divine Temple have an exceptional inheritor, they even had Ancient Holy Child who entered Immortal Ancient together with him. Their strength could be said to be powerful to the point of leaving others in despair. I need it myself as well, so I won't give it to someone else, nor will I exchange it. Xianxia said calmly. Then that is truly a pity, the white lion said. Its eyes were no longer peaceful, becoming a bit dazzling. What is the point of talking so much? Just seize the octatic treasure unicorn through your own skills. Just send him on his way already, someone said. Luo Dao and Lan Yichen's brother? Your 2 brothers are quite lacking, only able to run and not willing to fight. Truly uninteresting. A male with 5-colored sparrow wings behind him spoke. This was a powerful dragon sparrow. You! Luo Dao was furious. You all attacked us from all sides. Yet you still have the nerve to say this. The one with bull horns laughed coldly. Already defeated so badly, even if we fought 1 versus 1, you are still far from being my opponent. Chased until you pissed your pants in terror, holing up and not coming out. Otherwise, you would have been killed a long time ago. Luo Dao glared at him furiously, about to take action. However, he was stopped by Xianxia. He was going to take action himself. Let me. The dragon sparrow moved his wings, rising up into the air. This was a powerful race with several bloodlines in the higher realms. Every single one of them were terrifying to the extreme. They had the most powerful ancient blood within them, and even though it was now thin, their names explained everything. No, let me go first. Do not fight with me over this. The expert with golden horns spoke. He leapt down from the enormous boulder with a single step, trampling down onto the ground with a hong sound. The great earth split apart, the energy that was released berserk. It was as if there was a large golden mountain here that made it hard for others to breathe. In the rear, Lu Yi's face became snow white. He couldn't help but take steps backwards, his body trembling. Hee. Even a fella like this dares to come. The golden figure mocked. Then, he looked at Xianxia and said, Come. Let me have a taste of how powerful the octatic treasure unicorn's master is. Are you all really fighting over who is going to kill me? Xianxia revealed a faint smile. Correct. If you don't have the skills, then not only will you have to leave behind the octatic treasure unicorn, but your life as well. A roar sounded. That golden figure brandished his fist and rushed over, domineering and forceful to the extreme. Endless divine force surged, as if a great sea was pouring over. At this moment, everyone's expression changed. Even Luo Dao in the rear was shocked, loudly crying out. It was because this was the archaic barbaric ox clan's mutated expert, Golden Ox. Currently, he had already successfully advanced to the late stages of the divine flame realm. It was an exceptional talent to begin with, and its cultivation was high as well. It was definitely terrifying to the extreme. Luo Dao suffered quite a great loss back then, and that was when the Golden Ox's cultivation was still lower. After several months, it actually became this powerful. Even Xianxia was startled. This was only a year and a half, yet someone already reached the late stages of the divine flame realm. His speed was fast as expected, putting him on alert. This fella has cultivated for several decades, always suppressing it. He had long studied how his predecessors have achieved divinity, and it is only through immortal ancients' holy medicines as well as other things that he was able to become so fierce, rising up quickly. Luo Dao said, "Hong." Heaven and earth caved in. The golden ox was exceptionally ferocious and tyrannical. When the fist smashed over, the entire sky seemed like it was going to fall. Hao faced this attack head-on, also releasing a fist. His fist energy rushed into the heavens, overflowing like a great river, similarly magnificent. This strike made the void tremble. It was just too powerful. Divine force surged greatly, drowning this place with golden light. It was as if a restricted divine sea was rising and falling. Everyone was shocked. With this kind of flesh power, how many people could match him? The golden light retreated. Hao was still standing in his original place without moving, and what was shocking was that the powerful ox deity Golden Ox took more than 10 steps backwards, his arm trembling slightly. The space between his thumb and forefinger was split with blood flowing from it. What? The divine flame realm late stage, Golden Ox known for his unmatched divine force lost in a contest of physical prowess. Everyone became shocked. The Golden Ox's eyes widened, golden light burning like a torch. He stared at the other party with disbelief. He actually ended up kicking a metal board this hard. In reality, Hao was shocked as well. Now that he cultivated to this stage, he could kill divine flame realm experts with just a simple move, even if the other individual's cultivation level was higher. However, he never expected this ox's flesh to be this sturdy, able to forcefully take a hit from him. If it was anyone else, that arm would have definitely exploded. Not simple, able to block a fist from me and only bleeding a bit between your fingers. Rarely seen. Hao said quietly. However, when the Golden Ox heard this evaluation, he was so angry he wanted to spit out blood. His powerful flesh was his strong suit, his great force matchless, yet in the end, that fist almost blasted his arm apart, and he even heard these types of words. "You, go die for me," the Golden Ox roared. He brandished his arm, and then a shining long blade appeared. He brandished it, immediately hacking down towards Hao. "Have a bit of skill. Whose follower are you? It'll be better if you follow me instead," Hao said. He is someone allied with Sword Valley, known as the Second Divine General. Luo Dao transmitted. Sword Valley, Gu Jianyun. Hao frowned, recalling that ancient freak. In Xin Province, he had gotten a hurried glance at him. "Kill!" Towards this, the Golden Ox roared loudly. The shining long blade hacked downwards. Hao didn't hold anything back either, his 5 fingers forming a dragon claw and releasing resplendent radiance. This was a loose move he obtained from Origin Sky Secret Realm. Dang! Not only did the strike contain Hao's flesh strength, it also displayed a powerful divine ability, erupting with resplendent bone texts. It was incomparably vicious, bringing with it a dragon shadow. The sound of the exchange was deafening. This place became incomparably brilliant. "Kill!" The Golden Ox roared, already going crazy, fighting a great battle against Hao. This is the right way. He should have used his powerful methods sooner. The scarlet armored woman spoke. She had advocated for Hao's death from the start. However, after several dozen collisions, suddenly golden light flashed, and with a kacha sound, the long blade broke apart, and the Golden Ox flew outwards, his mouth coughing out large amounts of blood. A terrifying dragon claw imprint appeared on his chest, long streaks of blood flowing from it. His heart was almost pierced through. Even the Golden Ox has been defeated. Everyone, even if there is someone among us who is stronger than the ox, it wouldn't be that much greater. It is still better if we work together to eliminate this person sooner. The White Lion spoke. His attitude immediately shifted 180 degrees, now taking the initiative to attack. "I've long thought of this person as unsightly. Let's get rid of him together and turn the 8-treasure unicorn into something truly without an owner." The scarlet armored girl spoke. Even though her face was delicate and beautiful, it carried a cold, killing intent. That was definitely a type of oppressive smile. Even though she is unordinary, she's not an ancient freak in the end. Not worth capturing. Guess I'll just kill her, Shurhao said. You? The scarlet-armored woman's eyes carried coldness. She was actually being talked about by someone like this. Everyone, do not hide anything any longer. This is the first time the 8 of us are working together. The silver-haired male spoke. The 8 experts moved. They came from different powers, all of them the most powerful experts of an area. No matter who comes, they will all die. There won't be any miracles. Someone said softly. From a certain perspective, this truly was the truth. No one could simultaneously take on 8 great experts. At the very least, among those who have come out from isolation, there is no one that's strong. One has to understand that they had 4 exceptional talents among them, as well as 4 who could fight exceptional talents. They were all the most powerful experts of their respective sides. Luo Dao walked up to help Shurhao. One of you stop him. The other 7 will work together to kill this person. The male who had purple mists curling about him and carried a sword spoke. Luo Dao, back up. Let me do this alone. Shurhao said calmly. Who do you think you are? You are going to fight 8 exceptional talent-level experts at the same time. The dragon sparrow laughed coldly. A pair of wings moved. Multicolored clouds surged, erupting with divine might. Countless feathers shot out, turning into divine arrows before flying at Shurhao. Hong! Towards this, Shurhao also moved his wings. A berserk aura surged outwards, and then all of the dragon sparrow divine feathers were sent flying out in reverse. Following several pu sounds, several divine feathers pierced the dragon sparrow's own body. Kill! Shurhao released a loud roar, his voice shaking silver Polish mountain. Blood energy overflowed outwards. He was going to fight 8 great exceptional talent-level experts here alone. The woman who wore scarlet armor took action. Her hands formed an imprint, forming a blazing fan. She fanned it in Shurhao's direction. Hong! Shurhao formed a fist imprint, directly smashing it outwards, blasting that blazing fan apart and sending that woman flying outwards, blood flowing out from her mouth. Shurhao's black hair danced about crazily, his eyes like golden lamps. He didn't hold back at all, taking action with full force, using this to test out the results of his cultivation. He was just like a devil king. Who are you? The white lion asked. Shurhao. Shurhao replied. He attacked again, his legs like dragon snakes, lashing outwards, blasting apart the white lion's precious artifacts and almost sweeping past its head. The strong winds shaved off its hair in that area. Blood flowed outwards. Kill! The 8 experts trembled inwardly, no longer daring to hide their greatest methods. They all used their true fighting strength, taking action together. Shurhao, that sounds a bit familiar, someone said while attacking. Today, I will establish a reputation for my own name. Shurhao roared. His blood energy was berserk, the light that erupted from his body illuminating the entire mountain region. He attacked completely like a devil king. After arriving in the higher realms, more people knew about his name as Huang, and only a few people knew that he was Shurhao. Today, he was going to prove himself through this battle. Arrogant, you can forget about challenging us all by yourself. I don't believe that there is someone who can do so in this world unless an ancient freak came out. The golden ox roared. His injuries weren't light, but his battle strength didn't decrease. He rushed out. With a step of his feet, golden light erupted, forming a golden ripple that quickly rushed towards Shurhao. This was a resonance with the great earth that condensed, a battle skill of the barbaric ox race. The symbols were exceptionally terrifying, using the great earth's power to directly crush an enemy. The others used their most powerful methods as well, not daring to act carelessly, working together to kill Shurhao. Chi! A streak of sword energy pierced through the air, rushing over from the east while accompanied by purple energy. The male with the holy sword now held the sword with both hands, thrusting it over. Shurhao's pupils released cold lightning. His legs moved, and with every step lotuses were born. Golden lotuses covered everything, neutralizing the barbaric ox clan's innate skill, causing all the golden ripples to scatter. At the same time he raised his hand, his fingers like a sword, directly smashing into that sparkling divine sword. The tips of his fingers stopped the sword, erupting with divine radiance. And everyone became greatly shocked. How domineering was this? To dare take on the divine sword with his fingers. Every movement he made gave others an unmatched feeling. Chi. Sword energy weaved about. The male who released sword energy from the east, sword edge resplendent, bone texts interweaved, became more powerful. He continuously attacked with the sword. Shurhao's fingers blossomed with sword radiance. Stalk after stalk of grass appeared in the void, the grass a bluish-green and full of vitality, incomparably mystical. Dong! Following a great clash, that divine sword was blasted flying. All of the grass turned into sword energy, sweeping in all directions and attacking at everyone. Ear-splitting shouts were released. Everyone was doing everything they could to resist, no longer daring to act carelessly, feeling more and more like this youth was ridiculously powerful. Now, as long as Shurhao took action, it was definitely fatal against Divine Flame Realm experts. Only by working together could these 8 great exceptional talents resist. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, they would have already died. Kill! The scarlet armor-clad woman's hands formed an imprint, forming a symbol flame fan to attack Shurhao. Just some small trick, Shurhao said coldly. He already saw it and broke through it before. This type of precious method was ineffective against him. His palm slapped outwards, scattering it again, immediately sending fiery light overflowing into the sky. Chi! Suddenly, under the blazing fiery light, a scarlet hook rushed over with great speed, arriving before Shurhao's eyes, piercing through the protective energy around him. This was a scorpion tail that came from behind that woman. The moment she formed the imprint, it already stabbed outwards viciously towards his vital area. Fire Scorpion's person. Louis was shocked. As long as this tail pierced through the skin, it could poison a true deity to death. It was because it could corrode the primordial spirit, harming the great Tao's foundation. It was the most sinister thing. Luo Dao's expression changed. This attack was too sudden. Not even he knew that the scarlet armored woman was from the Flame Scorpion clan. Shurhao was shocked, but he wasn't flustered. Golden ripples appeared around his body, spiraling there, forming powerful energy that distorted the void. This was the golden vortex ripple technique that came from the Peng clan. Now that Shurhao comprehended the Kuan Peng technique, this art's power greatly increased, becoming incomparably powerful. Not only could it devour the foundation energy of the outside world, it could also erase all types of attacks. Dang! Under everyone's expectant eyes, the fiery red heavenly scorpion tail pierced Shurhao's body, but it didn't produce the sound of piercing flesh, as if it struck metal or stone. That extremely sharp, invincible scorpion tail stinger was stopped by the golden vortices. There unexpectedly seemed to be a small figure seated there, chanting scriptures inside that vortex. Pong! The golden vortices immediately wrapped around the scorpion tail, locking it in place. En? Hurry up and take action! The scarlet-clad woman cried out in alarm. She had never encountered this type of situation before. As long as she took action, all enemies would avoid this attack. However, someone dared to block her scorpion tail today. The others naturally took action, attacking Shurhao. Shurhao's figure was tyrannical. The golden vortices swirled, the Kuan Peng method displaying its profoundness, powerful beyond comparison. That scorpion tail was locked down, and then with a fierce twist, it was about to be broken. Ah! The woman cried out in pain. It was just the beginning, yet not only did her hidden attack not work, she was going to have her tail broken. A golden lightning sword appeared in Shurhao's hands, quickly hacked at the woman. The Flame Scorpion clan's female expert's eyes flickered with cold light. She knew that Shurhao purposely didn't break her tail, using this to pull in the distance and then kill her. She spared no effort to jump backwards, and with a gotcha sound, her tail snapped. Poison flew everywhere, rushing towards Shurhao's body. Her action was decisive and vicious. I underestimated your determination, Shurhao said. The surface of his body shone, and the golden vortex ripple technique operated. scattering all of the poison. Aya, what a waste. In the end, she is still a female exceptional talent, so if you really can't subdue her, you can still make her a tea-serving girl. The divine striking Stone sighed with pity. Of course, this was definitely done on purpose, for the sake of ruining these powerful experts' confidence. It was also worried that Xianxia wouldn't be able to hold on. After all, these were 8 great exceptional talent-level experts. Will you dare drink it if she serves tea? You'll be poisoned to death, Xianxia said. Then he added, even if I am going to take exceptional talents, I have to take the very best. She's not enough. When she heard this type of ridicule, the woman who wore scarlet-colored armor erupted with anger. Her head of hair danced crazily about, and divine light surged behind her. There were unexpectedly 9 golden tails that appeared at the same time, all of them shockingly sharp. 9-tailed heavenly scorpion, this is her innate precious technique. She produced so many poisonous tails at once. Luo Dao was shocked. Xianxia's expression froze as well, no longer daring to show carelessness. He didn't fear attacks of blunt force, but he had to be a bit more careful when dealing with this type of poison. Kill! 8 great experts rushed over murderously, using their most powerful methods. When Xianxia was dealing with the 9 golden scorpion tails, behind him, black mists and dark light surged. There was a bit of a decaying aura as well. Underworld Clan's female expert held a death god's scythe in her hands, bringing it down on the back of his head. It was unexpectedly able to tear through the void, leaving behind a huge crack. It was incomparably terrifying, and Xianxia had no choice but to pay attention to this attack. The death god scythe's power was extremely terrifying. It was pitch black like ink. Even though its appearance was unusual, it was definitely refined from void beast bone as well. However, it shouldn't be able to compare to the void halberd. Kill! Xianxia released a grunt. He didn't use the void halberd, instead firing out a streak of lightning from his mouth that was incomparably thick. That was the Lightning Emperor's precious technique, extremely effective against dead spirits and Underworld Earth's experts. Hong! Underworld Clan's female expert was alarmed, quickly retreating out of fear of being struck by the lightning radiance. That great yang force left her horrified. This is the Lightning Emperor's precious technique? She was extremely doubtful. Xianxia, this name sounds familiar. It seems to be that person from the lower realm. Right now, there was finally someone who remembered. They couldn't help but become shocked. Didn't that youth die in the lower realm? Hong! Xianxia erupted with power, his entire body releasing electrical radiance, sweeping through every direction. In addition, lightning Dao stars fell through the void, smashing together and covering this world with electrical arcs. Silver Polish Mountain was also made of metal, resonating in response, conducting the electrical radiance. This entire place became chaotic. Lonnie Chen was blasted out. He hid in the distance, looking at everything with shock. As for the 8 great experts, they were all alarmed. This lightning was just too terrifying. The great battle was becoming more and more intense. Bone texts interweaved like an ocean, surging and pouring out into this place. 3 eyes split the heavens. At this moment, the sinister male with the vertical eye between his brows shouted. His 3 eyes shone, unexpectedly deforming the void. He took aim at Xianxia, wishing to tear him apart. In Xianxia's surroundings, space collapsed, and much of the lightning was guided away, entering an unknown dimension. How powerful! Luo Dao sighed with amazement. Even Xianxia couldn't help but nod his head, feeling quite shocked. This male actually opened up the void with his own strength. The power of that vertical eye was too great. He shifted out horizontally to avoid this attack. That lightning radiance was sucked away by the void. The 3-eyed male clearly exhausted too much of his foundational energy. After completing this attack, his face became pale. However, he clenched his teeth and displayed it again, firing out streak after streak of light from between his brows, attacking Xianxia to end him here. When the others saw this, they all attacked in coordination, because the 3-eyed divine light was too domineering. Let's stop that here. Xianxia released a great shout. His body shone, and then flying immortal radiance flew out streak after streak. This was his supreme being precious technique, heaven calamity light. This radiance was incomparably resplendent. Even though it normally attacked indiscriminately, right now all of it was concentrated on three-eyed male. Not good. I can't hold on. The consumption is too great. Hurry and protect me. The three-eyed male's expression changed. Hong. Unfortunately, they underestimated Hao's precious technique. This was the divine ability his first supreme being bone produced, its power incomparably great. Pooh! Large amounts of radiance shone everywhere, drowning out that three-eyed male. Bloody radiance surged. He was blasted through. A miserable scream sounded. Even though the others were trying to provide assistance, and even he himself was trying his best to defend himself, that light was too resplendent and too great, piercing through all of his vital points. That third eye in particular took a direct hit, already splitting apart. The heaven calamity light pierced through his skull. One of these most powerful experts lost his life just like that. Everyone became stupefied. An expert fell just like that? And actually a three-eyed beast and not human-shaped. This is too great. Hao's face was originally sullen, but after seeing the three-eyed male reveal his original form, he immediately became happy. Pong! He kicked the three-eyed beast out, having Lu Yi and Luo Dao properly take care of it. Kill! Everyone, if you hide any more secret methods, then it will be dangerous for us. This person cannot be dealt with through normal means. Hong! Lightning radiance erupted in Hao's surroundings to protect himself. He began to operate his divine force and precious techniques, about to attack at full force. I am sure that he is Huang. Everyone, we have to stake it all. Underworld Clan's woman said, revealing a bit of news. What? If Huang is this person, who is Hao? The group of people were all shocked. I am myself. Today, I will use my own name. Hao said coldly. Kill! The golden ox produced its original body. This was an enormous barbaric ox, like a small mountain forged from gold. It rushed at Hao while fiercely trampling on the ground. I am going to repeat myself. Are you willing to follow me and serve as my mount? Hao shouted. You can go to hell. The barbaric ox roared, releasing a thunderous sound. That type of roar was enough to terrify a group of experts, enough to make the void collapse. This was its innate divine ability, barbaric ox roar. This roar was exceptional powerful, able to split the heavens. Ah! Hao felt his ears ringing, his head feeling like it was stabbed by needles. He couldn't help but feel shocked towards this type of precious technique. It had some unique uses as expected, about to actually injure him. He released a roar, using his own voice to suppress the barbaric ox's roar. Since that is the case, if you don't want to be a mount, then just turn into hot pot beef. A lightning spear appeared in his hands. It thrusted forward, about to kill this golden ox. Suddenly, another great roar sounded that made all things wither, making 100 beasts surrender and all creatures of this world tremble. It was precisely the white lion. Its strength was ranked at the top of these 8, and at this moment it became problematic. It was also displaying its innate divine ability, and it perfectly coordinated with the barbaric ox. The two voices overlaid with each other, increasing the power greatly. Lion's roar. It was incomparably ferocious, the might world shaking, and even added on top of the barbaric ox's roar. Hao's body staggered, and the lightning spear in his hands even scattered. He was almost pierced through by the 9 golden scorpion tails behind him. Good, good, good. I really did underestimate all of you. From here on out, there will be a bloodbath. Hao stabilized his body and unleashed his single heavenly passage, stopping all of the sound waves from reaching him. His head of black hair danced about even though there was no wind. His eyes became even colder. He was like an unrivaled devil king that had reincarnated as he slaughtered his way forward. Chong! A golden lightning spear appeared, dazzling and resplendent. It was formed from lightning, absolutely unstoppable. He rushed at the golden ox while holding it with both hands. Stop him! Everyone took action to stop this attack. However, the power Xianxia displayed at this moment was too great. With his only heavenly passage protecting him, he went crazy. Lightning swirled about him, pushing back everyone. Moo! The golden ox roared, its horns shining and releasing blades to stop Xianxia. Unfortunately, Xianxia was incomparably ferocious, tearing through everything in his way like rotten weeds. The lightning spear blasted off its horns, and then with a ferocious thrust, a PU sounded. Its forehead was pierced through. The golden ox released a miserable cry, its voice whirled shaking. Its enormous body fell onto the ground, blood flowing everywhere. Electrical radiance was still curling about its head, dying a violent death. The white tiger unleashed a hidden assault, its incomparably sharp claws turning into wide blades as they slashed at Xianxia's back. Suddenly, radiance shone brilliantly. Xianxia's entire body shone. The reincarnation technique was activated. He suddenly turned around, the reincarnation symbols forming a heavenly sword in his hands before fiercely hacking downwards. Ow! The white lion roared, feeling incomparable terror. It felt itself become older, its power flowing from its body, unable to defend itself against that sword at all. This was the reincarnation sword formed from condensed supreme being symbols. Pooh! Xianxia hacked down, slicing through the lion's head. Blood splashed high into the air. Pooh! Strong winds roared from above. The dragon sparrow moved his wings, displaying their might from the sky to attack Xianxia. His eyes were cold and vicious. Xianxia raised his head. A pair of Kuan-Peng wings appeared behind his back. He rushed upwards, the heaven-reaching wings moving about. Golden multicolored light and mists surged, divine force erupting chaotically. Hong! Divine might moved heaven and earth. Ah! The dragon sparrow cried out miserably. After clashing with the Kuan-Peng wings, his wings were broken, blood flowing everywhere. He was no match at all. Pooh! As the final strike, the Kuan-Peng wings behind Xianxia moved, removing his head and wiping out his primordial spirit. A corpse fell onto the ground. Several great experts lost their lives. Those below all shivered in fear, immediately too scared to fight further. Underworld clanswoman held the death god scythe in her hands, using the void beast bone precious object to hack apart the void, turning around to leave. Chong! A void halberd appeared in Xianxia's hand. He directly chased into the void, brandished the halberd, fiercely hacking it down. Following a deafening sound, the void shattered. The two individuals reappeared. The death god scythe was broken. The void halberd released a dazzling light that was incomparably dazzling, and with a ferocious hack, it cleaved the underworld clan female into two. Black blood splashed everywhere. Run! This was what the remaining three individuals thought. There was no way they could defeat this enemy. This was an unmatched devil king. He was just too terrifying. Where do you think you all are going? Xianxia held the great halberd in one hand, cutting off that flame scorpion clan female exceptional talent's escape path. Kill! The heavenly scorpion girl screamed. Pooh! In the end, the 9 golden scorpion tails were all cut off. Poison splashed high into the air. Then he brandished his halberd, removing her head, sending it flying far into the distance. Large amounts of blood splashed outwards. Xianxia faced the wind while holding the halberd, his black hair flying about, gaze like lightning. Right now, he was like a demon lord towering in the world of mortals. In the distance, Luo Dao and Lani Chen were both shocked. Even those as powerful as themselves were trembling. This was the first time they felt that if they followed by this person's side, they wouldn't feel so wronged after all.